Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga. Chapter 2740. That's right. Xiaohua nodded. This item must be beneficial to you. I didn't completely destroy it. I'll give it to you. Zhang Qingxiao clapped her hands and took out a ring the size of a fist. Bloodlight flashed around her body and the ring emitted a strange fluctuation. The black flame within the spiritual fire started to tremble rapidly. Release the black flame, Zhang Qingxiao said. Xiaohua obeyed and kept the spiritual fire. The black gas and black flame were sucked into the ring. As the black flame disappeared, the mace was revealed and fell into Zhang Qingxiao's hands. Then, Zhang Qingxiao opened her mouth again, and a ray of bloodlight landed on the blood walls around her. The entire blood walls began to squirm, and then they were absorbed by the ring. At this moment, the sky was filled with stars and the entire Tianzhu Peak was covered in snow. It was a beautiful white land. The magic bamboo slip has the usage of the blood ring. Zhang Qingxiao handed the ring to Xiaohua and extended her hand to pass the mace to Xiaohua. Xiaohua kept them all in his spatial ring. Remember, don't cultivate rashly. Zhang Qingxiao looked at Xiaohua's indifferent expression and couldn't help but remind him again. I understand, second senior brother. Xiaohua nodded. He looked at the clear sky and said, I've already seen your heavenly demon sex message talisman. Then, the person I'm looking for has already gone to Sky Patrol City. We don't have to go to Meng Kingdom now. We can just go to Sky Patrol City directly. Zhang Qingxiao nodded. She looked at Xiaohua's arms and asked worriedly, Lu is fine in your spiritual storage bag. You put him with that spiritual beast. Will he be fine? No harm. Xiaohua smiled. That spiritual beast is very obedient. Nothing will happen to him. Also, I've already seen that there are no changes to Lu. All right. Zhang Qingxiao's face showed disappointment and said, half of what happened to Lu is my fault. I originally said that I would help you find a way to save Lu. But now that the Heavenly Demon Sect's first deputy sect leader, Yin Meng, is dead, he still has many direct disciples. Who knows? Ji Peng might have set them up. I have no choice but to go back and purge them. Furthermore, Laozi had already devoured Ji Peng's doppelganger. He still needed to properly digest it and completely refine it. He could not allow it to turn around and control Laozi. Therefore, I'm afraid I can't go to Sky Patrol City with you. And I know. Xiaohua nodded. Even if you go, it's useless. I might as well go myself. All right, I'll leave Luer's matter to you. Zhang Qingxiao clapped her hands and took out a token. She handed it to Xiaohua and said, This is my Heavenly Demon Sect's first Vice Sect Master's keepsake. I'll give it to you. From today onwards, my Heavenly Demon Sect no longer has a first Vice Sect leader. Whatever you want to do, you can use this token to do whatever you want. It's the authority of the first Vice Sect Master. All right. Xiaohua, who had tasted the sweetness, took the token with a smile and said, If I don't take it, I'm afraid you won't feel at ease. Who knows? Zhang Qingxiao shrugged. Anyway, you've already accepted it. There's no point in talking about this anymore. We've boarded a pirate ship. Xiaohua sighed. It can't be considered boarding a ship. Zhang Qingxiao shook her head. You're still you. Heavenly Demon Sect is still Heavenly Demon Sect. Only when you need Heavenly Demon Sect will this keepsake be useful. Otherwise, this keepsake will always be useless. You are not my Heavenly Demon Sect's first Vice Sect Master. N. Xiaohua nodded slightly and didn't say much. Then, he looked to the north and said, The north of Huan country is now occupied by sword cultivators. I want to take a look before going to Sky Patrol City. Second senior brother, you and I will take our leave now. Are you going to Huan country's Heavenly Demon Sect? And of course I'm going. Zhang Qingxiao cupped her hands and said, Let's part here. All right. Xiaohua said and flew away. You're really leaving? Zhang Qingxiao's face revealed a strange expression. She pointed at Tianzhu Peak and said, That child has already climbed so high in this world of ice and snow. He really doesn't care about his life. It seems like there's something going on. Aren't you going to care? This young man is too shrewd. Xiaohua said calmly, When I saved the first child, I already asked him. It was this young man's idea to come to Tianzhu Peak. He has a blood feud and wanted to attract the attention of others. So, he brought these children to Tianzhu Peak. The bet and so on were all planned by him. Naturally, he wanted to kill two birds with one stone. He wanted to use the children's lives to attract the pity of us cultivators, so that he could have a chance to encounter an opportunity for cultivation. I don't like such a scheming person. How can I reach out and care about his matters? Ha ha ha, so you're not a good person. Zhang Qingxiao laughed loudly. Her face was full of interest. Looking at the foot of the mountain, she said, "This child has such a scheme, such shrewdness, and even such perseverance. He's a good talent that my heavenly demon sect needs. Hee, I can't do without taking him into the sect. Whether you take him in or not is your business. Just don't use my name," Xiaohua said coldly. Hee, when you need my heavenly demon sect to broadcast good seeds to you, you don't say that I'm using your name? Zhang Qingxiao laughed. It seemed that she really had the intention to use Taoist Master Zhao's name. Do as you wish. Thinking of Zhong Haoren's plan, Xiaohua's heart stirred. Waving his hand, he said, "I'm leaving. After I finish Lu Er's matter, I'll bring him to see you." Okay. Zhang Qingxiao nodded, but his brows furrowed. On the back of the giant pung bird stood a giant and a dwarf. These two people were quite strange. Xiaohua couldn't help but look at them a few more times. He saw that the giant was taller than the ones Xiaohua had seen before. It was about 3 zhang tall. Its arms were thick and large, and its body was well built. What was even more special was that it had a big red nose on its forehead. It was very eye-catching. As for the dwarf, it was the first time Xiaohua saw it. It was shorter than an ordinary person by more than half, barely reaching the giant's knee. Although the dwarf was very small, it seemed that the dwarf was much more shrewd than the giant, because the dwarf's 2 small eyes flashed with an extremely cunning light. Looking at the giant pung bird that was bigger than his phoenix celestial body, Xiaohua's heart trembled. When the giant pung bird's eyes swept over him like sword light, Xiaohua almost felt that his whole body was about to be pierced by this gaze. This giant pung bird. Is it a demonic beast? Is it the spirit beast of this giant or dwarf? Xiaohua clapped his hands and took out the wishful staff. His body slowly descended. Chapter 2741. It was as if the rock only wanted Xiaohua to land and did not force him. Instead, it flapped its wings, causing a gust of wind to blow as it followed Xiaohua down from the sky. Xiaohua found an ice mountain and landed on top of it. His eyes narrowed as he looked at the rock that was slowly descending from 100 zhang away. The rock was indeed huge. When it was still 100 zhang away from the ice mountain, the snow and ice on top of the mountain was blown away by the gust of wind from its wings. When the rock landed on top of the mountain, cracking sounds could be heard as many cracks appeared on the ice. With a pang sound, the giant jumped down from the rock's back, creating a deep hole in the snow under his feet. The giant even jumped a few more steps and rushed to Xiaohua's side. With a flip of his hand, he actually pulled out a huge mace from his back. Looking at the dwarf, his figure was very vigorous as he somersaulted in the air and landed on top of the snow. Then, he jogged a few times and clapped his hands. From his storage bag, he took out 2 small yellow sticks. The front of the sticks was slightly bulging, as if they were used to grind medicine. Jie, the great rock let out a long cry, the sound reverberating in all directions. The ice that had already cracked earlier cracked even more. As the great rock let out a long cry, its wings, which were hundreds of feet long, shrank rapidly. Its entire body shrank as well, and even its head gradually transformed. A human face with long and narrow cheeks, thin and long eyes, and a slightly protruding mouth appeared. In the blink of an eye, the huge rock's body and wings disappeared. A slightly tall old man with a pale golden face appeared in front of Xiaohua. Bird cultivator? Xiaohua suddenly realized. The moment the old man's figure appeared, an aura that was like a sharp sword came out of his body. Of course, this aura was just a flash, but Xiaohua still saw it clearly. Peak of the 3rd grade illusory sword. Just half a step away from the sword transformation realm. I am Kunmogu Chi Peng. The old man revealed his figure and stood there like a mountain. His sharp eyes swept over Xiaohua several times as he coldly said, "You. Which Dao sect's disciple are you from? You actually dare to openly peep at my sword domain's territory?" I am Imperial Thundersect's Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua wasn't cowardly at all. He replied indifferently, "This is my Lien Kingdom's territory. When did it become your sword cultivator's territory?" "Hee hee, kid. This place has long since been conquered by the warriors of my sword region. It's already the location of my sword region," the dwarf said with a sinister smile. "Aren't you a disciple of the Dao sect participating in the battle? Who are you?" Xiao Hua looked at the dwarf and said, "This Xiao doesn't talk to nameless people." "You." The dwarf was slightly angry, but when he looked at Xiao Hua, he was actually somewhat afraid and didn't dare to step forward. Instead, he clenched his teeth and said, "I am Gao Dezhuang, the cave master of Cloud Mist Cave. He is one of the most famous people in this war. Haven't you heard of him?" Gao Dezhuang? Xiao Hua almost wanted to grin, but he forcefully held back his laughter. He blinked his eyes and said, This Xiao has only heard of the names of Qin Jian, Lu Ruochang, and the others. I have never heard of Gao Dezhuang. I've never even heard of Qi Peng's name." "It doesn't matter if you haven't heard of my name." Qi Peng wasn't angry at all. He wasn't like Gao Dezhuang who was about to stomp his feet. He said coldly, "You only need to have heard of Ling Yunwu, Yuan, Yuan Qing, Yu Ming, and Qin Jian." Hearing these names, Xiao Hua understood in his heart. Although he didn't know the names of Yuan Qing and Yuan, Ling Yunwu, Yu Ming, and Qin Jian were all his former opponents. How could he not know that Qi Peng had already seen through him? "I am Lien Xiaoqiao of the Mountain Crossing Ridge. Xiao Hua, you have consecutively defeated my Mountain Crossing Ridge's warriors. Today I must fight you." The giant couldn't compare to the shrewdness of the dwarf and couldn't help but shout, Lien Xiaoqiao." Hearing the giant's name, Xiao Hua couldn't help but laugh. This name was too interesting. Compared to these two names, his own name, Xiao Hua, was really insignificant. Terrifying Phoenix. Do you want me to personally call you that? Qi Peng looked at Xiao Hua who was about to laugh and coldly called out. He patted his hand and took out a sword scroll. He looked at it with his divine sense and then looked at Xiao Hua's face. He coldly snorted, "Although I have never seen you before, your reputation is really resounding in my sword domain. This sword domain's #1 bounty. It's been a bounty for a long time." "There's actually a bounty for me? And it's #1? Xiao Hua was startled. He really didn't think that there would be a bounty for him, and it was actually #1. Humph. You naturally won't be #1. However, with Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, you guys are naturally #1. Gao Dezhuang also coldly snorted and said, "Can you let me see this bounty?" Xiao Hua was very curious and reached out his hand. Keske as expected of the terrifying Phoenix. Qi Peng laughed. "Truly a skilled and bold person. Facing the three of us you're actually so calm. I really have no choice but to admit defeat." As he spoke, Qi Peng waved his hand and the sword scroll flew in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua's divine sense scanned the sword scroll and knew that there were no hidden cards inside. He then took it and looked inside with his divine sense for a while. He touched his nose with his hand and laughed. "Hee hee, inside this. The three of us don't seem to be very similar. At least, I'm not really handsome." "Haha, Xiao Hua, you're really interesting." Qi Peng clapped his hands. "I really can't think of anything. You're just a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. What kind of hidden cards can you have? Even if you can suppress your cultivation, you're at most at the early stage of golden core, right? You're actually not afraid at all?" "I'm speaking the truth. The images in this bounty really don't look like me, Li Zongbao and the others." Xiao Hua's face was filled with helplessness. "Moreover, this bounty. Isn't it too little? It's a far cry from my Dao sect's #1 bounty. It's not generous enough. Not generous enough. Nonsense. Those who saw you were all disciples who were pregnant and drew their swords. They couldn't explain it clearly, so the images they drew were all different. As for the illusory swordsmen who saw you, none of them are alive, so how can there be a real image?" Lien Xiaoqiao coldly snorted. "However, from today onwards, at least one of the images in this bounty can be real." "You're wrong. From today onwards, this bounty will still be blurry." Gao Dezhuang continued. "Why?" Lien Xiaoqiao was somewhat puzzled, We can naturally correct Xiaohua's image. Gao Dazhuang sneered, Xiaohua is dead, so naturally there's no need to correct it. But Xiaohua isn't dead. Lian Xiaochao was even more puzzled. Moreover, I don't have the confidence to kill him. Humph, the three of us working together, can't we kill him? Gao Dazhuang really wanted to pinch Lian Xiaocao's ear and tell him. What? The three of us? The three of us working together? Lian Xiaocao couldn't accept it as soon as he heard it. He poked the mace in his hand into the ice under his feet. With a dong sound, he stood there straight. He waved his hand and said, he's just a Foundation establishment disciple. I know he's strong and has forced back a few of my subordinates. That's why I want to fight with him. If the three of you work together, I definitely won't do it. You. Gao Dazhuang was a little dumbfounded. He didn't expect the giant to be so straightforward, and he also didn't expect Lian Xiaochao to say such words in front of him. He somewhat resentfully glared at Lian Xiaochao, and then looked at Qi Peng. Not to mention Gao Dazhuang. Even Xiaohua himself was stunned. He looked up and down at Lian Xiaochao, who didn't seem to be pretending. Then, he folded his arms, clamped the wishful steel mace in his armpit, and looked at Qi Peng with a smile, as if he was waiting for Qi Peng's answer. That's right. Qi Peng also coldly said, although the terrifying phoenix has killed many warriors of our sword region, he is still a Foundation establishment disciple. Even when he fought with our sword region's illusory swordsman, he was alone. I have never heard of him joining forces with that Dao sect disciple. According to the rules of our illusory sword domain, we can't work together to kill him. Even you and I are third-grade illusory swordsmen. We can't fight with a Foundation establishment disciple. But Gao Dazhuang's face was anxious. He's a terrifying phoenix. He's not an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. Yes, it's because he's not an ordinary Foundation establishment cultivator. He might even be a golden core cultivator. Moreover, he has killed many warriors of our illusory sword domain, so we have to fight with him. Qi Peng's face was cold as he lightly said, that's right, this is a time of war. What one-on-one fight? What alliance? It doesn't matter. Gao Dazhuang anxiously said, if we kill this terrifying phoenix, we'll take credit in front of the swordsman. We'll really raise the morale of our swordsman. We want to fight with him. But only one of the three of us can fight with him. Not the three of us can fight together. Qi Peng said word by word, although this is a time of war. But the nascent soul cultivators have just gathered in the meeting hall of Sky Patrol City. The swordsmen of Ripple Country have not arrived yet. This Dao sword battle is resting. We are not fighting on the battlefield. I'm not so thick-skinned to the point of tearing apart the bottom line of illusory sword domain. But this bastard managed to kill Qin Jian. None of us have the confidence to kill him. Gao Dazhuang was a little anxious and stammered. Only if the three of us work together can we have full confidence. That's right. If the three of us work together, we have confidence. Qi Peng lightly said, I also want to kill the terrifying phoenix. However, although I'm a beast cultivator, I'm also a member of the illusory sword domain. I'm also the Valley Master of the Valley of Macaws. I can't abandon the principles of being a swordsman because of my selfishness. This principle is the foundation of our illusory sword domain. Without this principle, I won't be able to convince everyone in the Valley of Macaws. Our illusory sword domain won't be able to establish itself in the Dawn Rain continent. Chapter 2742. Good. Xiaohua almost wanted to clap his hands. This Taoist war had been going on for close to 10 years. He had seen swordsmen who were both real and fake. Some were as cunning as Qin Jian and Guan Peng, some were as resourceful as LV Ruochang and Ling Yunwu, some were as reasonable as Gu Yu, and some were as honest as Ji Yi. However, the only one who truly adhered to his principles was this Qi Peng in front of him. And Lian Xiaochao. With such people in this world, with such virtuous opponents, Xiaohua did not feel lonely at all. You all must be crazy. Gao Dazhuang was in disbelief. He really could not understand what the two were thinking. He jumped up and said, you all have to look carefully. This is a great enemy of our sword region. It is this Foundation Establishment disciple who killed Ling Yunwu and more than 10 people from the Lingfeng sword sect at Mount Quanjin. It is this person who drove Yu Ming crazy. It is this person who killed Qin Jian. It is this person who killed so many swordsmen of our sword region. You all are going to let him go just like this? Who said we are going to let him go? Lien Xiaoqiao roared and picked up his mace. He shouted, I am going to kill him with my mace. That's right. Today, even if I die, I will make him stay here. Qi Peng's face flashed with a yellow light. A strange fluctuation appeared around him as he said coldly. But, you all, do not have any confidence. Gao Dazhuang was about to cry. He can even kill Qin Jian, who is a third-grade illusory sword expert. You all, if you fight him alone, won't you all die? A warrior can be killed, but his will cannot be humiliated. Qi Peng said faintly. If I don't even have this awareness, how can I step into the sword transformation realm? Crazy, crazy. You all are crazier than Yu Ming. Gao Dazhuang stamped his feet. Brother Qi, are you going to do it or should I? Lien Xiaoqiao drew a big circle with his mace and said loudly, This Terra Phoenix has left a huge name in our mountain crossing ridge. All the boy who heard the name of the Terra Phoenix would be afraid. I cannot not fight with him. Let me do it. Qi Peng laughed. Your cultivation level is slightly lower than mine. Against this cruel and terrifying phoenix, you have less confidence than me. Okay. Lien Xiaoqiao propped her mace on the ground and said, Old brother Qi, go. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, Xiaohua raised his head and laughed loudly. He pointed at Qi Peng and said, Old man Qi, you keep talking about principles, but didn't you think about it? This Xiao is just a Foundation Establishment cultivator. You, a third-grade illusory swordsman, don't you feel that you are lowering your status by fighting against this Xiao? Don't you feel embarrassed? Hee, of course I have my principles. Qi Peng sneered. But I'm not pedantic. I've already said that even though you seem to be at Foundation Establishment, you definitely possess the strength of a Jin Dan cultivator. Otherwise, Qin Jian wouldn't have fallen. Moreover, this is a time of war, and I'm not transforming into a sword. Even if I attack an aura refining disciple, it's absolutely not against the rules. All right, if that's the case. It seems that this Xiao has no choice but to fight. Xiaohua said coldly as he twirled the staff in his hand. That's right. Unless this old man dies. Don't even think about leaving this place. Qi Peng spread out his hands, and 2 yellow lights flashed. 2 rows of orange-yellow feathers rushed out from his arms like flying swords. Wait. Xiaohua hurriedly said. What else do you have to say? Qi Peng slightly stagnated. The orange sword light condensed and didn't shoot out. Can this Xiao choose his own opponent? Xiaohua said in a low voice. Choose. Qi Peng was stunned, and Gao Dazhuang's expression changed. He tightened his grip on his mace, as if he understood that Xiaohua was looking for him. I, a Foundation Establishment cultivator, can't choose my opponent when facing 3 illusory swordsmen? Xiaohua said very innocently. His gaze went past Qi Peng and fell on Gao Dazhuang. No. Of course not. Gao Dazhuang jumped up and said, This is a battlefield. Not a competition. The purpose of us besieging you is to kill you. That's right. Qi Peng sneered. In front of the 3 of us, you're just a fish on the chopping block. What qualifications do you have to be on the chopping block? Hand over your life. As Qi Peng's voice fell, the orange-yellow brilliance on the wings left his body and turned into specks of small swords, rushing toward Xiaohua like a flash flood. Woo woo. Countless strange sounds rang out as the light feathers shot out. Similarly, a hurricane was stirred up nearby. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth within a radius of several hundred feet converged towards this location. The light feathers transformed from small swords into flying swords. Ha ha ha, who said this young master is a fish on the chopping block? Even if this young master is a small fish, you guys are still 3 inches long shrimps. Xiaohua laughed loudly. He clapped his hands, and the Kunlun mirror flew up into the sky. Xiaohua pointed his hand, and a green light flashed on the mirror, and a green light rushed out. After the green light appeared, every strand of light began to expand. The heaven and earth spirit qi that was absorbed by the light feather rapidly converged towards these strands of light.
Strands of green wood that were thinner than a strand of hair began to transform from these strands of light.
Rumble, in the blink of an eye, the green wood absorbed a huge amount of heaven and earth spiritual energy and turned into hundreds and thousands of small green wood. They also rushed toward Qi Peng's flying swords like a flood. Hiss! Qi Peng didn't underestimate Xiaohua. At this time, his heart tightened, and he couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Unlike Gao Dazhuang and Lian Xiaochao, Qi Peng was currently facing the torrent of green wood.
Although the thousands of green wood were attacking his sword light in a disorderly manner, Qi Peng was keenly aware that these green wood were not without order.
There was even a kind of magic formation faintly revealed within these green wood. All the green wood faintly overflowed with intertwining magic power fluctuations, and these fluctuations occasionally flashed with a kind of indescribable confinement power. This power not only enveloped his sword light, it also enveloped the space of around 100 feet around him. The strangeness of this magic treasure was far from what Qi Peng had seen the Dao sect cultivators use before. Although the power of this Kunlun mirror might not be able to threaten Qi Peng, but it was enough to make him look at Xiaohua in a new light. Isn't this the power of sword transformation? Qi Peng was shocked. Although he hadn't stepped into sword transformation, he could already see a trace of the mysteries of sword transformation. Naturally, he could see the difference. Then, Qi Peng understood. The Dao sect spells are indeed endless. Although this Xiaohua's cultivation is only at the golden core stage, he can actually comprehend this. No wonder Qin Jian fell in his hands. I'm afraid my feather arrow technique won't be able to block it. Just as Qi Peng understood, the two torrents collided.
Rumble. Loud noises rang out unceasingly.
The light sword pierced into the green wood, and pieces of the green wood's brilliance were annihilated. At the same time, the green wood crushed the light sword under the wooden wheel. Boundless brilliance soared into the sky, illuminating the surroundings. The green brilliance intertwined with the orange brilliance, flickering intensely. Similarly intense fluctuations and surging hurricanes were also born from the foot of the mountain. Even someone as strong as Qi Peng didn't expect that the attack just now would be so powerful. His arms trembled slightly, while protecting his body, he slowly retreated more than 10 feet. However, just as Qi Peng was about to activate the feather arrow technique again, Xiaohua's action stunned him again. Attack! Xiaohua's figure flew into the air with the force of this attack. He patted his hand and actually took out a mace that was twice as big as the one in front of Lian Xiaochao. He abandoned Qi Peng and unexpectedly swung it towards Lian Xiaocao's head. "Io, you're courting death." Lian Xiaochao was obviously caught unprepared.
When he saw that the wind from Xiaohua's mace had already rushed to his forehead, he finally came to his senses. He roared angrily and dragged the mace into the air in an extremely embarrassing manner.
However, this mace was not only a little crooked, but also a lot of mud splashed onto his face.
Bang! A sound that wasn't any weaker than the sound of the Kunlun mirror colliding with the arrow rang out.
The two huge spiked maces collided with each other. Even Xiao Cao's arm swayed a bit. Even the solid ice under his huge body had long shattered. What surprised Qi Peng the most was that Xiaohua's Kunlun mirror that blocked his feather arrow technique actually didn't put it into the storage bag. Instead, it quietly floated above Xiaohua's head. Although the mirror flashed a faint tricolored brilliance from time to time, there was no fluctuation of magic power. It was obviously condensed and not released, and was extremely vigilant against him.
This Xiaohua. What is he doing?
Qi Peng was somewhat confused. Could it be that he wants to fight 1 against 2, 1 against 3? Even if he's in the late stage of Jindan, he can't be so arrogant. However, Qi Peng didn't dare to be careless. The orange brilliance around his body flashed again. The wings that had already spread out several feet slowly expanded. Although he didn't go forward to attack Xiaohua with Lian Xiaochao, and just as he said before, only one of them was facing Xiaohua, he still revealed himself, and was always on guard against Xiaohua's counterattack. Valley Master Qi. When Gao Dazhuang saw Xiaohua first attack Qi Peng, then provoke Lian Xiaochao, his heart finally relaxed. The fear that suddenly appeared in his heart slowly disappeared. At this time when he saw Qi Peng on guard, he hurriedly shouted, "This Xiaohua is bluffing. Don't look at how arrogant he is. He's just looking for the weakest among us 3 to force us to make the first move. This guy will definitely escape after fighting with Lian Xiaochao for a while." Valley Master Qi, Please be prepared. At this time, Qi Peng's figure was already 50% illusory. His upper body was still in human form. When he heard Gao Dazhuang's words, a trace of understanding flashed in his eyes, but then his eyes flashed with displeasure. When Gao Dazhuang saw this, although Qi Peng didn't say anything, he immediately shut his mouth. He knew that his words had exposed some of Qi Peng's plans. It had the meaning of trying to be clever and making a fool of himself. Chapter 2743. Then Gao Dazhuang stole a glance at Xiao Hua, only to find that Xiao Hua was not paying attention to them at all. At this moment, Xiao Hua's movements were vigorous. His figure was like a gentle breeze, but the spiked club in his hand was like a thunderbolt. The rumbling sounds were like that of a real thunder god. With a wave of his arm, it was born. Lian Xiaoqiao was the cave master of Uni Cave and the leader of the giant tribe. His skills were naturally not comparable to ordinary giants. Not only did his arms have infinite strength, but he also had the secret staff technique of Uni Cave. This staff technique was unparalleled in the Huan country. Even against an illusory swordsman, Lian Xiaoqiao would not be at a disadvantage. However, in this short period of time, Lian Xiaoqiao had already clashed with Xiao Hua more than 10 times. Lian Xiaoqiao felt that Xiao Hua was almost like a hard stone wall. Every time the maces collided with each other, it would make his arms feel numb and he couldn't use his strength in an instant. This was a situation he had never encountered before. He knew in his heart that Xiao Hua's strength was definitely not inferior to his. In fact, Xiao Hua was even a little stronger than him. If he let Xiao Hua go crazy like this, he would only be at a disadvantage. The strength of his arms would become more and more slack. In the end, he would not be able to lift the mace. Roar! Lian Xiaoqiao roared. Under the fight with Xiao Hua, his body staggered a few steps. He took a deep breath and his whole body was suffused with a bronze luster. When Xiao Hua saw this, he sensed a kind of obscure fluctuation coming from Lian Xiaocao's body. He couldn't help but feel surprised. He had always thought that the giants relied on their physical strength and innate physical bodies to fight, but he didn't expect that they also practiced martial arts. Sure enough, as the luster flashed around Lian Xiaocao's body, not only did the strength of Lian Xiaocao's arms gradually increase, but the mace technique also changed. Good. Xiao Hua's eyebrows twitched and he was overjoyed. After shouting 3 times, he clapped his hands and the mace in his hand returned to the space. The wishful staff appeared. Woo! The wind whistled like an ear-piercing scream and greeted the mace. For a time, the entire nameless foothills were filled with the shadows of the staff. One of them was like a wave, while the other was like a tidal wave crashing against the shore. At first, the sounds of weapons clashing sounded like beans being fried in a hot pan. Crackling sounds rang out incessantly, but after the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the sounds of weapons clashing lessened, and could only be heard occasionally. However, this sound was extremely powerful. Although the sound did not disappear, Gao Dazhuang, who was watching from the side, trembled every time he heard the sound. His eyes flashed with hope. It seemed like it was because Xiao Hua had chosen Lian Xiaoqiao instead of him, Gao Dazhuang. Even Qi Peng, whose entire body had transformed into a giant rock that was hundreds of feet in size, was somewhat perplexed by the situation with his eyes that were as sharp as swords. Because in his opinion, although Lian Xiaocao's mace did not lose to Xiao Hua's wishful staff in terms of momentum, and even took the upper hand after Lian Xiaoqiao activated her secret technique, forcing Xiao Hua to fly around in the air to dodge. But now, Xiao Hua was still flying in the air like the wind, and Lian Xiaoqiao was like a reef standing in the tide. She could only try her best to wave her mace and stand there, not daring to move at will. This time, Xiao Hua was attacking her differently. Could it be Lian Xiaocao's plan to lure the enemy? Qi Peng secretly guessed. How can this Xiao Hua have such divine power? According to the defeated giant, Xiao Hua should not be Lian Xiaocao's opponent. Could it be that Xiao Hua's strength has improved again during this time? This is not possible. Strength is not magical power. Not good. Just when Qi Peng was pondering, he saw Xiao Hua's figure flashing strangely with the wishful staff. It was like an afterimage, but also like a clone. Lian Xiaoqiao was so scared that she turned her body sideways. The mace flashed slightly, and the huge wolf teeth flashed a cold light and hit Xiao Hua's side. However, after the sound of the mace's wind,
It hit nothing. Xiao Hua's wishful staff strangely came out from Lian Xiaocao's side and suddenly hit Lian Xiaocao's back. Roar! When Lian Xiaocao realized that the wishful staff was already close to her body, there was no way to avoid it. She could only roar and meet the wishful staff with her body. With a muffled sound, Lian Xiaocao's figure staggered, and the bronze luster on her back shone brightly. Ha! With Lian Xiaocao's failure, Xiao Hua's figure also appeared in the air. At this time, Xiao Hua's forehead was sweating, and his face was full of a fierce battle. He looked at Lian Xiaocao's back with amazement. At the place where the wishful staff hit, a fist-sized bulge quickly protruded. However, under the bronze luster it slowly fell. Although it was not as fast as the bulge, it was still visible to the naked eye. Xiao Hua's staff. He knew in his heart that although he did not use his full strength and hurriedly attacked from the flaw of Lian Xiaocao's mace, the power inside was also very strong. Even if it was the sword light of the illusory sword, he was confident that he could defeat it. Well, even Xiao Hua himself was not confident that he would not be injured after being hit. But he did not expect that Lian Xiaocao would be able to take it head-on without being injured. Damn it, this giant clan is really powerful. Xiao Hua was a little flabbergasted. Although the giant clan does not know how to fly, their strength is very strong. Her strength was truly formidable, and even Xiao Cao's staff technique was a bit strange. It seems that after every strike, there is a surplus of power. This surplus power is actually similar to my heavenly staff technique. It can be borrowed and used in the second strike. Even the surplus power of the second strike can be used again in the third strike. In this way, it is really a bit of a cycle. Although this young master staff can borrow power, it can only be used in between a few moves. It is far from Lian Xiaocao's trickle-like flow of water. This must be a secret technique of the giant clan. Xiao Hua was not in a hurry to fight with Lian Xiaocao. Instead, he narrowed his eyes and thought, should I get this secret technique? Unfortunately, at this time, high in the sky north of the foothills, buzz. Several rays of biting cold sword energy shot into the sky. Not only did the floating clouds in the sky shatter into pieces, but even the pale white sunlight changed color because of it. Wu, when Qi Peng spread his wings, the orange sword light suddenly surged, causing Qi Peng to involuntarily turn his head to look. When he looked at Xiao Hua again, the originally hidden sword energy in his body involuntarily became majestic. A kind of unconcealable sword energy was born in Xiao Hua's body. Damn it! Old Ghost Huashan is here. There are actually several of them. Xiao Hua turned pale with fright and hurriedly activated the Chongbai sect's secret technique to conceal the sword energy. His whole body rushed into the air as he thought to himself, this young master was previously impatient because of that dog fart Ji Peng and almost lost his confidence. Now that I met Lian Xiaocao, the fight was extremely carefree. This young master is already satisfied and won't play with you guys anymore. This young master is leaving. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua did not say anything else. His body turned into the wind and floated towards the south. My eyes. Did I see wrongly? Lian Xiaocao was somewhat stunned. Even when Xiao Hua flew over his head, he was still at a loss. Because Lian Xiaocao was facing the north, he had seen the sword intent that had transformed into a sword that soared into the sky. As for the brief moment that had appeared in Xiao Hua's body, the sword intent that had almost transformed into a sword had also been inadvertently seen by him. Even though he did not cultivate the flying sword, he had an extremely strong perception towards the sword intent that transformed into a sword in the sword domain. How could Lian Xiaocao not be shocked when he saw the sword intent that transformed into a sword from a Dao sect cultivator? He was really shocked to the point of losing his soul. Where do you think you're going? When Qi Peng's gaze came into contact with the sword energy in the distance, he immediately came to his senses and hurriedly scanned back with his divine sense. Sure enough, Xiao Hua was fleeing like a stray dog. How could he let this great enemy of the sword domain escape? With a furious roar, he spread his wings and a huge gust of wind surged from his wings. His entire body was faster than lightning as he chased after Xiao Hua's back. His claws, which were sharper than flying swords, flashed with sword light as they clawed at Xiao Hua's back. Xiao Hua did not want to expose his identity as nameless, and did not dare to control the heavenly lightning and attract the sword energy to chase after him. He only used the wind escape technique to escape.
He had only flown a few hundred feet when he suddenly felt a bone-piercing chill on his back. This great Peng is indeed powerful. This young master was wrong. Xiao Hua scanned with his divine sense and immediately knew that Qi Peng was chasing after him. Moreover, Qi Peng's flying speed was far faster than his wind escape technique. No wonder this guy is so confident. He is fighting with this young master alone. With this flying technique that far surpasses others, even the golden core of the Sky Patrol City's conference hall would not be able to escape from his hands. Xiao Hua raised his eyebrows. His figure was like a loach as he dodged the moment Qi Peng's claws were about to reach him. Then, as if he was unwilling to admit defeat, Xiao Hua blindly activated the wind escape technique, escaping and dodging at the same time. However, the great Peng was indeed incomparably powerful. With just a flap of its wings, it could easily cover a distance of more than 10 li. Moreover, the arrows on its wings and its sharp claws that were comparable to flying swords could easily attack Xiao Hua. For a short period of time, Xiao Hua was surrounded by danger several times and was almost hit by the sharp claws. Damn it, this young master forgot that this wind escape technique is Feng Buping's talent. That guy is just a bird, similar to this great Peng. This young master's wind escape technique is somewhat comparable to your Feng Buping's. How can I fight against this valley master of the Swarm of Owls Valley? Xiao Hua tried his best to avoid Qi Peng's claws as he thought in exasperation. Immediately, Xiao Hua clapped his hand and the yin-yang sword gourd appeared in his hand. He pointed his finger and said, "Quick!" Following the incantation, 2 rays of spirit-slaying yuan light rushed out from the mouth of the gourd and turned into a green and red brilliance that pounced on Qi Peng's left wing. Seeing Xiao Hua take out the sword gourd, the seemingly familiar yet strange sword light spurted out from the mouth of the gourd. The incomparable killing intent immediately covered Qi Peng. Before Qi Peng could cry out in horror, the 2 sword lights had already flown between Qi Peng's left wing. Chapter 2744. Qi Peng was scared out of his wits and hastily tried to retract his wings. However, how could he retract his wings that were dozens of meters long so easily? Qi Peng had only retracted his wings by a few feet when the green-red sword light wrapped around his left wing. With a swoosh sound, the green-red sword light circled around Qi Peng's left wing. 80% of his left wing was cut off by the execution spirit vital light. As the light flickered, it was suddenly annihilated. Blood sprayed out and orange feathers scattered all over the sky. Ah! Qi Peng cried out in pain. His entire body tilted and fell down. His other wing flapped with all its might as if it was trying to maintain its balance. He really didn't expect Xiao Hua's 2 sword lights to be so sharp that he couldn't resist at all. In a hurry, a dazzling light shot out from Qi Peng's right arm. It turned into an arrow and flew into the sky, as if it was sending out a distress signal. Humph! Xiao Hua's cold sweat sounded in the air. You don't need to worry. I won't take your life. Why? Qi Peng looked at Xiao Hua's figure that stopped in the air and asked in disbelief. You and Lien Xiaoqiao are the only worthy opponents I have met on the battlefield. Xiao Hua said indifferently. Just now, you all didn't just swarm me because I was alone and didn't bully me with numbers. Moreover, you also did the same in the battle just now. Although you boast that your Huan country's sword cultivators have such a bottom line, how can my Cultivation 3 countries not have a bottom line comparable to yours? Based on your previous open and above-board behavior, I won't take your lives today. However, you're right. Right now, we're in the middle of a battle and now we're resting. If you and I meet again that day, don't blame me for being ruthless and taking your life. As he spoke, Xiao Hua's figure suddenly fell down. Like a meteorite. He fell into the mountain peak 100 meters below and mysteriously disappeared. Hissed, terrifying phoenix. It really is a terrifying phoenix. Qi Peng was shocked and couldn't help but feel a strong lingering fear in his heart. He was very glad that when facing Xiao Hua's advantage, he didn't lose his principles and didn't choose to be utilitarian like Gao Dezhuang. It was this kind of perseverance that saved his life at this moment. In other words, it saved the lives of the 3 people. To have such a worthy opponent. Isn't it my pleasure? Even if I die at the hands of such an opponent, I have no regrets. Qi Peng's heart, like Ji Ye's heart, a hero's hero's hero. Following which, Qi Peng's figure slowly recovered.
The severed arm that had fallen in mid-air also flew to his side. Qi Peng opened his mouth and spat out an orange-yellow brilliance, which covered the severed arm. As the orange-yellow brilliance retracted, the severed arm also fell into Qi Peng's mouth. The brilliance around Qi Peng's body grew brighter and a strange, rock-like Dharma idol appeared on Qi Peng's back. With a long cry, the Dharma idol disappeared again. However, with just this cry, Qi Peng's originally yellow face instantly turned deathly pale, as if he had used up a lot of his heart's blood. When the long cry disappeared, an orange-yellow brilliance shot out from Qi Peng's severed arm. A feather-like object flashed out from the brilliance. Then, the brilliance retracted and the feather gradually trembled. Countless strands of blood appeared from the brilliance and quickly wrapped around the feather. After half a cup of tea's time, another orange-yellow arm grew out from Qi Peng's left shoulder.
Hee hee. Terrifying phoenix. Even if you pay attention to kill this Qi, you still don't have the strength to do so. Qi Peng faintly chuckled.
With a pat of his hand, he took out several medicinal pills from his storage bag and threw them into his mouth without even looking. The more I think about it, the more scared I am. Valley Master Qi should know that although my Huajian doesn't cultivate flying swords, I'm not unfamiliar with flying swords.
I'm even very sensitive to them.
My Huajian lineage hid in Huajian because we couldn't cultivate flying swords.
How could I be wrong about the Huajian sword intent?
Since Lien Xiaochao said so, he revealed everything. Since Xiaohua has Huajian's cultivation, could he be someone from the sword region? Hearing this, Qi Peng also understood Lien Xiaocao's fear. That's right, everyone in the sword region knew that when LV Ruochang entered the sword tomb, he was lured into the 10 Directions Annihilation Formation by a Huajian sword intent. Moreover, that sword intent also contained the sword energy of the Huajian sword sect. If this Xiaohua really had Huajian sword intent, then the matter of luring sword cultivators into the formation must have been done by him. How could a cultivator like Xiaohua be able to cultivate Huajian in the 3 kingdoms? He must have cultivated in the sword region, but since he cultivated in the sword region, then he must be one of the sword region's Huajian. Qi Peng even wanted to slap his head and say the name of a certain Huajian senior.
However, did Qi Peng dare?
The reason why Lien Xiaocao's face was pale seemed to be because of this. To be able to sneak into the sword region and cultivate Huajian, this Dao sect could not be said to be small. Although any Huajian couldn't destroy the Huajian Valley or Huajian Mountain Ridge, if they deliberately went against these 2 sects, even the many Huajian swords who came to the Lien Kingdom to participate in the war would have to think twice.
The more he thought, the paler Qi Peng's face became.
He didn't dare to imagine. If he reported this matter to the Huajian swords, what kind of situation would that be? Suspicion and jealousy would immediately become the mainstream among the Huajian swords. There was no need to fight this battle of swords anymore. The sword region had already lost.
Be careful with your words,
Qi Peng glanced at Lien Xiaochao, and there was an inexplicable meaning in their eyes. For a moment, the wind whistled in the foothills. The 2 of them didn't dare to say another word, as if they said half a word more, the whole battle situation would be reversed. After the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, an anxious voice sounded. Valley Master Qi, Valley Master Qi. From the distant mountain rocks, a tall and strong figure suddenly appeared. His face was also pale, and even had the same fear. As soon as he saw Qi Peng, he shouted loudly. Qi Peng frowned slightly and asked, Fellow swordsman Gao, did you catch up to Xiaohua? Although Gao Dazhuang was panicking, when he saw Qi Peng's frown, he immediately understood what Qi Peng was thinking. He hurriedly smiled and said, When I saw Valley Master Qi chasing after Xiaohua, I immediately used the earth escape technique to go in front of Xiaohua to block him. Who would have thought that before I could escape from the earth, I saw Xiaohua also escape into the mountain rocks. I won't hide it from Valley Master Qi, this fiend really scared me. I thought that he discovered my whereabouts, so I hid in the mountain rocks and didn't dare to move. Fortunately, that fiend didn't discover my whereabouts, but used the 5 elements escape technique. When Gao Dazhuang said this, the smile on his face didn't deepen. Instead, it slowly disappeared, and the heavy fear appeared in his eyes again.
Guess what did I see? What did you see? Qi Peng was shocked. He raised his eyes to look at Lien Xiaochao.
The 2 of them almost thought that Gao Dazhuang also saw the Huajian swordsmanship on Xiaohua's body. Who would have thought that Gao Dazhuang's words would make them even more shocked? Gao Mao hid for a while and saw that the fiend didn't notice Gao Mao.
Instead, he swaggered and used the 5 elements escape technique. Therefore, Gao Mao boldly followed behind him, wanting to see if there was a chance to kill him in the rocks. Gao Dazhuang continued, however, although that fiend's 5 elements escape technique isn't as wonderful as my cloud caves, it also has its own wonders. Although I could catch up, I couldn't get close. After he escaped for dozens of miles, he actually escaped from the mountain rocks again. At this point, Gao Dazhuang hesitated again.
He paused for a moment and continued. When I saw that fiend come out of the earth, I knew that I had already lost the chance to kill him.
I originally wanted to return to this place. But this Gao was truly unwilling to accept this, so I quietly left the soil. However, just as this Gao came out of the soil, I heard a burst of thunder coming from above this Gao's head. That Xiaohua actually rode on the thunder and rushed towards the south at a speed that this Gao couldn't see clearly. Chapter 27:45. That Xiaohua is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Being able to control lightning is nothing. Knowing that Gao Dazhuang didn't see Xiaohua's sword intent, Lian Xiaochao was relieved and said. However, Qi Peng suddenly realized and said anxiously, You said that Xiaohua's lightning escape technique was so fast that even you couldn't see it clearly?
Yes.
If it was a simple lightning escape technique, would I still be so scared? Gao Dazhuang's eyes flashed with pride. I can guarantee Valley Master Qi that this terrifying phoenix Xiaohua is that nameless from the Imperial Thunder Sect. How is that possible? Lian Xiaochao was the first to jump up. Nameless is a nascent soul cultivator. He has already returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect. At this point, Lian Xiaochao seemed to have thought of something and his face changed again. He looked at Qi Peng with a terrifying gaze. At this time, Qi Peng, who received Gao Dazhuang's news, was dumbstruck. He had the same thought as Lian Xiaochao.
Yes, if Xiaohua was nameless, then these two cultivators with completely different faces and images were actually the same person.
Then, Xiaohua, who possessed the sword transformation technique, could he transform into any sword transformation swordsman? Although the sword transformation technique might not be transformed, but since Xiaohua could transform into a face, how could he not transform into a sword transformation technique? This was too inconceivable and too terrifying, wasn't it? Facing such an opponent who had countless incarnations and whose strength was close to nascent soul and sword transformation realm, perhaps the entire sword catacomb was really destroyed by him. Even if there were tens of thousands of swordsmen in the sword domain, who could be his opponent? Think about it. This is a nascent soul cultivator. Gao Dazhuang was extremely lucky. Just now, he didn't kill us in one fell swoop. We are really lucky. Humph, how is that possible? Qi Peng said coldly. Don't you think that if that Xiaohua was nameless, how could he let us go? Besides, sword friend Lian fought with Xiaohua before. Why did he think that Xiaohua couldn't be a nascent soul cultivator? That's right. Lian Xiaochao, who had always been slow to react, immediately came to her senses and hurriedly said, If he is a nascent soul cultivator, how can he compete with me in terms of battle strength? You'll be able to kill us with just one spell, right? How can you be so sure that Xiaohua is John Doe just by hearing about his lightning evasion? But, Gao Dazhuang was a little anxious. Whenever he heard the sound of thunder, he would think of the famous Wuming. But now that Xiaochao had mentioned it, he was a little uncertain. Sigh, fellow swordsman Gao, what you say makes sense, but it's too far-fetched. If we report this to the swordsmanship master without any basis, I'm afraid that the swordsmanship master will think that we're making this report out of fear or defeat. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Qi Peng thought for a moment and sighed. Why don't we discuss it first and find a reliable swordsman who can definitely handle the situation? Why don't we explain it in front of all the teachers first? That's right, that's how it should be. Gao Dazhuang didn't have any ideas and hurriedly clapped his hands and cheered. At this time, in the north, dozens of swordsmen were flying over on their swords. There were 3rd-grade illusory swords and 6th-grade bright swords. They were all attracted by Qi Peng's previous distress signal. Let's go. Qi Peng sighed for no reason. He was just passing by with Gao Dazhuang and Lian Xiaochao. To think that they would encounter such a plot by the Taoist sect. He definitely had to report this matter. However, how to report it and who to report it to was another problem. Xiao Hua, who was flying on lightning, was in an extremely good mood. Although the battle with Lien Xiaoqiao had consumed his strength, it had also lessened the gloominess in his heart.
The power of the spirit-slaying vital light once again proved that he still had the strength to kill third-grade illusory swords, and was not as powerless as he was in the blood-drop paradise. Perhaps only by fighting can I really increase my strength.
At this time, Xiao Hua also somewhat believed the purpose of Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao's participation in the battle. Xiao Hua was refreshed, but he didn't expect that he would so easily reveal his flaws in front of Qi Peng, Lien Xiaoqiao, and Gao Dezhuang, giving the mysterious John Doe a weakness that could be used against him. Although this weakness was still a little fake, a weakness was still a weakness. As long as some people saw it, it would eventually become the truth. However, this was not the most serious thing. After all, these were the suspicions of the swordsmen of the Huan Kingdom. Even if they knew that Xiao Hua was John Doe, it would only increase the horror and add a thick stroke to the already famous name of the terrifying phoenix. Compared to these, what happened in Sky Patrol City at this time was enough to knock Xiao Hua down to the mortal world and kill him by a yuanying stage cultivator. In Sky Patrol City, in the City Lord's mansion, immortal Xueqi's face had a trace of coldness. He was sitting on a futon, and Feng Lengbai and Jin Kang were still standing respectfully in front of him. As usual, the two golden elixir disciples kept their mouths shut and their eyes were fixed on the ground. They didn't dare to raise their heads at all. This was because they knew that although immortal Xueqi looked calm on the surface, his heart was already in turmoil. If they said something wrong, they were afraid that they would immediately bring about an unexpected disaster. Humph. After an unknown period of time, immortal Xueqi snorted coldly, scaring Jin Kang and Feng Lengbai. The two looked at each other and knew that they couldn't ignore it. They hurriedly bowed and asked, "City Lord, you? Why are you doing this? Didn't you hold a banquet in the City Lord's mansion to invite the yuanying stage masters from various sects?" During the banquet, the master spoke highly of Sky Patrol City.
Why? Why is the City Lord so angry after returning to the mansion?
Humph, a group of ignorant people. You've gone too far in bullying Sky Patrol City. As Daoist Xueqi let out an angry roar, he slammed his palm into the air. There was a whistling sound as if there was a hurricane. Then there was a loud bang and the air suddenly exploded. Countless airwaves spread out in all directions. Golden Core disciples like Jin Kang and Feng Lengbai couldn't stand still in the airwaves. They had to take a few steps back before they were able to stand still with great difficulty. However, at this time, the two of them were relieved. After all, immortal Xueqi was angry and pointed out the source of his anger. They should be fine. Sure enough, they heard immortal Xueqi say angrily, "I held a banquet in the City Lord's mansion to entertain them. They really think that they are the masters of Sky Patrol City." Lengbai, tell me, how much did Sky Patrol City invest in this battle? How many disciples did we lose? In the face of immortal Xueqi's sudden question, Feng Lengbai was stunned. However, he immediately replied, reporting to the City Lord, Sky Patrol City's direct and indirect losses were huge. Not to mention the spiritual stones. A few spiritual stone veins were taken away by sword cultivators. Even if they were taken back, the spiritual stones inside were long gone and have been abandoned. The spiritual stones should be in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. What I can say is the loss of disciples in Sky Patrol City. Feng Langbi said bitterly, in the past 10 years, our Sky Patrol City has lost 138,096 disciples. Among them, the Golden Elixir disciples. Before Feng Lengbai could finish, immortal Xueqi was furious again when he heard the shocking number. Humph. How many disciples does Sky Patrol City have in total? So many died in a battle of Dao cultivators. And what does this mean in the eyes of those ignorant people? Sky Patrol City stands in the north of the country of Shi and is the vanguard of Shi Dao sect. Sky Patrol City's actions are the example of Dao sect. We should learn from the three kingdoms of cultivation. This old man feels that your words are truly laughable. Is my Sky Patrol City worthy of such praise? Immortal Xueqi said angrily. In addition to this sentence, all the nascent soul cultivators at the banquet were praising one another. One said that this battle was outstanding, and one said that another sect's disciple was brave. What do they take Sky Patrol City for? Feng Lengbai and Jin Kang lowered their heads. The corners of their eyes twitched slightly. They could hear that it was Sun Yunzi of Shanghua sect who said that Sky Patrol City was only a chess piece of Shanghua sect,
a fortress. The condescending praise made them unhappy.
Look at Imperial Thunder Sect. Isn't that golden core disciple called Qian Mo self-destructing? They actually said that he was extremely loyal and brave. His schemes are unparalleled in the world. At the mention of the Imperial Thunder Sect, Xueqi became even angrier. The Imperial Thunder Sect set up such a great formation in the sword domain. It's the 10-direction annihilation formation, but they didn't even greet me. Who are they guarding against?
They are guarding against me. They are guarding against my Sky Patrol City. My Sky Patrol City's GMO also fell in the Sword Catacomb battle.
Did anyone mention it?
Furthermore,
what does that bullshit Qian Mo know?
No one paid attention to him in the conference hall.
He only made jokes that would make people laugh. What does he know about formations?
Wasn't the formation of the Sword Catacomb thought of by Tu Hong of my Sky Patrol City?
Poof.
There was another explosion in the void, scaring Jin Kang and Feng Lang into shrinking their necks again. Needless to say, Xueyi's Taoist master mentioned Tu Hong and Xiao Hua again. Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect assassinated my Jin Dan stage disciple for his own selfish reasons and even usurped my Sky Patrol City's merit points. Imperial Thunder Sect, they are really shameless. No wonder Chen Lei didn't dare to come to Sky Patrol City. No wonder Dui Jie didn't dare to enter my Sky Patrol City. They are all up to something. When he heard up to here, Feng Lengbai forcefully restrained his panic and said in a low voice, "City Governor, actually, during the banquet earlier, you should have directly exposed the thunder-controlling sect's hypocritical ghost face and asked Xiao Hua to come out and confront him."
"Humph, what do you know?"
Immortal Xueyi snorted. "Imperial Thunder Sect must be targeting my Sky Patrol City. They must want to expand their power in the northern part of the country of Xi.
How can they leave any loopholes?
Even if I say it in front of them, Chen Lei is not here.
Will Immortal Me you admit it? Didn't you see that crazy genius?
Damn it, he just stepped into the nascent soul realm, but his nose is already on the top of his head.
Can he answer me?
If I say it, it will be enough to make me lose face."
Actually, City Lord, you don't have to do this.
You just need to use the name of rewarding merits to send Xiao Hua to Sky Patrol City. Jin Kang saw that Feng Lengbai had opened his mouth and he couldn't just stand there, so he quickly added,
"Do you think I don't want to say it?"
Immortal Xueyi squinted at the two of them and seemed to vent his anger a little. He said, "When I just opened my mouth, Kuang Tian praised the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples for their bravery. It seemed that except for the Imperial Thunder Sect, the disciples of other sects were just a mob. He even asked me about Xiao Hua's whereabouts. It was as if Xiao Hua's delay in coming to Sky Patrol City was the responsibility of Sky Patrol City." "Yes, we also heard it," Jin Kang hurriedly said. Immortal He Ping of the Utopia faction praised Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Hua very much. He also said that the three of them would be the rising stars of the three kingdoms of cultivation in the future. In the next sword battle, the three of them would be on duty in the conference hall. Indeed, Feng Lengbai also said. Immortal Yi Xian and Fairy Jie Qiong of the Xuanyan school even said that Xiao Mao was 100 times better than Li Zongbao. If it weren't for Immortal He Ping's excellent bearing, He Ping is the head of the Utopia faction. How could he lower himself to their level? Immortal Xueyu curled his lips and said, "Fairy Ying Zhua of the Xuanyan school has always been a female cultivator who is not afraid of trouble. She has always liked to join in the fun. I don't know why she suddenly went into seclusion this time. Is she really going to break through?"
Chapter 2746.
"I don't think so," Feng Lengbai said hurriedly. "Fairy Yingzhua is already a cultivator in the late stage of the nascent soul realm. Her cultivation is even lower than that of Sun Yunzi of the Shanghua sect and Lu Enai Zhenren of the Qiqiao sect. How could she reach the soul formation realm when the two seniors didn't do anything?
Could it be that Senior Yingzhua has some scruples like Qian Lei?
Jin Kang glanced at Master Xue and asked in a low voice.
"Maybe."
Master Xue waved his hand impatiently. "Lengbai, those gold core cultivators in the conference hall made such a big move and you didn't know anything about it." With a plop, Feng Lengbai's face turned as white as snow. He hurriedly knelt on the ground and begged, "City Lord, this is all my fault. My arrangements were wrong and delayed City Lord's plan. Get up."
Master Xue said coldly, "You're also a gold core cultivator. There's no reason for you to kneel. This subordinate.
Fong Lengbai still didn't dare to get up, and said in a low voice, "This subordinate is the City Lord's subordinate, and also stepped into the Golden Core realm under the City Lord's guidance. This subordinate naturally wouldn't kneel to anyone else, but it's only right for this subordinate to kneel to the City Lord."
Humph, get up. Master Xue sneered. You didn't make much contribution in this battle, but you made a lot of mistakes. However, you've been working hard for my Sky Patrol City. Even if you don't have any merits, you've still worked hard. Think about how you'll be punished after the battle and report to me.
Yes, I know.
I'll definitely do my best for the Sky Patrol City. Fong Lengbai didn't dare to kneel anymore.
He hurriedly got up, wiped the sweat on his forehead and said in a low voice,
Please punish yourself too. Jean Kang, who was next to him, hurriedly said, What this subordinate has done is not as much as others, so there are fewer mistakes, but I have neither merit nor fault. Please punish me, City Lord. Humph, you're the same as Lengbai. We'll talk about it after the battle. Master Xue's face turned ugly, but there was no anger in his eyes. Besides, what about Wu Ming from the thunder-controlling sect? However, Sage Xue Yu's casual question startled Fong Lengbai.
He quickly smiled and said, I only know that Nameless appeared in the Seven Extremes Ridge once and then appeared in the Sword Catacomb.
As for who he is, I don't know. This person's cultivation is amazing. He can actually conceive a baby in the sword tomb. This really surprises this old man. Xueyu spiritual master didn't blame Fong Lengbai this time.
He said lightly, It would be strange if you found out about such a mysterious person. Then, he laughed at himself and said, It's not just you.
Even the current thunder-controlling sect is having a headache because they don't know which Thunder Palace this Wu Ming is from. Facing Sun Yunzi and Reverend Lu Su's questions, Reverend Miyu doesn't even know how to answer. Actually, Fong Lang hesitated and said in a low voice, In my opinion, the thunder-controlling sect might know who Wu Ming is. What do you think? Xueyu asked, slightly taken aback. City Lord, think about it. Is it easier to dodge a spear in the open or an arrow in the dark?
Fong Lengbai didn't dare to say more.
Good. Xueyu spiritual master immediately understood. He clapped his hands and said, Lung, you're really smart. The thunder-controlling sect only has so many late-stage gold core disciples. How could they not know who Wu Ming is? Their spiritual master Quangtian has just advanced to the nascent soul realm and has been targeted by the Shanghua sect, Xuanyan school, and Qiqiao sect. This Wu Ming. I'm afraid he didn't want to attract the attention of the three sects, so he came to my Sky Patrol City to find a chance to conceive a baby. But it just so happened that it caused such a big sensation. It's hard for Wu Ming not to be famous. Not to mention my Sky Patrol City, the Shanghua sect and the other two sects must have sent more people to find Wu Ming. Under such circumstances, would the thunder-controlling sect dare to expose Wu Ming's background?
Yes, you're right, City Lord.
Fong Lengbai hurriedly smiled. I just thought that Wu Ming wanted to hide his cultivation and didn't want others to know.
I didn't think that City Lord had thought so thoroughly and so much.
City Lord. Jean King didn't dare to say much so that Fong Lengbai could perform more.
But when he heard this, his face suddenly changed and he hurriedly said,
I suddenly have an idea. I don't know if I should say it. Say it. Xueyu spiritual master waved his hand.
What can't you say in the City Lord's mansion?
This subordinate also suddenly had a thought, that Wu Ming, is he Xiaohua? These words were like a bolt of lightning that flashed across the entire mansion. Xueyu and Fong Lengbai were both startled, especially Fong Lengbai. He excitedly said, That's right, Lord City Lord, it really is possible. Only Xiaohua, who is nameless and possesses strength at the peak of the late Jindan stage, is able to assassinate junior brother Tu Hong, kill Qin Jian, and establish such a meritorious service. Xueyu spiritual master's eyes flashed with surprise and then disappeared. He looked at the excited Fong Lengbai and shook his head. I'm afraid it's not right.
Why? Fong Lengbai didn't understand.
Haha, it's simple. That Wu Ming is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect of unknown origin to us. Of course, in the Imperial Thunder sect, it's impossible for him to be unknown. Xueyu spiritual master said with a smile. And Xiaohua.
is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect of the Imperial Thunder Sect. No matter how high his cultivation is, it's impossible for him to surpass the mid-stage gold core realm. Fong Lengbai was still frowning and said in confusion, the sword transformation sword intent in the sword catacomb, the dragon's roar before the sword catacomb disappeared, and the celestial phenomenon when Wu Ming was pregnant was different from that of ordinary cultivators.
What's the connection?
Although Wu Ming himself said that the disappearance of the sword catacomb had nothing to do with him, it doesn't mean that it has nothing to do with him.
Humph, I was the one who said that the disappearance of the sword catacomb had nothing to do with me. Xueqi spiritual master sneered, but if I said that, wouldn't I become the laughingstock of the world?
Yes, I also think that even if Wu Ming is a nascent soul realm cultivator, it has nothing to do with the disappearance of the sword catacomb.
Jin Kang nodded. And it has nothing to do with the sword transformation sword intent. It should have something to do with the dragon's roar. The dragon's roar. Where did it come from?
Xueqi spiritual master was really puzzled. My Dawn Rain continent has never had such a high-level demonic beast.
Lengbai, how's your investigation?
Fong Lengbai's forehead was covered in sweat again, and he hurriedly said, I've sent many disciples to the sword catacomb, but they didn't find anything special. The fierce wind when the sword catacomb disappeared destroyed all the traces, leaving nothing behind.
Yes, and 20 years ago, someone reported that many cultivators went missing in the sword catacomb? Xueqi spiritual master asked again.
Fong Lengbai was slightly stunned, and then he smiled bitterly. Every year, many cultivators die in the sword catacomb. I've sent people to investigate the matter 20 years ago, but first, those cultivators were mostly rogue cultivators, and second, the cultivators' realms were low, at most in the late stage of foundation establishment.
Weren't they seeking death by entering the sword catacomb?
This matter has nothing to do with my Sky Patrol city, and I didn't find anything, so I stopped. Xueqi spiritual master seemed to ask casually, and then he looked outside the palace door, as if thinking about something. Fong Lengbai let out a long sigh of relief, and looked at Jin Kang, who was also very cautious, and felt that his back was wet.
Actually,
after a long time, Xueqi spiritual master's faint voice sounded from his mouth. I'm angry today, not because of your mistakes, and not because of the heavy losses of my Sky Patrol city. When Fong Lengbai and Jin Kang heard this, they couldn't help but be stunned, and looked at each other in shock. Their eyes were filled with deep vigilance. After the banquet, Sun Yunzi of the Xianghua sect said a few words to me. Xueqi spiritual master seemed to be speaking calmly, but his tone was heavy and filled with unwillingness. Fong Lengbai and Jin Kang knew that this was definitely not the time for them to ask questions, so they closed their mouths and quietly waited for Xueqi spiritual master to explain. Now, the Great War of Daowen's sword has come to an end. The sword cultivators attacked our 3 cultivation countries en masse, and a large area of the Ripple country fell into their hands. Looking at the war over the past 10 years, this sword cultivator Lu Ruochang is truly amazing. His control of all the formations can be described as flawless, unpredictable, and so on. At this point, Master Xueqi paused for a moment.
Chapter 2747.
Fong Lengbai and the others nodded as they listened.
That was right. The sword cultivator's plan was perfect in this battle. It was simply flawless.
Not to mention the golden core cultivators in the conference hall. Even if they were to face LV Ruochang, they would not be able to escape the fate of being defeated. Master Xueqi paused for a moment and said, in the beginning, when they attacked the territory, we thought that the sword cultivators were training their disciples like before. Then, when they attacked the Spirit Stone mine, we thought that they wanted to snatch the Spirit Stones. Finally, when they set up the formation in the sword catacomb, we thought that they wanted to kill our disciples. However, no one expected LV Ruochang to come up with a plan that revealed their ultimate goal. They wanted to occupy the land of the Lien Kingdom. Throughout the 10 Years' War, LV Ruochang led the Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall by the nose. Compared to her, the Golden Core cultivators in the meeting hall were simply a group of Jurassic beasts.
I don't know how this little girl planned it. Even I can't figure out what she's thinking.
Master Xueqi sighed.
There's no if.
Tu Hong was assassinated by Xiaohua, which destroyed the foundation of our sect. It would be strange if we didn't lose the war.
Jin Kang and Fong Lengbai were puzzled when they heard that Master Xueqi was talking about the war and seemed to have nothing to do with Sun Yunzi. They thought about it as they listened, but they did not expect Master Xueqi to say anything. Now that the sword cultivators of the Huan Kingdom have retreated from the Sky Patrol City and went around the sword catacomb to the Lian Kingdom, our Sky Patrol City is no longer a stronghold. If the meeting hall is set up in our Sky Patrol City, it will be disadvantageous for the war. Master Xueqi finally said. Sun Yunzi has already discussed with the sect leaders of the other two kingdoms to move the meeting hall to the Lian Kingdom. What? The meeting hall is being moved from our Sky Patrol City? Fong Lengbai and Jin Kang were shocked. This was something they had never thought of. It seemed that the meeting hall had been set up in the Sky Patrol City since the beginning of the Taoist Sword War. Although the meeting hall was the core of the sect's war command, the Sky Patrol City had already treated the meeting hall as part of its territory. They had never heard of the meeting hall being moved from the Sky Patrol City. How can this be? Jin Kang was at a loss for words. How can the meeting hall be removed from my Sky Patrol City? When the birds are gone, the bow is put away. When the cunning rabbit is dead, the hound is cooked. Fong Lengbai sneered. Although the great battle has yet to end, the nascent soul cultivators of the various sects have all gathered. Even if Huashan's sword has the power to reach the heavens, I'm afraid that he will not be able to reverse the outcome of the great battle of Dao and sword. In any case, they had collected enough energy stones and trained their own disciples. With 1 million energy stones, these iron-blooded disciples would be able to fight against soul cultivators in Meng Mountains. The wishes of those who transformed into swords had been fulfilled. What else was there to say? As long as the confrontation lasted for a year and a half, Hua Jian would gain face and everything would be over. The sword cultivators would then return to Han country. These nascent soul cultivators had also contributed greatly. But what about the contributions of my Sky Patrol City? I'm afraid that with the departure of the meeting hall, the lives of the 180,000 disciples of Sky Patrol City will be lost. Damn it! Despicable! How hateful! Jin Kang came to his senses and said hatefully, the various sects of the 3 kingdoms of cultivation, what do they take my Sky Patrol City for? What? Nothing at all. Fong Lengbai sneered. What 9 great cities? What 10 great cities? They're just pawns in their eyes. They're just a bunch of wild foxes. Speaking of this, Fong Lengbai's face showed a hint of interest. He clapped his hand and took out a jade slip. He handed it to Immortal Xueqi respectfully and said, Didn't the city lord ask me to pay attention to the news of the Heavenly Demon Sect? It turns out that the Heavenly Demon Sect is so mysterious that it's really difficult for me to find their whereabouts. Now the Heavenly Demon Sect has established a sect in Xi country, Meng country, and Lian country at the same time. This is really a slap in the face for those self-proclaimed orthodox cultivators. Is that so? When did this happen? Immortal Xueqi was also stunned. He waved his hand and the jade slip flew into his hand. He then checked it with his divine sense. I just received the news. Fong Lengbai said in a low voice, according to the disciple who sent the message, it happened in the past 10 days or so. My Sky Patrol City is still not as good as those cultivators. A strange look flashed across Immortal Xueqi's eyes. Sun Yunzi and the others are probably worried that the Heavenly Demon Sect will cause trouble behind their backs. That's why they moved the command center to Lian country. That must be it. They probably just received the news and changed their plans. They haven't even decided where to put the meeting hall. Qing Fengmin? Is that the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect? How come I've never heard of him? Immortal Xueqi said with a smile, if I knew what kind of immortal this Qing Fengmin is, I would really want to befriend him and drink with him. This kind of real demon is much more adorable than the sanctimonious cultivators of the Dao sect. All right, I'll let the city lord know. Fong Lengbai said with a smile. This Qing Fengmin was originally a rogue cultivator organization, one of the founders of the Heavenly Forsaken. This Heavenly Forsaken has a great reputation among the low-level cultivators of the 3 countries of cultivation. It's said that they can provide any cultivation technique below the 7th level of qi refining. Many rogue cultivators joined, and their numbers were quite large. However, it seems that several decades ago, this Heavenly Forsaken suddenly disappeared. This Qing Fengmin, and the founder named Luo Jusin, were all killed. Furthermore, Some sects even sent out information that this heavenly Forsaken was a tool used by Qing Fengmin and Luo Jiasun to suck the flesh and blood of cultivators. Who knew? This Qing Fengmin didn't die. He even established a sect and became the sect leader of the Heavenly Demon Sect? It's really strange. Humph. Without waiting for Fang Lengbai to finish, Immortal Xueqi sneered. What's so strange about it? The truth is definitely different from what the cultivator sect said. I'm almost certain that this Heavenly Forsaken must have touched the interests of some cultivator sections. That's why he was killed by those sections. It's fine if they killed him, but they even labeled him as a demon's flesh and blood food. But now, he had really cultivated the Devil Dao and established his own sect. Those cultivator sects that attacked him are probably sitting on pins and needles now. This Qing Fengmin is really amazing. Jin Kang said with admiration. He actually took advantage of the time when the nascent soul cultivators from various sects came to our Sky Patrol city and established a sect during the Sword Dao War, so that the other sects were too busy to deal with the Heavenly Demon sect. Not only that, Fang Lengbai said again, this Heavenly Demon sect destroyed several aristocratic families in the state of Shi, the state of Lian, and the state of Meng, and even 2 cultivator sections. At the same time they established sects in the 3 countries. Even the disciples of our Sky Patrol city couldn't find these 3 places. Which one is the real Heavenly Demon sect? A cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Qing Fengmin is really smart. Jin King nodded. Immortal Xueqi sneered. You're all wrong. From what I see, these 3 places are the real Heavenly Demon sect. Or maybe these 3 places aren't the real Heavenly Demon sect. If these 3 places are fake, I can understand. But if these 3 places were all real, then, how powerful will this Heavenly Demon sect be? Jin Kang and Fang Lengbai looked at each other in shock. Lengbai, didn't you just say it? This Qing Fengmin is the founder of Heaven Forsaken, and Heaven Forsaken is mainly made up of rogue cultivators and low-level cultivators. How many low-level cultivators are there on the Dawn Rain continent? Think about it, this Heavenly Demon sect must be based on Heaven Forsaken, so how many disciples can it have? Immortal Xueqi explained, however, the longevity of a sect doesn't only depend on its disciples, cultivation techniques, spirit stones, and other factors. It also depends on its high-level disciples. If it weren't for me, how could this Sky Patrol city still be called a Sky Patrol city? Even if I'm here, aren't they still bullied by other cultivator sects? If this Heavenly Demon sect doesn't have a nascent soul cultivator, I'm afraid it won't last long. I'm afraid it's just a flash in the pan. I'm afraid it'll only become the laughingstock of the Dawn Rain continent's cultivators. Immortal Xueqi said, I'm afraid 3 times in a row, which showed his anticipation for this Heavenly Demon sect. He was looking forward to this sect, which was mainly made up of devil cultivators, being able to stand firmly in the 3 countries of cultivation. City Lord, let's not talk about this Heavenly Demon sect, whose background we don't know first. Fang Lengbai sighed. Now that our Sky Patrol city doesn't have the barrier of the Sword Tomb, we have to face the sword cultivators directly. The meeting hall is moving to the Lian country, so won't our Sky Patrol city be exposed to the sword cultivators' attacks? If the sword cultivator army besieges our Sky Patrol city, it'll be a troublesome matter. Haha, Lengbai, you worry too much. Immortal Xueqi laughed. Our Sky Patrol city has been besieged by the sword cultivator army before, but every time, the sword cultivators returned in defeat. Every time, there were even swordsmen who died in our Sky Patrol city's formation. How would they dare to target our Sky Patrol city? Moreover, the Sky Patrol city is extremely cold, and it's not much different from the Hun country. Why would the sword cultivators want to target our Sky Patrol city? Why would they give up the Lian country's good territory and come looking for trouble with our Sky Patrol city? City Lord, you're right. However, we have to be on our guard. Jin Kang said respectfully, since our Sky Patrol city won't be participating in the upcoming sword battle, we can concentrate on management. At this point, Immortal Xueqi, who had calmed down, was suddenly startled. Then, he stood up from the futon in surprise and rushed out of the main hall without listening to Jin Kang's words. City Lord, this is... Jin King stopped and looked at Fang Lengbai. I'm afraid something happened in the Sky Patrol city again. Fang Lengbai said in a low voice. It can't be. Jin Kang shook his head. A group of nascent soul cultivators gathered in the Sky Patrol city. Which blind cultivator or swordsman would dare to cause trouble in the Sky Patrol city? Just as they were talking, they heard a hearty laugh outside the main hall. It was the depressed immortal Xueqi, Brother Du Yi. I haven't seen you for many years. I didn't expect you to reach the peak of the middle stage nascent soul realm in just a few decades. You're just one step away from the late stage nascent soul realm. I'm really envious. Chapter 2748. Immortal Du Yi? When Fong Lengbai and Jin Kang heard this, their eyes lit up. They knew that Immortal Du Yi was a good friend of Immortal Music Sex Immortal Xueqi before she was pregnant. Immortal Du Yi was one of the reasons why Immortal Xueqi could take over Sky Patrol City. In the early years, Fong Lengbai and Jin Kang had seen how Immortal Xueqi treated Immortal Du Yi with great hospitality. In the blink of an eye, 70 to 80 years had passed. They never thought that Immortal Du Yi would come to Sky Patrol City during the sword battle. The two of them did not dare to neglect. They hurriedly tidied up their clothes and walked to the door of the hall. They stood respectfully to welcome Immortal Du Yi. Fong Lengbai and Jin Kang smiled when they saw a tall middle-aged man wearing a bamboo green robe walk into the hall in front of Taoist Master Xueqi. They bowed and said, "Juniors greet Senior Du Yi." Not only was the middle-aged man tall, but his face and limbs were also bulky. There was even a beard on his slightly tanned face. The beard was so thick that it exposed his flesh and stood upright on his face, making him look extremely ferocious. Even though he was smiling at this moment, it still struck fear into the hearts of those around him. "You can all get up." Immortal Du Yi shouted with a loud voice. "I haven't seen you for a few days, and you're already at the middle stage of Gold Core. It seems that you're pregnant." "We don't dare." Jin Kang and Fong Lengbai knew that Immortal Du Yi was not as fierce as he looked. They smiled and said, "Compared to Senior, our progress is really insignificant." "Haha, where did this morning rain continent have a magus? You should go to the ancient times to find a great magus." Immortal Du Yi laughed and walked into the hall. "Brother Du Yi, please take a seat." Immortal Xueqi respectfully asked Immortal Du Yi to sit on his futon. "Forget it. I'm not destined to sit on that seat," Immortal Du Yi said. He clapped his hands and took out a jade chair. He placed it in the hall and sat down. "Haha, Brother Du Yi is still free and easy. I'm really envious," Immortal Xueqi said intimately. His face was full of envy. He waved his hand and said, "Lengbai, get me a jade chair and a table." "Yes, I understand." Fong Lengbai knew that Taoist Master Xueqi did not have such items in his storage pouch. He quickly walked forward and took out the items from his own storage pouch. "Jin King, don't be idle. Take a look and see if there are any precious spirit fruits in the residence." Perfected Xueqi sat down with Perfected Du Yi and waved his hand to instruct Jin Kang. "Yes, subordinate will go and look for it." Jin Kang did not dare to neglect and hurriedly went. Xueqi Sage smiled and said, "I've never been good at these things. Although there are many spiritual fruits in Sky Patrol City, I've never paid much attention to them. I'm sorry to have embarrassed myself in front of you." "Ha, you flatter me, you flatter me. Your heart is as calm as a mirror, and you're not affected by external things. Only then can you make further progress. I envy you too." Immortal Du Yi laughed heartily. "Fellow Taoist, you must be joking." Xueqi Perfected Being was still polite. "I'm not as calm as a mirror. I'm just worried about Sky Patrol City. How could I be in the mood to think about other things? How's the Sword Dao battle going?" Perfected Du Yi could not help but ask when he heard Perfected Xueqi mention the Sky Patrol City. "Let's not talk about it." Perfected Xueqi waved his hand and said, "These are all mundane affairs. If you mention it, you'll disturb the joy of our reunion. Come, this is the Winding Silk Wine of the Utopia faction. It was given to me by Perfected He Ping. Please have a taste." "Oh? Perfected He Ping came to Sky Patrol City personally? It seems the Sword Dao battle is coming to an end." Perfected Du Yi raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Alas, yes. Hurry up and end it. If it doesn't end soon, Sky Patrol City can't take it anymore." Perfected Xueqi poured wine for Perfected Du Yi. They both raised their cups and took a sip. Perfected Du Yi sighed and said, "It's really the Winding Silk Wine. It's as if hundreds of sorrows have welled up in my heart and I can't fall asleep." As he spoke,
He poured himself a cup and downed it in one gulp without Master Xueyu's help.
Why are you doing this? Perfected Xueyu was puzzled.
He poured a cup of wine for himself and asked slowly.
I'm here today. For something.
Perfected Du Yi said with a wry smile.
What do you need me to do? Please give me your orders. I will do my best.
Xueyu's lips curled up as he spoke in a very natural manner.
If you can do it, why should I be worried?
Perfected Du Yi said with a smile.
To think that it's something that even Taoist brother is worried about. I'm curious. Perfected Xueyu poured wine for Perfected Du Yi again.
He glanced at Fong Lengbai and said with a smile. City Governor, I'll go and urge senior brother Jean.
Fong Lengbai said immediately. Before Perfected Xueyu could say anything, Perfected Du Yi waved his hand and said, You don't have to leave. Maybe I'll ask you something.
Yes, I know. Fong Lengbai was stunned and stopped in a hurry.
Xueyu, tell me about the situation of the Sword Dao battle. Perfected Du Yi took a sip of wine and said, Which nascent soul cultivator from each sect came to Sky Patrol City? Yes, Perfected Xueyu didn't know what Perfected Du Yi wanted, but he didn't hide it. He told him about the battle and said, It's a bit strange this year. Other than the sects on duty at the conference hall, many other sect masters didn't come. There were even some early-stage nascent soul cultivators like me.
Who are they?
Perfected Du Yi asked as if he really didn't know. Perfected Xueyu thought for a moment and said, Most of the nascent soul cultivators from the country of Shi came. They are Sun Yunzi from Shanghua sect, Perfected Yi Xian and Fairy Zheqiong from Xuanyan sect, Perfected Lu Ming from Qiqiao sect, Perfected Red Arm and Fairy Yun from Huanhua sect, Perfected Mi Yu and Perfected Quangtian from Imperial Thunder sect, Hua Zhishan, Hua Yaishui and Hua Paikong from Ardent Fire Mountain, Perfected Zhua Ming and Xian Yunzi from Blue Li sect, Perfected Qing Yan and Perfected Lao Yun from Mozong Mountain. TSK. Although Ingzhua Fairy from Xuanyan sect and Qian Lazy from Imperial Thunder sect didn't come, they sent out 2 nascent soul cultivators at once. That's a total of 15 nascent soul cultivators from the country of Shi. What's more, I've never heard of Perfected Quangtian from the Imperial Thunder sect. It seems that the Imperial Thunder sect also sent out all their elites.
That's right.
Perfected Xueyu smiled and said, Compared to the country of Shi, the country of Lian has fewer nascent soul cultivators.
Who are they?
Perfected He Ping from Utopia sect, Perfected Pin Xian from Xiantian sect, Xian Jing and Sha Kongzi from Kunlun sect, Perfected Dao Ming from Nanming sect and Mo Qingzi from Rocky Border sect.
Oh, why are there so few?
Perfected Du Yi was slightly surprised. Not even half of the country of Shi? Actually, Perfected He Ping from Utopia sect didn't seem to want to come. Originally, he sent 2 nascent soul cultivators to come in his place. However, I heard that Sun Yunzi from Shanghua sect personally sent a message saying that Utopia sect had made great contributions this time. If Perfected He Ping didn't come, the Utopia sect would be inferior in the war. Perfected He Ping couldn't refuse, so he came. Perfected Xueyu explained. What about Meng Kingdom? Perfected Yu Qing from Tai Qing sect, Yun Mingzi and Perfected Jing Ru from Chongbai sect, Jiang Mingzi from Immortal Ascension sect, Perfected Blue Feather from your sect, Bai Kongzi from Su Yen sect and Perfected Sweeping Dust from Chengyi sect. Perfected Xueyu smiled and said, The 7 cultivators just now also didn't even have half of the country of Shi. Haha, I didn't expect Blue Feather to come too. Perfected Du Yi smiled and said, I haven't seen him for many years. Perfected Xueyu's heart skipped a beat and he smiled and said, Of course you're free and unfettered. Accompanying your master to cultivate in the unworldly celestial mountain. Not to mention I'm envious. Even Perfected Blue Feather is eager to see you, right?
Not at all. Perfected Du Yi's eyes flashed with a trace of pride, but his face was indifferent.
He even waved his hand and said, Although I can serve my master and receive his guidance from time to time, I don't have to worry about the continent of Shi clan. But after all, we've lost contact with the various sects and clans of the Dawn Rain continent. Even the necessary training has been greatly reduced. Tisk. Perfected Xueyu smacked his lips and said enviously, Fellow Taoist, you should be content. Guarding a senior at the late stage of the spirit-severing stage, who is also your master, this kind of opportunity is not something that anyone can have. Late stage of the spirit-severing stage? Perfected Du-yi smiled slightly. Could it be that Senior Chan has made another breakthrough?
Perfected Xueqi was overjoyed again and said hurriedly, could it be that Senior has another enlightenment in the war decades ago? Haha.
Perfected Du-yi laughed and didn't explain.
He just pointed outside the hall and said, the battle of the Imperial Demon Valley has been over for a long time.
All the sects have recovered their vitality. Naturally, the teachers of my immortal music sect are no exception. Haha, I really have to congratulate Senior Chan.
Perfected Xueqi raised his cup and said, as far as I know, this is the first senior who participated in the battle of the Imperial Demon Valley to have a breakthrough. In just a few decades, my Morning Rain continent has another Void Refinement Realm cultivator.
Hee, it hasn't reached that point yet.
Brother, don't make wild guesses. And don't talk nonsense. Perfected Du-yi said with a smile.
Hee, I know.
Perfected Xueqi said hurriedly. I'm the City Lord of the Sky Patrol City.
How can I not know such things?
Besides, even if Senior Chan hasn't reached the Void Refinement Realm, since he has a breakthrough, he will have this step sooner or later. Senior Chan is definitely the only one in the Morning Rain continent who can make such progress in just a few decades.
Hee. Perfected Du-yi smiled and raised his cup to drink with Perfected Xueqi.
At this time, Jin Kang also returned and took out a lot of rare spiritual fruits for Perfected Du-yi to taste. After eating for a while, Perfected Xueqi smiled and said, I wonder why fellow Taoist gave up your immortal-like life and came to my Sky Patrol City?
If you need me, please tell me.
I didn't know anything about it, so I didn't care about it. Later, I heard that Li Chengxiu made a big fuss about it, which surprised me. The one who fought against him must be another golden core cultivator in the conference hall. This matter involved two sects, so I didn't investigate further.
What about the place where Li Chengxiu died? Where is it?
Perfected Du-yi thought for a while and asked. Fong Langbi looked at Xueyu Zhenren and took out 2 jade slips. After writing something on one of them, he respectfully handed it to Perfected Du-yi and said, this is fellow cultivator Li's record.
Please forgive me for the rest.
No problem. Perfected Du-yi was overjoyed. He waved his hand and the jade slip fell into his hand. Naturally, he wouldn't interfere with the internal affairs of Xueyu Zhenren and look at the secrets of other sects. When Perfected Du-yi scanned it with his divine sense, the entire hall was silent. Perfected Xueyu Zhenren looked at Perfected Du-yi, who was getting more and more serious. He didn't know what was in his Xueyu Zhenren that was worthy of a late-stage spirit-severing cultivator's covetous eyes. After the Spirit Beast incident, did Xian Le sect send any Foundation establishment cultivators out of the city? Or did Li Chengxiu send any disciples out of the city? Perfected Du-yi asked. This. Fong Langbi was a little embarrassed. Our Xueyu Zhenren only records the names of cultivators who use the teleportation array. As for those who enter the city through the city gate, it only records the names of the disciples who enter the city, but not those who leave. Only disciples above the Golden Core realm have it. How many disciples from various sects entered the city through the city gate? Not many. Fong Langbi looked at Jin Kang, who hurriedly answered. See if there are any disciples from Xian Le sect. Perfected Du-yi was a little impatient. Yes, I'll check right away. Jin Kang hurriedly walked out of the hall. Fellow cultivator, there are too many cultivators entering and exiting the Xueyu Zhenren. Some use the teleportation array. Some use the city gate. Jin Kang and the others might not remember. Perfected Xueyu Zhenren smiled and raised his wine cup. Come, since our Xueyu Zhenren can help, there must be results. Fellow cultivator, let's drink.
Hee, okay, thank you.
Perfected Du-yi smiled and raised his cup, but there was still a trace of confusion in his eyes. Perfected Du-yi was confused, but Perfected Xueyu Zhenren was even more confused. He really couldn't guess what Perfected Du-yi was looking for. Not long after, Jin Kang returned. He held a storage pouch in one hand and a jade slip in the other. His face was full of joy as he reported. Good news, Senior. Sometime after the auction, there were indeed more than 10 Immortal Music Sect disciples who used the transmission array and entered the city through the city gate. Well, let me see. Perfected Du-yi raised his eyebrows and took the jade slip. After looking at it roughly, he raised his head and asked, "These disciples, are they still here?"
I'm afraid they won't be here. Jean Kung smiled bitterly. These are all Foundation establishment disciples.
Not to mention that some of them had already evacuated in the middle of the previous war. In the final battle of the Sword Tomb, most of the Foundation establishment disciples of Xian Le sect died, and there were only a few left. Jean Kang.
Perfected Xueqi Zhenren was unhappy and frowned. Quickly go and find those Xian Le sect disciples on this jade slip. Whether they are alive or dead, or return to Xian Le sect, you must give a clear answer.
Yes, disciple knows.
Jean Kung smiled bitterly.
In fact, with Perfected Du Yi's identity, as long as he sent a message, Perfected Blue Feather would definitely do this matter well. However, it seemed that Perfected Du Yi had some misgivings and was unwilling to let the Xian Le sect disciples know about this matter. However, if he let the Sentry City do this, it seemed that he had crossed the line.
However, Jean Kang did not dare to neglect and still walked quickly. Perfected Du Yi and Perfected Xueqi Zhenren chatted for a while, but Jean Kang did not return. Perfected Xueqi Zhenren knew that there was some trouble inside, and there might not be any good results. Perfected Xueqi Zhenren thought for a moment and whispered, "Taoist brother, I don't want to know too much about this matter. However, if you can point me in a direction, such as looking for someone? Or looking for something. Or if it's about something, I'll know which direction to help you from."
Perfected Du Yi hesitated for a moment, thought for a moment, and said, "I'm looking for someone."
Is it a cultivator in the war?
Perfected Du Yi shook his head slightly.
Is it a swordsman?
Perfected Xueqi Zhenren was stunned.
Alas, I don't know either.
Perfected Du Yi sighed.
Haha, as the saying goes, birds leave their sound and people leave their names. As long as it's a war, there will be traces.
Perfected Xueqi Zhenren laughed.
It's not necessarily a war.
Perfected Du Yi smiled bitterly.
That's troublesome. Perfected Xueqi Zhenren shook his head. However, Perfected Xueqi Zhenren really wanted to help Perfected Du Yi.
After thinking for a while, he raised his head and said to Fong Lengbi, "Lengbi, make a copy of all the jade slips about the war that my Sentry City has collected in the past 10 years and give them to Perfected Du Yi."
Yes, I understand. Fong Lengbi hurriedly turned around.
This is not appropriate. Perfected Du Yi hurriedly said, "I'm disturbing your Sentry City for no reason."
Not at all. These are all war situations. Even sword cultivators know about it. It's not a secret.
Perfected Xueqi Zhenren laughed. Moreover, there are many sword cultivators of Huan country in it, which may be useful to you.
Besides, what secrets does my Sky Patrol City have in front of you? Well, thank you very much.
Perfected Du Yi knew that it was impossible for him to search in the dark. Since there were some things for reference, why not?
You're welcome. I'm very happy to be able to do something for you and Senior Chan. Perfected Xueqi Zhenren hurriedly said humbly. Well, if this is successful, I owe you a favor. If you need anything, especially if it's about cultivation or breakthrough, you can look for me. If I can't do it, there's still Master.
Perfected Du Yi pondered for a while and said in a low voice.
Chapter 2750.
Ha ha ha, if that day really comes, even if there is no such favor, I will ask for your help.
Xueqi was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that this favor could even be counted as a late-stage spirit-severing stage senior. How could he not understand what it meant? He hurriedly replied with a smile.
Immortal Du Yi smiled slightly and didn't say much.
Xueqi's words were very intimate, and he couldn't refute it. In the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Fong Lengbai came back with a few jade slips in his hand. He respectfully handed them to Xueqi, but Xueqi didn't take them. Instead, he waved his hand and asked Fong Lengbai to give them to Immortal Du Yi. Immortal Du Yi looked at Fong Lengbai, but his eyes swept to the door of the main hall. Obviously, he was waiting for news from Jean Kang. However, it had been so long, and Jean Kang hadn't come back. Obviously, there wouldn't be any good news from Xian Le sect. Alas, Immortal Du Yi sighed slightly. He picked up the jade slips and looked through them. Then, he immersed his divine sense in them and carefully checked them. The jade slip was indeed full of battle reports. There was information on the layout of the battlefield, reconnaissance, and the sorting of the information during the battle. It involved the movements of the disciples of various sects and sword Xiao. It was very complete and also very complicated.
However, Immortal Du Yi looked very carefully. He knew that if the person his master asked him to find was in this battle, then there would definitely be some clues. At the moment when Immortal Du Yi was about to check the jade slips, there were hurried footsteps outside the main hall. Immortal Du Yi raised his eyebrows and barely suppressed the urge to release his divine sense.
He looked up at the door of the hall. Xueyu's face showed a trace of confusion. Sure enough, it was Jin Kang who came in. Moreover, there was a young Qi refinement disciple behind Jin Kang. Judging from his clothes, he was a disciple of Xian Le sect. Junior Zhou Yongchong of Xian Le sect greets Senior Xueyu. The disciple of Xian Le sect followed Jin Kang into the hall. He first bowed to Xueyu, then to Immortal Du Yi and Fang Lengbai. Obviously, this disciple didn't know Immortal Du Yi's identity.
Well, Zhou Yongchong, get up.
Xueyu looked at Immortal Du Yi, who was also confused, and waved his hand. Jin Kang, why were you gone for so long? What's the matter with Zhou Yongchong?
Okay, I'll let the city lord and Senior Du Yi know.
Jin Kang bowed and was about to answer. Zhou Yongchong, who was beside him, was shocked.
He looked at Zhenren Du Yi with his eyes wide open and hurriedly bowed.
I have eyes but fail to see. I actually didn't recognize the senior. That's right, Immortal Du Yi was a nascent soul stage senior of the Xian Le sect. He was the existence that Zhou Yongchong and the others worshipped. Now, he was right in front of him, but he went to pay a visit to the immortal of the Shui region. He actually left his own master to the side. It's all right. I don't want to show my true face in front of the younger generation. It's normal that you don't know. Immortal Du Yi waved his hand and blocked Zhou Yongchong's figure. Jin Kang, who was at the side, respectfully said, "This subordinate has asked an old friend of Immortal Music Sect to help investigate. Previously, those more than 10 disciples of Immortal Music Sect have all fallen. Not one of them survived." Although Jin Kang didn't say that he spent a lot of effort, but thinking that Immortal Blue Feather of Immortal Music Sect had already entered the station of Immortal Music Sect, how difficult would it be for the Sky Patrol City to find more than 10 disciples of Immortal Music Sect a few years ago? Immortal Du Yi nodded slightly. Then Jin Kang pointed to Zhou Yongchong and said, "Nephew Zhou is Li Chengxiu's nephew. He has been staying in the station of Immortal Music Sect in my Sky Patrol City. He is also a meritorious person in this war and is preparing to return to Immortal Music Sect. This subordinate knows that he has some understanding of Li Chengxiu's whereabouts, so I invited him to come over and meet Senior Du Yi." And Immortal Du Yi nodded even more after hearing this. He looked at Jin Kang approvingly, then turned to Zhou Yongchong and said, "This old man knows that Li Chengxiu fell for no reason. I feel that there is something strange about it, so I want to investigate the truth of his fall in private. You tell me all the people and things that he came into contact with in Sky Patrol City, no matter how big or small. Yes, this junior understands." Zhou Yongchong answered very respectfully. Just as he was about to speak, Immortal Xueyu hurriedly said, "Brother, please wait a moment. Let us leave first." Immortal Du Yi thought for a moment and nodded apologetically. "Thank you for your understanding, junior brother." Immortal Xueyu smiled slightly and left with Jin Kang and Fang Lang. Immortal Du Yi looked around and found that there was no third person in the main hall. He released his divine thought and found no other Dharma power fluctuations. However, Immortal Du Yi still waved his hand and cast a mute spell before asking. He saw Zhou Yongchong standing there respectfully. He seemed to be talking non-stop. He talked for the time it took to finish a meal. However, Immortal Du Yi's face did not seem to be abnormal. He just listened quietly. When Zhou Yongchong finished, he raised his hand and removed the mute enchantment. He clapped his hand and took out a jade slip and handed it to Zhou Yongchong, saying, "Take this to Di Haiqing. He will naturally know what to do." Yes, this junior thanks senior. When Zhou Yongchong heard that this thing was for his master, he immediately understood that it was an opportunity for him. He took the jade slip happily. Then he asked, "If my master asks, or if someone else asks, well, you don't have to worry about it. Just say what you want to say." Immortal Du Yi said lightly. Yes, this junior understands. Hearing Immortal Du Yi's words, Zhou Yongchong was slightly disappointed that he did not need to make an oath. He knew that what he said was not what Immortal Du Yi wanted. Go, I am afraid that the flying boat in the sect will set off in a few days. You have also made contributions to our immortal music sect in Sky Patrol City. Although you did not break through in Sky Patrol City, I hope that you will cultivate well after returning to the sect. Immortal Du Yi instructed. Zhou Yongchang hurriedly bowed. This junior will not disappoint senior. I will cultivate hard. Then, Zhou Yongchang bowed again and slowly left the main hall. After Zhou Yongchang left the main hall, Immortal Xueqi walked in. Jin Kang and Feng Lung did not follow behind him. Brother, how was it? Immortal Xueqi asked with a smile. Alas, Immortal Du Yi sighed and replied. It was difficult. Hee, if it was not difficult, why would Senior Chan send you here? Immortal Xueqi said with a smile. Besides, there is nothing difficult in this world. As long as you search with your heart, there will definitely be clues. I hope so. Immortal Du Yi took out another jade slip and said casually, It seems that I am going to see Li Chengxiu's death. This is... What? Immortal Xueqi was surprised when he saw the surprise on Immortal Du Yi's face. He asked almost casually. However, he also understood that Immortal Du Yi would never answer him. Sure enough, Immortal Du Yi raised his eyebrows and immersed his spiritual sense into the jade slip in his hand. After reading it for a moment, he changed another jade slip. After reading it for a moment, he changed the jade slip again. Immortal Du Yi's eyebrows became more relaxed. After a while, Immortal Du Yi clapped his hands and put all the jade slips into his storage bag. He closed his eyes, as if he was thinking about something. Immortal Xueqi did not dare to disturb him and only stood quietly by the side. Junior brother. Immortal Du Yi suddenly opened his eyes and spoke, but he seemed to be hesitant. Immortal Xueqi said with a smile, Do you want Jinking or Fenglang not to come? Forget it, no need. Immortal Du Yi thought for a moment, then stood up and said, I have some clues. Although I am not sure, I have to go and take a look. I don't need to trouble Sky Patrol City. Okay. Immortal Xueqi knew that Immortal Du Yi did not want him to know what was going to happen next, so he did not ask further. Are you going now? Yes, that's right. I'll go now. According to my master, the sooner this matter is done, the better. If there is a delay, there will be a mistake. I dare not slack off. Immortal Du Yi said apologetically. Okay, then I will not keep you. I will send you out now. Immortal Xueqi nodded and said. However, Immortal Du Yi waved his hand and said, Junior brother, you don't have to be so polite. The fewer people know about this, the better. I did not inform Lon Yu and the others before coming to Sky Patrol City because of this. Junior brother, you can wait in the city governor's mansion. Okay. Immortal Xueqi knew that Immortal Du Yi was right, so he could only nod. Immortal Du Yi was really anxious. He casually cupped his hands and quickly walked out of the main hall. Immortal Xueqi followed Immortal Du Yi out of the main hall. When he saw Immortal Du Yi's back disappear into the mansion, he frowned and whispered, This person actually offended Senior Chan and provoked Immortal Du Yi to come out personally. Who is this person? Could it be that Li Chengxiu was not killed by a sword cultivator? If this person... Damn it, what is this person doing? Immortal Xueqi was not the only one who was puzzled. Immortal Du Yi quietly left the city governor's mansion. He looked around and scanned the area with his divine sense. When he did not find anything strange, he immediately turned around. However, he did not go out of Sky Patrol City. Instead, he went in the other direction of the city governor's mansion. It seemed to be the encampment of the Imperial Thunder Sect or the Shanghua Sect. After Reverend Du Yi had gone far away, a skinny figure flashed and appeared in the distance of the city governor's mansion. He looked at the majestic city governor's mansion, and then looked at the place where Reverend Du Yi had disappeared. A hint of shock flashed across his fair face. This guy. Why did he come to Sky Patrol City? Could it be that person is in Sky Patrol City? Or that person also participated in the great battle of Dao cultivators? But that's not right. I heard Master say. Forget it. I will just follow Du Yi and see if he is like I, looking for a young disciple whose cultivation is far superior to ordinary cultivators. If such a genius disciple is in the great battle of Dao cultivators, he will definitely be extremely dazzling like a comet across the sky. Of course, if Du Yi is really different from what I am looking for, then I will have to put in some effort. Chapter 2751. Reverend Du Yi and the mysterious cultivator might or might not be looking for Xiao Hua.
However, the four of them who rose like comets in the Great War of Dao and Sword were not in Sky Patrol City.
Instead, they were flying together above the sword mound.
However, among the four of them, except for Li Zongbao, who still looked indifferent with his hands behind his back, the other three had different expressions on their faces before they flew away.
Fairy Hongxia did not need to say anything. She looked ahead with a complicated expression, as if the future was bumpy and vague, making her feel powerless.
At the same time, there seemed to be a ray of light in front of her, as if the path to heaven was under the light, giving her a sense of hope.
She looked at Xiao Mao, who seemed to be in a trance.
Sometimes, there was a ruthless look in his eyes, and sometimes there was sadness in his eyes.
It was quite puzzling. As for Xiao Hua, he was smiling bitterly and frowning slightly. No one knew what he was thinking about. Darling Xiao. Fairy Hongxia accompanied Xiao Hua. When she looked back occasionally, she was stunned when she saw Xiao Hua's expression. She smiled and said, "What are you thinking about? Why are you frowning? Could it be that this concubine is bothering you?"
Haha. Xiao Hua forced a few laughs and pointed his finger.
The sword mound was extremely dangerous before, but now it has become a passageway.
The four of us are disciples of Dao's sect who have made great contributions in the Great War of Dao and Sword.
Now we are going to pass through the sword mound, pass through Huan country, and head to millions of Meng mountains. If Huan country's Huajian or LV Ruochang knows about this, won't they send a large number of people to surround us?
Haha, that's true. Fairy Hongxia looked at the other three and smiled.
That's right, there was no need to mention Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua, and Xiao Mao. Not only were they part of the special task force that attacked Qin Jian, but they had also saved many Dao sect disciples during the battle. As for Fairy Hongxia, although she came to Sky Patrol City later, the three of them were already famous among the disciples of various sections. Moreover, Fairy Hongxia did not have any outstanding performance in the subsequent battles. However, in the final battle, Fairy Hongxia's phoenix celestial body appeared in mid-air amidst the four-square sword formation. Her oppressive connate primordial water saved many golden core cultivators in the conference hall. She even sacrificed herself to break the five-element sword formation, saving tens of thousands of Dao sect disciples. If not for Fairy Hongxia's battle exploits, none of the Dao sect disciples would have been able to hold on until the spirit-devouring array was activated. Furthermore, they would not have been able to hold on until Wu Ming, the nascent soul senior, arrived. Therefore, the name of Fairy Hongxia instantly spread among the various sections. Furthermore, Fairy Hongxia was a female cultivator and was even more beautiful than a celestial being. Many golden core cultivators in the conference hall also deliberately spread the news. Fairy Hongxia's fame quickly caught up to Li Zongbao in a short period of time. She was even ranked in front of Xiao Mao and Xiao Hua. The most laughable thing was that the real nameless, Xiao Hua, was actually ranked last. Not only was his reputation not as high as nameless, he was even inferior to Xiao Mao. Of course, even so, Xiao Hua, who was originally a nobody, had risen like a comet in the battle of swordsmanship, which had already attracted some people's attention. Xiao Hua did not want to reveal his superhuman strength for fear of attracting excessive attention from others and exposing the unspeakable secrets of his Buddhist sect. However, he was after all a show-off and inevitably stood out. Even though he had hidden his figure behind the radiance of Li Zongbao and the others, he could still vaguely make out his back in those moments when he was not paying attention. Fortunately, perhaps because he was overwhelmed by the brilliance of Wu Ming from the Imperial Thunder Sect, or because others felt that it was inappropriate for two meritorious disciples to appear in the Imperial Thunder Sect at once, when Xiao Hua flew to the left side of the Sky Patrol City, he was not recognized by the patrolling disciples of the various sections. Due to the suggestion of Sun Yunzi from the Shanghua sect, the meeting hall had to be removed from the Sky Patrol City. Although Immortal Xueqi did not have any objections, the defense of the Sky Patrol City had already begun to shrink. The patrolling area of the disciples of the Sky Patrol City was limited to within 10 miles of the Sky Patrol City. The other areas, within 100 miles, were all patrolled by the disciples of the other sections. Therefore, although Xiao Hua did not know that he had been discovered by Immortal Xueqi and had even been listed as a must-kill target by Immortal Xueqi, the patrolling disciples of the Sky Patrol City had also received the order to immediately report once they found traces of Xiao Hua.
However, when he flew within 100 miles of the Sky Patrol City, he did not encounter any disciples of the Sky Patrol City. Before Xiaohua sent out a message talisman to look for Fairy Hongxia, he naturally also looked for Han Zhu of the Kunlun sect. He did not dare to delay the matter of Zhang Luer. He would rather not go to the Million Mountains to wake Zhang Luer up first. However, Han Zhu's meeting with Xiaohua was both outside of Xiaohua's expectations and also within Xiaohua's expectations. Xiaohua couldn't help but smile wryly with a hint of worry on his face. On that day, when Xiaohua came to the left of the Sky Patrol City, he released his Buddhist sense to look at the patrolling disciples of the Xianghua sect in the distance. He frowned and thought, perhaps I should go into seclusion for a long time after the war. Yes, although Xiaohua had stepped into the Gold Core realm, his meridians were congenitally deficient in the Foundation Establishment realm. Now, he could barely make up for and balance the meridians of the Qi refining realm. However, according to the Great Tao Zhen Qing Jade Slip, his Gold Core realm had not been stable. During this period of time, although Xiaohua did not participate in the war again, he did not have the time to meditate. Forget it, let's wake Zhang Luer up first. Xiaohua landed on the ground and was about to use his concealment technique. However, when he saw the disciples of the Xianghua sect in the distance, he pondered for a moment before changing into a Taoist robe and changing his appearance. Soon after, Xiaohua flew up into the air and flew towards the patrolling disciples at a moderate speed. Where did this disciple come from? Xiaohua had just flown for a while when he was discovered by the patrolling disciples of the Xianghua sect. A few of them immediately flew over. I am Feng Yi, a disciple of the Huanhua sect. Xiaohua's face was as calm as water. He stood calmly in the air and quietly watched a disciple of the early-stage Foundation Establishment realm flying over with a few disciples of the Qi refining realm. Oh, so you are also a disciple of the country of Xi. The short and fat disciple of the early-stage Foundation Establishment realm heard Xiaohua's voice and replied with a smile on his face. Xiaohua was actually a little puzzled. The left side of the Sky Patrol City had always been patrolled by the disciples of the Sky Patrol City. When did it become a disciple of the Xianghua sect? How did the Sky Patrol City agree? However, he did not ask. Instead, he clapped his hands and took out a token. He smiled and said, I am here on the orders of my master to pass the message to the Sky Patrol City. Senior brother, please make an exception. The disciple of the Xianghua sect waved his hand and the token fell into his hand. He glanced at it and returned it to Xiaohua with a smile. Junior brother Feng, you came to the Sky Patrol City. Why didn't you use the teleportation formation? Now that the Great War of Dao and Sword is going on, there are many sword cultivators here. If you encounter one or two of them, I am afraid you will be in trouble. Xiaohua took the token and said with a smile, doesn't the teleportation formation of the Sky Patrol City cost spirit stones? I wanted to take these spirit stones to the Sky Patrol City's EG to see if there are any good flying swords. Moreover, now is the time for the two armies to rest. My Dao sect's cultivators are tired, but aren't those swordsmen tired? You may not encounter them. Haha, I didn't expect Junior Brother Feng to be a cultivator who knows how to live. It's really rare. The disciple smiled and cupped his hands. Junior Brother Feng, please. Thank you, Senior Brother. Xiaohua did not mind that the disciple did not mention his name. He bowed and thanked him before flying away. Junior Brother Feng. The disciple thought for a moment and said, although my Dao sect's nascent soul realm masters have arrived at the Sky Patrol City, the war has already begun. Junior Brother, when you go back, don't be stingy. It's better to use the teleportation formation. Okay, I understand. Xiaohua replied with a smile. Of course, he asked casually. By the way, judging from Senior Brother's attire, you should be a disciple of Xianghua sect. Why are you patrolling outside the Sky Patrol City? Where are the Sky Patrol City's disciples? Haha, previously, the Sky Patrol City's disciples were patrolling within 100 miles. The disciple explained with a smile, but 10 days ago, they suddenly reduced the scope of their patrol and only patrolled within 10 miles of the Sky Patrol City. The rest of the area was patrolled by the disciples of other sects in the Three Kingdoms. This humble Taoist was also assigned to this place today, and coincidentally bumped into Junior Brother Feng. Oh, I see. Xiaohua suddenly understood. He rolled his eyes and asked in a low voice, is the Sky Patrol City doing this because they have lost too many disciples?
Or are they compromising with the sects in the Three Kingdoms? Patrolling the Sky Patrol City is their own business.
Ahem, the disciple coughed twice and said with a smile, "It seems that Junior Brother Feng is not only a person who knows how to live, but also a cultivator with a strong curiosity."
Unfortunately, I don't know the reason for this. If Junior Brother Feng is interested, why don't you go to the Huanhua sect's encampment and send me a message? Actually, I'm also very curious. Hee 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 hee. Xiao Hua's face showed traces of laughter.
He cupped his hands and flew away without saying anything. The disciple of Xianghua sect naturally did not care about Xiao Hua's question and continued to patrol other places. However, Xiao Hua frowned. Strange, the Sky Patrol City actually reduced the scope of their patrol? There must be something strange about this. Forget it, what does this have to do with me? I will never enter the Sky Patrol City before I reach the advanced nascent soul stage. It had to be said that Xiao Hua, who had undergone the baptism of battle, had the ability to find problems from the details.
Xiao Hua remembered what the disciple of Xianghua sect said. He flew for dozens of miles and stopped. He clapped his hands and took out the small golden Buddha that Han Zhu gave him. Although it was not suitable to take it out in front of Zhang Qing Xiao, Xiao Hua had already checked it with his divine thought before he came. In addition to the divine thought imprisonment, there was a strange golden swan inscription. Chapter 2752.
The divine sense restriction could only be broken after reaching the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Moreover, there was an extremely powerful offensive restriction within the restriction. Just as Han Zhu had said, Xiao Hua had to wait until he reached the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, preferably the late stage of the Foundation establishment realm, before he could explore the reason for the small golden Buddha. If Xiao Hua had rashly used his divine sense to check it back then, his divine sense would have been damaged first. As for the golden Buddha, after Xiao Hua had comprehended it during this period of time, he found that it was actually an extremely simple Buddhist magical power. This magical power was similar to the Taoist sect's 1,000-mile sound transmission, but it used the unique mind power of the Buddhist sect. After Xiao Hua comprehended this Buddhist magical power, he had more expectations for the mysterious Buddhist sect. After all, a cultivation path that could compete with the Taoist sect would have all kinds of strange and brilliant magical powers, right? After Xiao Hua sent out this sound transmission, he returned to his normal appearance and waited in the distance. During this period, although many divine senses swept over and some patrolling disciples passed by, how could they find Xiao Hua's trace when he was deliberately hiding? After half a day, seeing that it was already late and Han Zhu had not appeared, Xiao Hua was a little surprised and thought, could it be that Han Zhu is not in Sky Patrol City? If he left Sky Patrol City temporarily, it would be easy, but if he did not come to Sky Patrol City at all, then it would be terrible. I still have to go to Lien country. Damn it. Could it be that Heavenly Demon Sect's information is wrong? Xiao Hua was slightly impatient. If it was his own matter, he might not be like this, but it involved Zhang Luer and Xiao Xianrui. In just half a day, he had lost his sense of propriety. Fortunately, after waiting for another hour, the sky was already completely dark. Only then did a Buddha's consciousness sweep over from afar. Good, Xiao Hua was overjoyed and hurriedly flew up from the ground to greet him. When Xiao Hua saw Han Zhu flying over, his head full of white hair and the golden crown on his head could be seen clearly in the night, he was not only happy in his heart, but also smiled and bowed. Junior Xiao Hua greets Martial Uncle Han Zhu. Humph, brat. You almost ruined my plan. Who would have thought that Xiao Hua's respect would be reprimanded by Han Zhu's cold face? Han Zhu's thick eyebrows were slightly raised, and the coldness on his face was even colder than the ice lake in the Gale snowfield. Xiao Hua was shocked and looked at Han Zhu in panic. Come with me. Han Zhu released his Buddhist awareness, looked around, and flew in a certain direction. Xiao Hua didn't dare to reveal his Buddhist consciousness in front of Han Zhu. He only followed closely behind Han Zhu, appearing very careful. Frost Bamboo had clearly used his Buddhist perception to search for gaps in the disciples on duty. He flew in an erratic direction, sometimes left and sometimes right, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. After flying for more than an hour, he soared into the sky and flew towards the east. Seeing that Frost Bamboo didn't care about him, Xiao Hua was somewhat astonished. When he saw that Frost Bamboo was actually flying extremely fast, far faster than a Foundation establishment cultivator could catch up to,
Xiaohua knew that Frost Bamboo was angry. But when he thought about it, he didn't seem to have done anything wrong. This is bad. Thinking of his mistake, Xiaohua suddenly understood.
A wry smile appeared on his face, and he only used ordinary flying techniques to fly in the direction that Hanju disappeared.
Here! Xiaohua flew for more than 100 miles when Hanju's cold voice sounded in his ears. Yes! Xiaohua knew that he was wrong, but he didn't dare to say more. He flew in the direction of the voice again. During this time, Hanju actually changed direction many times. After circling around for about an hour, he finally stopped at a depression in the mountain peak. Just as Xiaohua landed on the ground, Hanju stretched out his hand and waved the golden embroidered formation flag. A brilliance flashed from the left, blocking the two figures. Only the whistling cold wind blew from the depression in the mountain. Senior, Xiaohua very respectfully bowed in greeting. Shoo! Unfortunately, Hanju's face was cold again, indicating for Xiaohua to be quiet. He sat down cross-legged, ignoring Xiaohua. Sigh, Xiaohua sighed and also sat across from Hanju. After another hour, Hanju opened his eyes and coldly said, Xiaohua, you almost killed me. Do you know?
Yes, this junior already communicated with you on the way here. Xiaohua hastily stood up and respectfully said.
This matter was indeed his fault. He couldn't not admit it. Humph, don't think that you can be arrogant just because you are a person of merit in the Great War of Dao Sword. Don't think that you are a famous cultivator in the cultivation world now that you can be so careless, so carefree and so careless. Hanju coldly said, in the eyes of us golden core cultivators, your merit is nothing but a joke. Although you killed Qin Jian, that was Li Zongbao's greatest merit. Although you already have a reputation, you are still behind Li Zongbao. Moreover, you have a Buddhist cultivation technique. If you are so ostentatious, it will be very easy for the Dao sect cultivators to discover you. Once you are discovered, you will definitely die. And if your cultivation is exposed, this old man will also be implicated by you. This junior was wrong. This junior won't dare to do it again. Xiaohua knew that Hanju was right. Hanju was also worried about his safety. If there was a problem with him, he would indeed implicate Hanju.
This old man has already told you.
Hanju lectured Xiaohua again. This Buddhist cultivation technique cannot be detected by those below the golden core stage.
However, for nascent soul cultivators, their nascent souls are already able to communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and merge with it.
As long as there are any strange movements nearby, they will be able to detect it. I have repeatedly warned you not to use Buddhist awareness in front of nascent soul cultivators. You are really good. Now, there are no less than 20 nascent soul cultivators in Sky Patrol City. You actually used mind reading outside Sky Patrol City. Damn it, this old man was beside my Kunlun sect's Xueqi at that time. Your Buddhist cultivation technique immediately attracted his attention. Do you know? Xueqi is a nascent soul cultivator who kills people like flies. If he discovered that this old man is a Buddhist cultivator, would this old man still be alive?
Yes, this junior. My thoughts were not good.
I was really muddle-headed at that time. What else could Xiaohua say? He could only reply apologetically.
Now that you are already a meritorious figure in the Great Dao Cultivator War, it is not impossible for you to openly come to my Kunlun sect to visit I.
Hanju said somewhat resentfully, even if you sent a communication talisman, it is still good. There is no reason for you to mysteriously hide outside Sky Patrol City and send this old man some mind reading. Sigh, this junior was wrong. Xiaohua could not explain anything and could only lower his head to listen to Hanju's reprimand. Hanju scolded for a moment before his anger subsided. At that time it was indeed very dangerous. Hanju also felt a lingering fear when he thought about it now. He delayed leaving the city for half a day and was so cautious when he saw Xiaohua. But your cultivation has really exceeded this old man's expectations. Hanju sighed and looked at Xiaohua. Not only have your cultivation reached the middle stage of foundation establishment, you can even use mind reading. You have indeed worked hard all these years. You are indeed worthy of being the first Buddhist cultivator that this old man has seen in 100 years. Compared to you, the others are far inferior. The others? Xiaohua was slightly stunned, but he did not ask further. Release your Buddhist consciousness and let this old man have a look. Hanju said impolitely. Yes, Xiaohua endured for a moment and released his Buddhist consciousness. Hanju also released his Buddhist consciousness and said with some surprise, why is your Buddhist consciousness becoming more and more indifferent? This old man thought that your Buddhist consciousness would have some progress. This junior actually did not cultivate much. Xiaohua said with a smile, even the great strength Vajra Dharma body. This junior did not cultivate it.
This old man naturally knows that the great strength Vajra Dharma body is not something that can be cultivated overnight.
It requires great perseverance and great patience to succeed. Hanju waved his hand and said, but your Buddhist consciousness. Sigh, this old man was originally a little surprised, it seems, obviously. Hanju was a little disappointed. He stretched out his hand and said, where is your Buddhist cultivation technique? Let this old man have a look. If it was the first time they met, Hanju would have taken out Xiaohua's Buddhist sect cultivation method. Xiaohua really wouldn't have dared to take it. But at this time, he generously clapped his hands and took out the Prajnaparamita Heart Sutra and handed it to Hanju. Hanju released his Buddhist consciousness and only took a rough look before returning it to Xiaohua. He said with some disdain, the level of this Heart Sutra is too low. I am afraid you will have to change it. But this old man is not prepared enough. Actually, this junior came here to find senior because there is another matter that I need to ask senior. Xiaohua knew that Hanju was thinking about going to the Buddhist ruins again, so he hurriedly said the Heart Sutra. Oh, what is it? This old man thought you wanted to go to the Buddhist ruins. Hanju said curiously. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and took out a spirit storage bag. This action made Hanju very surprised. However, when Xiaohua actually took out Zhonglue from the spirit storage bag, Hanju's eyes widened. His broom-like eyes trembled violently, and he almost laughed out loud. But when he saw Zhonglue's situation clearly, an extreme shock appeared in his eyes. But then, he narrowed his eyes and suppressed the shock. He looked at Xiaohua and said, this little guy is your blood relative? He also practiced your Heart Sutra? I will let senior know. Xiaohua saw Hanju's shock and was overjoyed. He knew that Hanju was indeed an expert of the Buddhist sect and knew about Zhonglue's situation. He hurriedly said, although he is not my blood relative, he is still someone very close to me. Because he is already old, this junior let him come in contact with my Buddhist sect's Heart Sutra. Hanju nodded slightly and asked, how long did he practice before he entered the heart-extinguishing realm? Heart-extinguishing realm? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. His mind spun quickly, looking for this realm in the Exquisite Leaf Sutra. Unfortunately, Xiaohua seemed to have never heard of this realm. He only practiced for a few months. Xiaohua hesitated and said carelessly. Chapter 2753. What? Only a few months? Hanju almost cried out in surprise. He didn't have the bearing of a golden core cultivator, and there was even a hint of jealousy in his eyes. Yes, that's right. Xiaohua said with a smile. This child has entered this heart-extinguishing realm without fasting. I'm afraid something will happen to him. I can't wake him up, so I hope senior can be merciful and wake him up. His mother is very worried. Ha ha ha, Hanju laughed and pointed at Zhonglue, saying, there's a saying in the secular world, you don't know how lucky you are. This heart-extinguishing realm, I have been begging for hundreds of years, but I couldn't get it. This child has just started practicing the Heart Sutra, and he can enter such a difficult realm. That's simply an unparalleled fortune. You actually want to wake him up. You're simply harming this child. But he's already so thin, his vitality is drifting. If we don't wake him up, wouldn't we be harming him? Xiaohua said happily. Sigh, the so-called heart annihilation stage is similar to my Tao Sect's void stage. All thoughts, auras, and even life will be annihilated. Only in this annihilation can one find one's true self. Moreover, the longer one stays in the heart-extinguishing realm, the more beneficial it is to Buddhism's cultivation. In fact, he might even be able to cultivate to the legendary realm of the Buddhist sect's Supreme Buddha. Tell me, do you still want to wake him up? Hanju sighed. If that's the case, I naturally won't wake him up. Xiaohua laughed. But then he frowned saying, but He hasn't fasted yet. If it's too long, will it work? Hee, Xiao Hua, you're confused because you're too concerned. Han Zhu laughed. How could you forget? How can there be anything in this world that's only beneficial and not harmful? Although the Unsullied Realm was extremely crucial to cultivators, but how could ordinary cultivators enter the Unsullied Realm as they wished? If one doesn't have enough Dao foundation, as long as one enters it, he won't be able to come out, right? Yes, these disciples all know. Xiao Hua was anxious when he heard this. This child has been in the heart-extinguishing realm for long enough. Senior, please be merciful and wake him up. Although it will cause some harm to him, it can at least preserve his life, right? What a pity. Han Zhu said regretfully, I only know that the Buddhist sect has a method to awaken him, but I don't know what method it is. Senior, you don't know? Who else in this world would know about it? Xiao Hua said anxiously. Alas, I'm afraid that the solution can only be found in the ruins of the Buddhist sect. Han Zhu sighed and shook his head. Senior, shall we head to the Buddhist sect's ruins now? Xiao Hua didn't want to go to the Buddhist sect's ruins, but he could only suggest this at this moment. Han Zhu sneered and said, Nonsense. I've just arrived in Sky Patrol City and haven't fought against a sword cultivator yet. How can I head to the Buddhist sect's ruins? Besides, do you think it's easy to go to the Buddhist sect's ruins? If we don't make sufficient preparations, not only will we not be able to find the mental cultivation method to awaken him, but we will also be trapped inside and consigned to eternal damnation. This, alas. Xiao Hua sighed. He knew that Han Zhu was telling the truth. He could come and go freely in the Great War of Dao Sword because of Li Zongbao's special permission from the conference hall. It could also be said that it was necessary for the war. Now that Han Zhu had just arrived in Sky Patrol City and was waiting in front of Sha Kongzi, a nascent soul master, how could he leave just like that? When will you be free, senior? Xiao Hua said helplessly. What are you asking? How would I know? It's not like you haven't participated in a war before. Han Zhu said faintly. Then, he clapped his hand and took out a message talisman and handed it to Xiao Hua. This is my message talisman. You can send me a message when you enter Sky Patrol City. Where's your message talisman? If I'm free, I'll naturally send you a message. Yes, I understand. Xiao Hua lowered his head and took Han Zhu's message talisman. He also gave his own to Han Zhu. It's just that. When Han Zhu accepted Xiao Hua's message talisman, he looked at Zhang Luo with great regret and said, If there are no accidents when I'm free, it should be the end of the Great War of Dao Sword. You better take good care of him and don't let him be in danger. Alas, I'll do my best. Xiao Hua could only sigh as he watched Han Zhu put away the Dharma array. Han Zhu did not even look at Xiao Hua as he flew away. That direction was not the direction of Sky Patrol City. Clearly, Han Zhu was still afraid that others would see through his tracks. Thinking of the helplessness in his heart when he watched Han Zhu fly away that day, Xiao Hua blamed himself again. Damn it, why did I give Zhang Luo the Buddhist Heart Sutra that day? Of course, he is capable of practicing, but to stumble into such a state of great fortune. But just as this thought came to his mind, Xiao Hua was suddenly stunned and his heart suddenly became clear. I've practiced the hand of cause and effect for many years. Why haven't I realized it yet? Since Zhang Luo can't practice Taoism, he naturally has to find other ways to practice. I have the Heart Sutra of Prajna Paramitha, which was sent to him by the heavens through me. And he has just practiced this Heart Sutra and immediately entered the heart-extinguishing state, which is hard to find in a lifetime. Such a great opportunity. Doesn't it indicate that Zhang Luo really has the hope of becoming a Buddha in the future? Moreover, didn't Han Zhu say that? As long as Zhang Luo's vitality is maintained, he will be fine. Seeing Xiao Hua coming over, Xiao Mao forced a smile and said, Big brother. Since you are calling me big brother, then let me ask you, did something happen again? Hearing this, Xiao Hua's face showed a serious expression as he asked. This. Xiao Mao hesitated for a moment, then smiled and said, It's nothing. It's just that I am in a bad mood and attracted big brother's attention. Forget it. If you're going to hide things like this, why do you still need to call this Xiao big brother? Xiao Hua said unhappily. Sigh, big brother, if it was something else, why would I be so courteous with you? Xiao Mao sighed and said, On the battlefield,
The spiritual stones, skills, weapons and merits were all given by Big Brother, right? When did little brother ever say a word of thanks?
Then why are you here today? Xiao Hua asked impolitely, treating Xiao Mao as his brother.
Xiao Mao pursed his lips, his eyes flashing with a strange light. He nodded fiercely and said, "To be honest, Big Brother, I met my enemy again in Sky Patrol City."
Chapter 2754. Oh, your enemy? Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He looked at Fairy Hong Xia and then at Li Zongbao.
Knowing Xiao Mao's concerns, he nodded and said, "In that case, it's fine if you don't say it. If you feel that I have the ability to help you, you can say it." "It's better for you to say it now," Li Zongbao said faintly. "Now that your state of mind has changed again, if you don't say it, I'm afraid it won't be beneficial to your future cultivation. Although I can't help you in any way, I definitely won't hinder you in any way."
Xiao Mao was still hesitant.
After all, the relationships between the various sects in the Xiaoyu continent were intricate and complicated. This kind of blood feud was the most important thing. If it was leaked, it would be a fatal disaster. Xiao Mao didn't even dare to tell Xiao Hua. How would he dare to tell Li Zongbao and Fairy Hong Xia?
Actually, in this world, there are still a few trusted friends.
If even this trust can't exist in this world, this path of cultivation will become narrower and narrower, and lonelier the more you walk.
Xiao Hua understood Xiao Mao's concerns.
Naturally. He also knew that Xiao Mao had kept this secret since young and the burden in his heart was extremely heavy.
Xiao Hua himself also had many secrets that he couldn't tell others, so he was also very tired. Even Xiao Hua himself had a blood feud. His responsibility was probably not lighter than Xiao Mao's. He still had Zhang Qingxiao and Xiao Xianrui to confide in, but Xiao Mao could only keep it in his heart.
Xiao Hua could understand his bitterness. However, Li Zongbao cultivated the parting feelings treasure mirror, and was extremely sensitive to Xiao Mao's emotional fluctuations. Since he said there was a problem, then Xiao Mao really had some problems. Xiao Hua didn't want to see Xiao Mao walk down the wrong path, so he could only say so.
Xiao Hua is right.
The cultivation path is long and there are enemies, opponents, and also close friends.
You have to treat them differently.
Li Zongbao still said slowly, "You don't have to mention names. Left and Right Sky Patrol City are all nascent soul cultivators. Even if you don't say it, I know it's nascent soul." Sigh. "Thank you Senior Brother Li for your reminder." Xiao Mao sighed. "The blood feud has always been a thorn in my heart. Back then, when I entered Xuanyan school, I treated this blood feud as the most important thing in my cultivation. It was also the motivation for my cultivation. But in the past, your little brother's aptitude was lacking, and I always failed. Every time I think about this matter, my heart feels like it's being twisted by a knife, and I secretly hate myself for not being able to avenge my mother. With hatred as your goal, you won't go far in your cultivation. You might not even be able to take revenge in the end."
Li Zongbao said.
"Only by seeing the great Tao as your goal can you trample on hatred." "Yes, Senior Brother Li is right," Fairy Hong Xia whispered. "As long as you put down your hatred and cultivate in peace, you will be able to reach the realm of revenge."
"Yes, Senior Sister, Senior Brother Li, I understand."
Xiao Mao smiled bitterly. "But if you really want me to do it, it really won't be easy for me."
Xiao Mao, which cultivation family are you from?
Li Zongbao frowned and said, "I don't remember any aristocratic family with the surname Xiao in the state of Xi. It seems that the state of Lian only has the Xiao family of the Dark King Valley. But that Xiao family is very small and very far away from the state of Xi."
"I'm not a disciple of a cultivation family."
Xiao Mao shook his head and said, "Ever since I can remember, I've been living with my mother in a place in the state of Xi.
It was an extremely quiet valley.
My mother and I think there was also my father.
It was just the three of us.
My father farmed in the fertile land of the valley while my mother repaired clothes and taught me how to read and read." As he said that, Xiao Mao's eyes were filled with warmth. He raised his eyes to look at the distant morning sun and whispered, "This situation often appeared in my dreams in the past. But with the passage of time, this situation actually became blurry. Other than my mother's appearance, I still have some impression. As for my father's appearance, I can't even remember clearly." Xiao Hua and the rest didn't dare to disturb Xiao Mao's rare situation and silently flew by his side. I remember that my father, or my mother, had a good friend. But I've never seen him before. Every time he came, when I was about to fall asleep, I felt like I was in a dream, but also like I was in a straw hut. His voice was a little strange, different from ordinary people. Other than him, the place where I lived, there was no fifth person. I always thought that there were only 4 people in this world. Everything in the book was just in the book, not in this world. However, when I saw the 5th person, although it was a rainy autumn day, although I was still drowsy at that time, but his appearance, I remembered it clearly. And when he killed my father and mother, and when I saw blood red, my mother even whispered his name in my ear. Ah! Fairy Hongxia was slightly stunned and looked at Xiao Mao strangely. She asked in astonishment, "Xiao Mao, how old were you at that time?" "Hee. Senior sister." Xiao Mao laughed, his eyes filled with desolation. "I know what you want to say. There's something strange about this matter. I still don't understand, and haven't been able to figure it out." "Indeed." Li Zongbao nodded. "When you entered Xuanyan cult, you were only 4 or 5 years old. You were only 3 years old in front of your father and mother. The memory of that time is already a little blurry. You can't even remember your father's appearance, and your mother, who was closest to you, is also getting increasingly blurry. Since your enemy could kill your father and mother, he can also kill you. How did you manage to live peacefully until now? In my memory, there are only a few scattered impressions. When my father and mother died, my eyes were all blood red, but that bastard's appearance was deeply imprinted in my mind. It seems like you bastard also attacked me, but I still remember that bastard was terrified and had a strange expression on his face. After that, I don't remember anything else." "Then how did you enter Xuanyan cult?" Xiao Hua frowned and asked. "When I woke up, I was already in the arms of a senior brother in Xuanyan cult." Xiao Mao laughed bitterly. "He brought me to Golden Goose Ridge, and I was lucky enough to pass the entrance test, which was how I entered Xuanyan cult. However, this senior brother was already old. When I was 6 years old, he had already passed away." This senior brother. You didn't ask him how he met you?" Fairy Hongxia frowned. "After I entered Xuanyan cult, it was this senior brother who took care of my daily life, so I naturally asked him." Xiao Mao's face showed his recollection, however. He only said that he saw me unconscious by the roadside, and that my foundation was extremely good. At that time, it was also the time when Xuanyan cult was recruiting disciples, so he casually brought me into Xuanyan cult. This person really, he didn't even ask if I was someone else's lost child. Fairy Hongxia didn't understand. Senior brother had good intentions. Xiao Mao shook his head. Senior brother said that when he saw me, it was in an extremely desolate place. There was no sign of human habitation at all. Where was that? I'm afraid it was very close to the valley where you lived? Xiao Hua asked. Senior brother said it before, but I was still young at that time, so I don't remember it clearly. Xiao Mao said regretfully. Xiao Hua heard and didn't pursue the matter further. This was Xiao Mao's privacy, and now that he had said so much, it was already good enough. If it was as you said, and your enemy was a nascent soul cultivator, then your parents are not ordinary people. Li Zongbao said lightly. Furthermore, that good friend of your parents must also be an extremely powerful expert. From what I saw, he must have rushed to the valley when that bastard attacked your parents. Although he didn't manage to save your parents, he still managed to save you. The fear he had then must have been the fear of seeing that person. That should be the case. Xiao Mao nodded. I was too young at that time, so I can't remember it clearly. I still have some doubts. Fairy Hongxia frowned. If it was as Senior Brotherly said, then Xiao Mao's parents should at least be golden core cultivators. Even if they hid from the world for reasons unknown to us, they should have used some methods to refine Xiao Mao's body after he was born. Otherwise, his cultivation wouldn't be so low. That's true. Li Zongbao muttered. Regardless of whether it was a cultivation family or a cultivation sect, they all emphasized on inheritance. Every family and sect had some secret techniques, which were used by the sect's disciples when they were young. These secret techniques could not only ensure that these disciples could cultivate extremely quickly, but also ensure that they could go further on the path of cultivation. As for Xiao Mao's parents, they only taught and knew how to read. That was really unique.
Confucian cultivators.
Xiao Hua suddenly froze and looked at Xiao Mao in shock, thinking, could it be that this Xiao Mao is the same as the Zhu family in Jingbo City?
Or even a descendant of Confucian cultivators like Yu Zhongquan.
After their parents went into hiding, they were discovered by someone and were then killed? But looking at Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao, Xiao Hua wasn't afraid that they would know about Confucian cultivators. But he still said carefully, maybe Xiao Mao's parents didn't want Xiao Mao to cultivate and only wanted him to live a peaceful life?
I don't agree with that.
Fairy Hong Xia immediately objected. Which family's parents don't want their boy to live a long life?
If he cultivated, he could even live a long life. How could he only know how to read and read? Actually, it wasn't just the ordinary kind of reading and reading.
Xiao Mao said hesitantly, my mother also taught me some words from my hometown.
Oh? Your family isn't from Xi?
Fairy Hong Xia was stunned.
Of course not.
Hearing Xiao Mao's words, Xiao Hua was even more certain that Xiao Mao's parents were Confucian cultivators. The inscription on the armor was completely different from the words used by cultivators. If they were from Xi, they would have gone to Meng or Lian or even Huan to avoid their enemies.
Chapter 2755. That's not necessarily true.
The most dangerous place is also the safest place.
Fairy Hong Xia insisted.
Xiao Hua shrugged, knowing that he could not reason with the female cultivator, so he did not say anything more.
Sigh, time is really a spiritual pill that makes people forget.
After saying so much, Xiao Mao felt a little better. He took out a warm jade pendant from around his neck and rubbed it lovingly. I remember that this jade pendant was worn on my mother's neck.
I liked to touch it when I was young.
However, before I went to Jingbo City to train, I had never seen it. I thought that it had disappeared and I would never see it again.
I did not expect to see it at Jingbo City's e.g.
Of course, if not for this jade pendant, I would not have known you. Xiao Mao looked at Xiao Hua.
What kind of story is this?
Fairy Hong Xia raised her eyebrows and smiled. I have never asked, how did my dear Xiao get to know junior brother Xiao? It's actually very simple. However, it was all caused by a scam. Xiao Hua did not hide anything, and gave a brief account of what had happened in Jingbo City. Fairy Hong Xia's eyes lit up as she listened, and she reached out to hold Xiao Hua's hand. Although she did not say anything, the feelings in her heart were unmistakable.
Sigh, no wonder Xueqi likes you so much. Li Zongbao sighed. I was also with her in Jingbo City that day.
If I had encountered such a thing, I'm afraid I would not have done anything. If it was senior brother Li, you would have already beaten that cultivator to a pulp.
Xiao Mao laughed.
Impossible. Li Zongbao said mercilessly. You are a disciple of Xuanyan school, and Xueqi Yuan was also beside you that day. If he did not care, I naturally would not care either. That's why I am Xiao Mao's big brother. You are not.
Xiao Hua said proudly.
What about that scoundrel cultivator? Li Zongbao ignored Xiao Hua and said indifferently, since he has your mother's jade pendant, he must know something. You have not gone to find that guy? I'm just a foundation establishment disciple, and I was only at Qi refinement before.
How could I go to Jingbo City freely?
Xiao Mao smiled bitterly.
Furthermore, I failed the trial in Jingbo City.
The sect will not allow me to go there again.
Forget it.
The past is the past.
What's important is the future.
Fairy Hong Xia comforted. If you were to live in the past, your mother and father would not be willing. Thank you, senior sister. Xiao Mao's mood had indeed improved as he bowed and said.
You're welcome, you're welcome. We'll be a family in the future.
Xiao Hua said with a smile. Tisk. Fairy Hong Xia smiled faintly and spat lightly.
Xiao Mao looked around and revealed a smile.
He looked into the distance and said, Senior sister, we have already passed the battlefield of the Sword Mound.
Is this the right direction? When Fairy Hong Xia heard this, she stopped blushing. She clapped her hands and took out an ancient jade pendant.
She looked at it with her divine thought for a moment and said hesitantly, What is recorded in this jade slip is the previous route of the Sword Tomb. Now that the Sword Tomb has disappeared, I can't make up my mind.
Let's go.
Anyway, there are no longer any magic arrays or sword arrays in the Sword Catacomb.
There are only a few spatial cracks. We just need to be careful and we should be fine. Seeing Fairy Hongxia looking at him, Xiaohua hurriedly shrunk his neck and suggested, "Yes, junior brother Xiao is right. The sword tomb has disappeared, so the obstacle in the path of swordsmanship is also gone. The secret passage in the sword tomb is naturally useless. However, it is the sword tomb that has disappeared. The Han country still exists. We just need to pass through the sword tomb and reach the Han country first," Li Zongbao said calmly as he led the way. Although he said that, everyone felt that passing through the sword tomb was not a difficult task. However, after flying for another hour, Xiao Hua's expression changed. He whispered, "Senior brother Li, there are sword cultivator patrolling disciples ahead. Should we fight or hide?" "Hide, of course," Li Zongbao said without hesitation. "This is the sword cultivator's territory. Our goal is to pass through the Han country, not to fight to the death with them." "Yes, little brother understands. It's better for little brother to lead the way," Xiao Hua said as his figure flew up and flew towards the sky. Fairy Hongxia and the rest looked helpless. It seemed that the disappearance of the sword tomb was not a good thing. Instead, it made it difficult for them to pass through. If the sword tomb had been there before, with the jade slip passed down by Fairy Hongxia's ancestors and the secret passage, even if they met sword cultivators within a few miles, they would not be discovered. Now, with a sweep of the sword cultivator's spiritual force, Xiao Hua and the rest not only had to avoid the spatial cracks, they also had to avoid the sword cultivator's spiritual force patrol. The most helpless thing was that because of the disappearance of the sword tomb, the sword cultivators, who had never set up defenses in the sword tomb, had now sent out many disciples to guard the passage to the sword tomb, preventing the Dao sect cultivators from killing their way into the Han country. After flying for half a day, their direction was messed up. Xiao Hua was like a headless fly flying around. Fortunately, there was still Li Zongbao and the rest. Although they had been taking a roundabout route, they were still advancing towards the Han country. "Sayu, didn't the Kai family move from the Million Meng Mountains to the Shi country long ago? This sword tomb might not have existed at that time. Your Kai family's ancestral jade slip should have the route from a long time ago." Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Hongxia's expression and muttered softly, "Humph, my Kai family naturally has the route from the past. But that was in the Qingyang Kai family. The route in the jade slip was obtained by master with great difficulty. How could it be so well prepared?" Fairy Hongxia's face turned cold as she said, "Besides, who would have known that the boring Nameless would actually sweep the sword tomb clean? If you want to blame someone, blame that Nameless." "Hee, that's right. This Uncle Nameless is really boring." Xiao Hua laughed. Why didn't he think of such a thing? Bah! Fairy Hongxia spat lightly. Just as she was about to retort, suddenly 3 soaring sword intents swept across the sky from afar, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Especially Xiao Hua, the sword energy in his body was somewhat out of control. The Dream Executioner and Mountain Splitter were rapidly vibrating, wanting to let out a sword cry. Xiao Hua was shocked. He knew that the sword intents in the distance were 3 swordsmen who had transformed into swords. He hurriedly used the secret technique of concealing the sword energy and tried his best to calm the 2 flying swords. Luckily, Li Zongbao and the rest were attracted by the sword intents and did not notice the changes in Xiao Hua's sword energy. Damn it, this sword cultivator's sword energy is too sensitive. Xiao Hua was very helpless. Why is it that every time I encounter sword intents, the sword energy would be attracted by them? If I could control the sword energy like true energy and send it into the Dantian, wouldn't it be much safer? Why not? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly flashed with an unimaginable thought. This sword energy is flowing in the body and it seems to be near the middle Dantian. If I could store the sword energy in the middle Dantian, wouldn't it not be so complicated? The middle Dantian. It's a pity that this young master's middle Dantian is sealed. It's impossible to even try. No. Xiao Hua thought again. In this young master's impression, the middle Dantian has a qi refining cultivation method. But which cultivation method is it? Yes, there are some records on the inscriptions on the tortoise shell. It's a pity that the cultivation method of that Confucian cultivator has been incomplete for a long time. Although this young master has looked at it for a long time, I only know the outline. The cultivation method that Yu Zhongquan left for Huang Yi can be cultivated and even has a shortcut. But without the middle dantian, everything is useless.
While Xiao Hua's imagination was running wild, the 3 sword intents that had transformed into swords had already streaked across the sky above Xiao Hua and the rest's heads. Xiao Hua and the rest did not dare to delay. They hurriedly stopped in midair and quietly waited for the 3 swordsmen to pass. Moreover, the 4 of them were extremely nervous. After all, the swordsmen had already joined the battle. Moreover, the 4 of them had entered the Han country through the sword tomb. They did not know how many of these swordsmen would meddle in other people's business. It seems that there are not only 3 swordsmen. Xiao Hua's gaze swept across and saw that among the 3 swordsmen, there were 2 rays of light, one gold and one green.
He could not help but be stunned.
Moreover, the 2 rays of light were flying in the middle and the 3 swordsmen surrounded them.
It was as if they were protecting them. The 3 divine intents closely followed the sword intents and swept across.
Upon discovering them, Xiao Hua and the rest were slightly stunned and firmly locked onto the 4 of them.
This is bad. Xiao Hua secretly complained in his heart. If he was here alone, he might have a way to escape. But Li Zongbao and the rest might not have a chance. Fairy Hong Xia and the rest's expressions changed as well. Their faces were even a little pale. Chapter 2756. You are a disciple of the Changbai sect? The sword-wielding old man shifted his gaze away from Li Zongbao's indifferent and unperturbed face, passing by Fairy Hong Xia and Xiao Mao to land on Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to reply, he suddenly realized something and hurriedly bowed. Senior, please know that I am a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, not the Changbai sect. Since you are not a disciple of the Changbai sect, why do you have a faint sword intent on you? Have you also practiced with flying swords?
The old man's expression didn't change at all as he asked this question in an indifferent tone.
Yes, I was an itinerant cultivator in the beginning. I once obtained an incomplete sword technique.
Xiao Hua began to spout nonsense again.
What I did not understand was the sword technique. I thought it was my Dao Sec's flying sword, so I happily practiced it. That's right, Senior, I have a question, this sword essence. Seeing Xiao Hua's thirst for knowledge, the old man's face revealed an expression of not knowing whether to laugh or cry.
Without waiting for Xiao Hua to finish, he waved his hand and said, "Shut up.
Do you think I am a teacher of your Imperial Thunder sect?
Even if I am a teacher of your Thunder Palace, if I am not your helpless teacher in the 10,000 Thunder Valley, who would answer your question?"
Senior knows. Xiao Hua's face was filled with disbelief, almost as if he was shocked. Yes. Do you think I am one of those golden core cultivators in your Dao Sec's discussion hall who are not even comparable to Jurassic beasts? The old man who transformed into a sword said coldly, "The 3 people who assassinated Qin Jian and the Huanhua sect disciple who broke the 4-direction sword formation are all in front of me. If I still don't recognize them, wouldn't I be blind?" Xiao Hua's face paled as he looked at the old man with some fear, as if he was afraid he would attack at any time. Humph, you have all contributed to the Dao Sword War. I really congratulate you. You have actually obtained the approval of your teacher to travel to the Sword Catacomb. I just don't know. Where are you going?
The old man ignored their wariness and snorted coldly.
This.
Xiao Hua looked at Fairy Hong Xia and company before turning his head and smiling apologetically. I'm not afraid that Senior will laugh at me for saying this. But in his heart, he admired the sword cultivator's unbending and persevering sword intent. As the saying goes, a place nurtures its own people. Junior thought, what kind of place is this Han country? How could such a valiant swordsman be born? Therefore, he invited a few fellow Taoists to travel to Han country. Yes, back then, Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuha also traveled to Meng Kingdom. This junior also saw them at the Tai Ching Sect's Feather Immortal Assembly. If it were any other day, you would have come to my sword domain. Perhaps the warriors of my sword domain would have welcomed you with great hospitality. But this is a time of war. Although this old man will not take action, the warriors of my sword region will not show mercy. The sword transformation swordsman said faintly, moreover, if Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuha had not met with danger in your Meng Kingdom and had not returned to the Huan sword sect, how could this Dao sword war have been ignited? Hee. I hope you will not fall in sword domain like Zhang Yutong and Zhang Yuha. Didn't Zhang Yutong return to the Huan sword sect long ago?
Xiao Hua muttered in his heart, but naturally, he would not say it out loud.
Only, he laughed and bowed. If Senior has the heart, you can bestow a sword token as a guide for this junior.
Scram. The sword transformation swordsman did not know whether to laugh or cry. He really did not want to say anything more to Xiao Hua and the others. With a wave of his hand, a complete sword chi mixed with sword hair rushed towards Xiao Hua and the others. The four of them were shocked and hurriedly tried to dodge.
However, in front of the sword chi, a feeling of a complete golden needle pouncing on their faces immediately restrained the four of them.
The sword chi then stabbed in front of them. Li Zongbao and the others were shocked and naturally tried their best to break free. However, the invisible sword chi had already imprisoned their true essence and they were unable to use even a trace of their magic power. They simply wanted to, but they were powerless. However, Xiao Hua was different. At this time, there was no true essence in his meridians. Although his meridians were imprisoned, he could still use the dragon transformation art. Even the golden core in his dantian could also use true essence. However, facing the sword transformation swordsman who had been wasting time with him for a long time, Xiao Hua was confident that he would not really make a move. Therefore, on the surface, he struggled like Li Zongbao and the others, but in reality, he did not use even a trace of true essence. Of course, Xiao Hua's hand was already slightly clenched. As long as his guess was slightly wrong, he would immediately use the soul-slaying Yuan light.
At the same time, the spiritual fire was also urged into his mouth. Seeing the thousands of sword hair rushing in front of the four of them, those sword hair once again emitted a dazzling brilliance.
These brilliances intertwined with each other and unexpectedly formed a sword net, instantly trapping the four of them. This sword net did not stop.
Instead, it brought along the imprisoned figures of the four people and rushed towards the ground at an extremely fast speed.
Huff, 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 huff.
For muffled sounds rang out and the four people fell on the foot of the mountain, their bodies in a sorry state.
Humph. The sword transformation swordsman coldly snorted again. He did not even look at the four people. Sword light flashed under his feet and he directly chased after the four slowly moving lights in the distance.
Naturally, it was only the time for half an incense stick to burn when the sword light around Li Zongbao and the others slowly disappeared. The four of them once again flew up from the foot of the mountain. They looked at the sword transformation swordsman who had already disappeared with some shame and anger. They looked at each other and did not dare to say another word. They once again flew towards the direction of the Huan country. However, at this moment, a flying sword message streaked across the sky like a meteor. It quickly surpassed them and flew into the distance. This flying sword message seems to be flying from the direction of that old fart just now. Xiao Hua had already seen it and said with some surprise, "What did they come to the sword tomb for? And why did they send a flying sword message?" Sigh. Sword transformation swordsman. I have finally seen the strength of a sword transformation swordsman. Li Zongbao did not pay attention to Xiao Hua's words. His eyes flashed with a strange light as he sighed and said, "Of course, they are comparable to a nascent soul master." Xiao Mao also said, "We are only foundation establishment cultivators. How can we compare?" "TSK. It's only a..." Xiao Hua shook his head and said with disdain. Fairy Hongxia and the other two naturally knew that Xiao Hua had the capital to be so arrogant. They could not compare with him. They all curled their lips and somewhat despised him for speaking without thinking. "That's right, big brother." Xiao Mao thought for a moment and asked again. Just now, there were 5 swordsmen. Among them, the 2 in the middle did not seem to be sword cultivators. That brilliance was not sword light. Yes, the other 2 brilliances were not sword light. Xiao Hua nodded. He had seen it clearly. It was a brilliance similar to the protective golden light. I'm afraid that those 2 swordsmen used it to protect themselves? That's a little strange. Fairy Hongxia muttered. Looking at the 3 swordsmen, they seemed to be very respectful towards those 2 swordsmen. They even surrounded them. Who are those 2 swordsmen? Who cares who they are? Xiao Hua said coldly, left and right, they are all people that we cannot afford to offend. They are all opponents of nascent soul masters. We are only training in Huan country. Let's go. Li Zongbao was a little disinterested. He waved his hand and said, "That flying sword message just now might have been a message sent by the sword transformation senior to Huan country to inform them of our whereabouts. We still have to hurry and rush out of the sword tomb while those sword cultivators are not guarding it. That old fart, Xiaohua said coldly. He is also somewhat sanctimonious.
Li Zongbao was right.
That flying sword message was indeed sent by a sword transformation swordsman. It was not sent by that green-faced old man. As the sword transformation elder caught up with the four brilliances, a red-faced sword transformation elder asked curiously, Cheng Jianyu, could it be that you are old friends with those four Dao sect kids?
Why did you talk for so long?
Hee. The sword transformation elder called Chang Jianyu chuckled and said, Actually,
I shouldn't have stayed behind to ask.
On the contrary, sword transformation elder. You should have gone down to take a look.
Cheng Minghua, what do you mean?
This old man is only asking you what you said to those reckless kids who barged into the sword tomb.
How can you talk to this old man like that?
Could it be that your clear sword sect has some shady business with the Dao sect? The sword transformation elder with the surname Chong seemed to have a bad temper. My clear sword sect is not as famous as your Void Heaven Sword School. We don't have any relationship with those Dao sect kids. Chong Minghua was the sect master of the clear sword sect, so he naturally wouldn't back down. He sneered and said, This old man only wants to tell you that among those four Dao sect kids, 3 of them are the Foundation Establishment disciples who killed your Void Heaven Sword School's Qin Jian. It's actually them. This old man was looking for that terrifying phoenix, but he actually threw himself into my hands. The sword transformation elder with the surname Chong was the sect master of the Void Heaven Sword School. His name was Chong Taishu, and he had long hated Xiaohua for killing Qin Jian. When he heard that Xiaohua had come, he actually stopped. Sword transformation elder is mighty, Cheng Minghua said with a smile. Looking at your posture, you're going to kill Xiaohua? What?
I can't? This is a war.
What's there to be afraid of if I kill 1 or 2 Foundation Establishment disciples?
I'm not afraid of losing face, Chong Taishu coldly said.
You're not afraid of losing face, but this old man is, Cheng Minghua said with disdain. This old man has never heard of a sword transformation swordsman attacking a Foundation Establishment cultivator, even during a war. He has a grudge with this old man, so this old man can naturally attack him.
Chong Taishu was somewhat unwilling.
A sword transformation swordsman of my sword domain shouldn't attack a Foundation Establishment disciple. Another sword transformation swordsman persuaded, Your Void Heaven Sword School does have a grudge with Xiaohua, but that's between a sword transformation swordsman and a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Even if Xiaohua was a golden core cultivator, you still wouldn't have the right to attack him. If you attack him, my sword domain transformation swordsman will lose all face. This sword transformation swordsman was an old woman with white hair. Although her voice was sharp, her tone was firm, which made Chong Taishu hesitate. Beautiful butterfly, no one from your Black Phoenix Sword School has died in his hands, so naturally, you can speak without feeling any pain.
Chapter 2757.
As the sect leader of the Black Phoenix Sword Sect, even if Lu Ruochang was killed by Xiaohua, I will not seek revenge from Xiaohua, unless it is Wu Ming who has stepped into the nascent soul stage.
Chong Taishu was a little angry.
But at this moment, the swordsman in the middle of the 3 said in a low voice, 3 sword friends.
100 miles ahead.
Is it the place where the sword array is set up?
That's right.
When the 3 heard this, they answered almost in unison. Their eyes were filled with joy. Looking at the swordsman who spoke, his body was flashing with golden light, covering his entire body. It was impossible to see his true appearance. Beside this swordsman, there was another swordsman who was flashing with a faint green light.
This green light was different from the golden light.
The golden light was like the glaring sun, so bright that others could not see the swordsman's figure and appearance. But this green light was like a layer of cloud, covering the swordsman's body. However, whether it was the golden light or the green light, the 2 people's figures were covered. It was impossible to tell whether they were male or female, let alone their appearance. After hearing the 3 people's answers, the golden figure did not answer, but turned to the green figure. However, the green swordsman did not answer either. His figure flew up again and flew into the distance at an extremely fast speed, much faster than before.
Sage.
Although Chong Taishu's temper was very irritable,
His voice was much gentler at this moment. He said with a smile, the thing that destroyed the sword tomb. What is it? Fairy did she find anything?
Fairy did not say anything for the time being. The golden figure called Sage said faintly, however, since she found some clues, she must have found something.
Let her take a look again. In my opinion, she has lived for so long, so she is definitely experienced and knowledgeable. She will definitely find the source of the sword tomb's disappearance. Actually, it doesn't matter whether the source is found or not. Cheng Minghua also said in a low voice, the key is whether it will affect my Sword Realm's plan. Sage has lived in seclusion in Alchemy Valley for thousands of years, although he has never appeared in Sword Realm. But he is also a member of Sword Realm. You can't just ignore this matter. Haha, Cheng Jianyu, don't worry. Since this old man has been persuaded by you, now it was the key to the sword domain. How can this old man not do anything?
That Taoist master said with a smile. Otherwise, this old man wouldn't have spent so much effort to ask Fairy to step in.
With her around, what are you afraid of? We understand.
Blue Butterfly nodded and said, although the cause of the disappearance of the sword tomb is not as important as what Chang Jianyu said, if we can find it, we will still have to trouble you. After all, the sudden disappearance of this enormous barrier is a huge problem for my sword domain.
Let's go. The fairy has sent us a message. She wants us to go over. The Taoist master seemed to have a special way of communicating with the fairy. Even the 3 sword transformation swordsmen were unable to detect it.
Hearing the Taoist master's words, the 3 of them hurriedly increased their speed and flew into the distance.
The Saiyan figure stood quietly where the Buddhist golden array had been. Strange waves of energy were emitted from the fairy's body and spread into the distance like waves. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the waves slowly converged into the fairy's body. Then the fairy's figure turned into the Taoist master's figure. Chong Taishu, Cheng Minghua, and Blue Butterfly looked at each other with joy on their faces. After a while the golden figure coughed twice and said, Fairy has found some clues, but we can't be sure. After all, it has been a long time since the disappearance of the sword tomb. There are many swordsmen and cultivators nearby. Even the nascent soul cultivators of the Dao sect use their secret techniques here. It doesn't matter, as long as there are some clues. Cheng Minghua waved his hand and said, as long as we can determine whether the disappearance of the sword tomb is related to that nameless from the thunder-controlling sect, it will be enough to affect our plan. There is a thin blood aura here. There may have been a large-scale blood sacrifice. The Taoist master replied, however, this blood sacrifice should not be the cause of the disappearance of the sword tomb. Of course, we can't rule out the connection between the blood sacrifice and the disappearance of the sword tomb. In addition, the disappearance of the sword tomb should have nothing to do with the cultivators of the Dao sect. They can't have such great magic power.
Well, that's good.
Chong Taishu glanced at the green figure and nodded.
Now that we know this, we have a plan in our hearts.
In the future, we will act according to the previous plan.
Of course. If Fairy can tell us the reason for the disappearance of the sword tomb, that would be even better.
Blue Butterfly understood Chong Taishu's meaning and whispered. Fairy didn't say. Let me ask her. Taoist master Yu hesitated and said. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the Taoist cultivator said, the fairy is a bit afraid. She suspects that the thing that caused the sword tomb to disappear is an ancient ferocious item. The appearance of this item here is a bit beyond her expectations. She is afraid that if she says it, it will reveal the secrets of heaven.
Ah?
Reveal the secret of heaven? The 3 swordsmen were dumbfounded. They did not expect that this object would be related to the secret of heaven. Of course, since it was related to the secret of heaven, it must have had little to do with Nameless from the thunder-controlling sect. What is this object? Can we learn something from it? Blue Butterfly still asked in a low voice, as if she did not believe that by saying the object's name, she would reveal the secret of heaven. Alas, this will make things difficult for Fairy. The Taoist master sighed. Let's ask Fairy. If she doesn't want to, then don't say it. Chong Taishu was also curious. Sure enough, after a while, the Taoist master whispered. Fairy has already told me. This object is really amazing. What is it? Chong Taishu, Blue Butterfly, and Cheng Minghua asked in unison. Actually, even if I tell you, you may not know it. The Taoist master seemed to be keeping them in suspense. That's why we want to learn something. Chong Taishu blurted out, please enlighten us. Alas, this object is the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper.
The Taoist master finally said the name of the object.
10. Extinguishing. Heaven. Dipper? Chong Taishu and the other two were stunned. They had never heard of this object before. This is the name of an ancient spiritual artifact.
The Taoist master said lightly. Of course, Fairy only has a feeling and is not completely sure.
That's why she is afraid of revealing the secret of heaven. As for what this object is and how powerful it is, I'm afraid that the current Taoist sect cultivators do not know. Don't ask too much. Okay, we understand. Thank you, Fairy and Taoist master. When Blue Butterfly heard that they could not be sure that it was the 10,000 extinguishing heavenly dipper, and that even the Taoist sect cultivators did not know about it, her heart calmed down. She bowed and said, let us send Fairy and Taoist master to Lian country to see the results of our sword domain's battle. Very good. The Taoist master was hidden behind the golden light, so they could not see whether he nodded or not. Please. Cheng Minghua and the rest said as they escorted the Taoist master and Fairy into the air. Their direction was different from Xiaohua and the rest. However, just as they were flying, Chong Taishu said coldly, since the sword tomb is fine, we can be at ease. However, how can these Taoist sect cultivators travel freely in our sword domain? If our sword domain did not respond, it would seem that our swordsmen are too lazy. With that, Chong Taishu flicked his hand and a flying sword message rushed into the air, heading straight for Huan country. Swordsman Chong is a little bored. Seeing this, Blue Butterfly and Cheng Minghua smiled at each other and said softly. Obviously, they knew the reason for the disappearance of the sword tomb. Although they were not completely sure, they were relieved. Although Li Zongbao and the rest did not know that the flying sword message was as they guessed, it was in order to prevent them from entering Huan country. They had already made preparations in advance. However, the deeper they flew into the sword tomb, the closer they got to Huan country, the more sword cultivators on patrol there. It was almost impossible for Li Zongbao and the rest to hide their tracks and pass through the gaps between the sword cultivators. Many times, Xiao Hua and the rest had to face the patrolling swordsmen and the swordsmen from various sword sects. Fortunately, most of the patrolling swordsmen in the sword tomb were at the sword conception realm. A small number of them were at the sword conception realm and below, and only a few were at the sword conception realm or below. As for the swordsmen at the illusory sword realm, they were basically patrolling swordsmen who sent out flying sword messages. The nearby illusory swordsmen would be attracted by the flying sword messages. Of course, these swordsmen weren't a match for Li Zongbao and the others by themselves, let alone Xiao Hua. Under the deliberate escape of Li Zongbao and the others, the defense of the sword tomb was forcefully torn open by the four of them, and they charged out. Buzz! A loud buzzing sound resounded, and a yellow dragon flew out from the sword light of the swordsman. Above the dragon, there was a yellow brilliance like a full moon. It was so bright and dazzling that the hundreds of sword lights were overshadowed by this brilliance. Ha ha ha, you're just a bunch of mobs. You actually dare to show off in front of this young master. An arrogant laughter sounded at the same time after the loud sound of the seal of turning the sea. Xiao Hua's slender figure flew out of the crowd like a sharp sword behind the dragon. If you dare to stop me again, don't blame this young master for being ruthless. Xiao Hua stood firmly in the air and pointed his finger. The seal of ocean overturning seal, which had just knocked down several dozen flying swords, began to revolve above the heads of the group of sword cultivators. The cryptic undulations were like ocean waves as they spread into the distance. Under the seal of turning the sea, the hundreds of swordsmen and sword conception realm swordsmen were stunned. They were on patrol in the sword tomb and didn't know much about the situation of the battle. They seemed to have never heard of the name of the frightening phoenix. Now that they saw a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator so powerful, one person and one weapon facing hundreds of swordsmen without falling into a disadvantageous position, they were already terrified. Chapter 2758. If you dare to do anything else, I will not let my magical treasure go to waste. The one following behind Xiao Hua must be Fairy Hong Xia. As she spoke, she released a strand of Xiantian primordial water from her body. Although the Xiantian primordial water was very thin, It was formed into a thin layer by Fairy Hong Xia. It blocked the spiritual wills of the swordsmen, causing them to be shocked. Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao followed behind Fairy Hong Xia calmly. They did not take out any magical treasures.
This kind of leisurely flight was even more unfathomable to the swordsmen.
They were even more fearful than Xiao Hua and Fairy Hong Xia. After all, Li Zongbao's cultivation seemed to be at the late stage of foundation establishment, while the ferocious Xiao Hua was only at the middle stage of foundation establishment. For a moment, all the swordsmen hesitated. Damn it! Whoever wants to die, come and find me. Xiao Hua pointed at the seal of the overturning sea.
The entire seal of the overturning sea hummed.
The coiling dragon roared and circled around the seal. In an instant, all the swordsmen retreated dozens of feet in fear. Ha ha ha! I will be leaving. Don't send me off. Xiao Hua laughed loudly and arrogantly swaggered off.
The ocean overturning seal slowly followed behind him with a long tail of light behind it. The group of drawing swords and nurturing swordsmen looked at each other and did not dare to chase after them.
Big brother, you are really amazing. This magical treasure is really amazing.
After flying for an incense's time, Xiao Mao could not help but look at the seal of the overturning sea in mid-air and say with envy.
Indeed, just a moment ago, when Xiao Hua was besieged by a group of swordsmen, he activated the cloud-suppressing seal.
First, he knocked down a dozen swordsmen from the air, and then he knocked down another dozen swordsmen.
Among them, there were even several flying swords of inferior quality that were smashed to pieces, and the owners of those flying swords also suffered serious internal injuries. This was only the beginning. Following which, Xiao Hua's seal of the sea was like a huge dragon emerging from the sea. The immense sealing power of the seal and the boundless might of the coiling dragon disintegrated the formation of over 100 swordsmen. As for Xiao Mao and Li Zongbao, they did not even need to use their magic treasures. Under the threat of Fairy Hong Xia, everyone rushed out unscathed. Haha, this is nothing. Xiao Hua laughed loudly. He turned to look at the sword cultivator who was eager to give it a try and shouted, "You haven't seen Big Brother's awe-inspiring time yet. If anyone dares to step forward, I'll kill them for you to see."
As soon as he said that, many swordsmen who were eager to give it a try immediately shrunk their heads, not daring to make any more moves.
Thus, Xiao Hua and the other three boldly flew towards the Huan country. Humph! After flying for a full 2 hours, the spatial cracks that appeared from time to time within the sword catacomb had completely disappeared. The patrolling sword cultivator disciples also did not appear. Xiao Hua knew that the sword catacomb had most likely passed. He snorted coldly and said, "That sword transformation old ghost was also bluffing. Just based on these sword cultivators and sword nurturing disciples, you think you can stop this young master?" Hee hee. Fairy Hong Xia pursed her lips and laughed. She whispered, "That sword transformation old ghost naturally thought that you were that terrifying phoenix. But who would have thought that? You are not only a phoenix, but a nameless one. In fact, a bald phoenix like you is even more powerful than the real terrifying phoenix." Seeing Xiao Hua and Fairy Hong Xia whispering here, Li Zongbao had already moved to the side. Xiao Mao also said a few words and flew to Li Zongbao's side, accompanying him to look at the nearby scenery. It was abnormally cold. Usually, there were no spiritual herbs or spiritual trees commonly seen in Shi country. Even green wood and red flower were luxurious here. Xiao Hua and the rest flew for several days. Other than snow and ice, there were only cliffs and perilous peaks. But the cliffs and perilous peaks reflected the pale light. Whether it was rock or soil, there was a layer of ice. It was as if the entire Huan country was a world of ice and snow. Of course, in this world of ice and snow, other than pure white, there were still other colors. But in the sky above their heads, a kind of azure color pounced on their heads. It was abnormally pure, as if the entire sky was a piece of transparent blue jade. Moreover, the sky seemed to be extremely high and extremely far. When one looked at it, an extremely mysterious feeling involuntarily arose in one's heart. There was even a kind of feeling, a kind of impulse, that made one want to fly up high and plunge into this boundless blue sky. Moreover, some clouds occasionally floated across the sky. They were extremely ethereal. Not only did they not block the blue sky, but they also showed a kind of vitality, making the clouds appear pure white. And this pure white contrasted with the blue and white where the sky and earth intersected, as if the white of the earth was projected in the sky. The unfamiliar scenery of Huan country brought Xiaohua and the rest far more than that. As the four of them went deeper into Huan country, dozens of days later, the original alternating sun and moon also changed. The day became longer, and the sun on the horizon did not set for several days. Xiaohua and the rest were all foundation establishment and golden core cultivators. Originally, they did not care much about the day and night, but after a long time, they also felt the strangeness of the sky. After Xiaohua and the rest were amazed by this, when the night really came, an even more pleasant surprise was brought to them. In the dark night, the night stars were so bright, so clear and so bright. The night sky was not completely dark, but there was a hint of blue in the darkness. Moreover, the night was also extremely long, far longer than the day. After the four of them flew for a few more days at night, a strand of lemon green appeared in the distant night sky. It was unknown when this green appeared, but when Xiaohua raised his eyes to look, it had already appeared in the dark blue part of the night sky. This green brilliance seemed to mix into a river and quickly spread towards the sky. As this lemon green became denser, it was as if a spiritual tree was born in the distance, rapidly growing towards the entire night sky. In fact, the lemon green swayed and twisted in the night sky, like the swaying of the wind or the overflowing of the water. Just as Xiaohua held Fairy Hongxia's hand and called Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao to look, the source of the lemon green suddenly flickered, and an almost azure luster quickly overflowed, directly chasing after the lemon green that had already spread across the distant horizon like ribbons. It's really beautiful. When had Fairy Hongxia seen such a magnificent scene? She had long been intoxicated. However, before she could finish her sentence, another dazzling blue quietly surged out after the deep green. It was like a surging river, surging past the green and green as it rapidly rushed into the horizon. It's here again. Fairy Hongxia clapped her hands happily, like a little girl who had seen a beautiful scene, happily shouting. Sure enough, after the blue, red, orange, yellow, purple and other colors surged out, and in between these colors, there were even other colors that were not. The brightness of these colors were different, and the range of their flickering was also different. However, they were all in the shape of ribbons, swaying in the night sky. This dazzling and colorful spectacle not only lit up the night sky, but also illuminated the dark white of the vast land. The rarest thing was that this spectacle also lit up everyone's eyes. Even Li Zongbao's eyes lit up as he stared at the sky. Although he did not say anything, the faintly curled corners of his mouth revealed his thoughts. However, no one knew what Li Zongbao was thinking at this moment. Perhaps he was praying for the millions of Meng Mountains? Or perhaps he was thinking of the warm time he had with Kai Xueqi. After an hour, the beautiful brilliance finally dissipated, turning into a faint ribbon of light, blending into the dark blue of the night sky. Come out! When Li Zongbao and the rest were still looking at the night sky reluctantly, Xiaohua coldly shouted, "Who's there?" As soon as Xiaohua spoke, Li Zongbao immediately woke up. With a loud roar, he spread out his divine sense and looked around. Fairy Hongxia and Xiao Mao were a little slower, but when they heard him, they also spread out their divine sense. However, it was quiet all around, and there were no changes. The white snow in the night sky gave off a pale white color, and the continuous mountain ranges were like undulating waves. Occasionally, there were large areas of flat land covered by ice. In the middle of the solid snow field, there were some gray plants, but at this moment, they were barely visible in the night sky. My dear Xiao. Fairy Hongxia looked around for a moment, then whispered with a surprised expression, "There doesn't seem to be anything strange around here." Chapter 2759. Fine. Since you didn't come out, then don't blame this young master for being ruthless. Xiaohua said coldly, "This young master saw that you didn't take advantage of the opportunity to sneak attack us while we were looking at the scenery. That's why I called out." Saying this, Xiaohua waved his hand, but in the horizon in the dark blue night sky, there were many dark clouds that came out of nowhere. Good method. Your Excellency must be the thunder-controlling sex Xiaohua, who is known as the terrifying phoenix. A voice came from the foot of the mountain that was dozens of zhang away. A swordsman wearing a dark red sword robe strangely flashed in midair, and this person's face was filled with unconcealable astonishment. Seeing this swordsman quietly approaching, Li Zongbao and the others were startled, but when they saw that this swordsman was actually at the second grade of the illusory sword realm, they unconsciously understood. Let them all show themselves. Xiao Hua said coldly, since they are all here, why hide? Do you think this is interesting?
The swordsman stood in midair, his eyes shining brightly in the night, like flashing sword splendor. His gaze was clearly somewhat pensive, as if he was considering whether Xiao Hua was bluffing or not. However, Xiao Hua was impatient. He pointed his finger and said, You. It's only 3 people, do you think this young master can't detect you? When the swordsman heard this, he was extremely astonished, even more so than when he was discovered by Xiao Hua. He waved his hand and said somewhat helplessly, Cheng Zhen, Cheng Jian, Cheng Ming, you all come out. In the place that Xiao Hua had just pointed at, a few faint lights flashed in the air. 3 swordsmen of the same height, wearing the same sword equipment, and even their appearances were exactly the same. They appeared there with the same stunned expression.
Your Excellency, how did you discover us 3 brothers?
The swordsman closest to Xiao Hua looked at Xiao Hua inconceivably and unexpectedly asked,
This Xiao found you. Do I have to tell you how I found you?
Xiao Hua looked at the 4 people and said indifferently, You all called out this Xiao's name.
Don't tell me you don't want to tell me your name? This sword is Cheng Zhen.
The swordsman who spoke cupped his fist and said,
I am Cheng Jian. I am Cheng Ming. The other 2 shouted in unison.
As for the swordsman who appeared first, he cupped his hands and said, I am Xueqi from the 7 Spirit Mountain.
7 Spirit Mountains? Hearing this, Xiao Hua unconsciously frowned. He immediately thought of Ji Yi from the 7 Extremes Mountains. Have you seen a disciple of my 7 Spirit Mountain?
Xueqi asked with a smile when he saw Xiao Hua frown.
No.
Xiao Hua faintly shook his head.
This Xiao is merely a foundation establishment cultivator. If I had met many experts, how could I still stand here steadily? What are you trying to achieve by hiding here?
Li Zongbao was slightly impatient as he raised his voice and asked.
You must be Li Zongbao from the Utopia faction, Xueqi said with a smile.
Then, he glanced at Fairy Hong Xia and Xiao Mao, who were standing beside Xiao Hua. The 4 of you who made great contributions in the Great Battle of Daoan's Sword have all come to my sword domain.
I would like to ask what your intentions are.
What intentions can I have?
Xiao Hua shrugged and pointed to the sky.
He smiled and said, This Xiao and the others have long heard of the countless wonders of Han country. Taking advantage of the end of the battle, we specially came to Han country to travel. Could it be that you think that we Foundation Establishment cultivators have some ulterior motives?
Foundation Establishment cultivators?
Xueqi sneered. In the current sword domain, any swordsman would shudder at the mention of the terrifying phoenix. If you were to be treated as Foundation Establishment cultivators, you would be able to easily defeat them.
If you think of us as Foundation Establishment cultivators, then wouldn't we all be blind?
However, Xueqi immediately raised his head to look at the sky and sighed. Although the extreme magnetic ray is a famous scenery in my sword domain, if not for fate, you won't be able to see it.
Even this Qi has not appreciated it for many years.
You are really lucky to be able to see such a wonderful scenery as soon as you enter my sword domain. However, it's a pity that the swordsmen of my sword domain have sacrificed their lives to protect such a homeland. Yet, it's still difficult to ensure the safety of our sword domain for a few years.
Extreme magnetic ray.
This is the extreme magnetic ray?
Hearing this, Xiao Hua's heart trembled slightly.
Humph. Your words seem to be wrong. Without waiting for Xiao Hua to speak, Fairy Hong Xia retorted sarcastically. The Sword Dao War was started by sword cultivators. If not for your wild ambitions of invading our 3 cultivation kingdoms, who would have the patience to start a war with you? Now that the war has been going on for close to 10 years, there are countless casualties. The number of Dao sect cultivators who have fallen in the war is in the hundreds of thousands.
Don't these cultivators like this beautiful scenery? Don't these cultivators want to protect the safety of our 3 cultivation countries?
Unfortunately, they are cultivators and not ordinary people. Since they have stepped into the ranks of cultivators, they should sacrifice their lives for our Dao sect's foundation.
What do you mean by saying these words in front of us? No other reason. It's just a random thought.
Xueqi actually smiled slightly and stopped arguing with Fairy Hong Xia. If there's nothing else, this Xiao and the rest will continue on. Xiao Hua said indifferently.
Naturally, this Qi came here for a reason.
Xueqi said with a smile, as if the other party was not a hostile opponent.
What? Finally going to make a move? Xiaohua stretched lazily and said with a smile. Of course not. Qi shook his head and said, this place is my sword domain and is already inside the sword tomb. You all have already escaped from the Dao sword war. How can this Qi face you all as enemies? You actually know that we don't need to participate in the war? Hee, so that's how it is. Xiaohua suddenly realized that the flying sword message sent by the sword transformation swordsman was not for the patrolling disciples of the sword tomb, but for the tool cultivator of the 7 spirit mountains. He did not know what kind of medicine this tool cultivator was trying to sell. Qi slapped his hand and a scarlet gold flying sword flew out from his storage bag. He waved his hand and the flying sword slowly flew in front of Xiaohua and said, this is my 7 spirit mountain sword invitation. This Qi represents my 7 spirit mountain sect master to invite you to the 7 spirit mountain. Inviting us to the 7 spirit mountain? Xiaohua was stunned. He waved his hand and took the flying sword into his hand and carefully examined it. This flying sword was completely scarlet gold and had complicated sword patterns engraved on it. The words, 7 Spirit Mountain, could be faintly seen on the sword patterns. That's right. Qi saw Xiaohua take the sword invitation and said with a smile, my 7 Spirit Mountain has a great formation called the Brahma Pagoda. This Qi has long heard that the Dao sect's cultivators are skilled in formations. During the Battle of the Sword Tomb, they laid down the 10-direction annihilation great formation and caused the deaths of many of my sword domain's disciples. Therefore, my 7 Spirit Mountain boldly invites you to come to the 7 Spirit Mountain and give us some pointers on the Brahma Pagoda great formation. Is there something wrong with you? Xiaohua wasn't polite at all, as if he didn't treat Qi as an illusory swordsman. We only came to the Han country to travel and broaden our horizons. Why would we go to the 7 Spirit Mountain for no reason? We're living happily now and haven't gotten tired of living yet. Humph, you don't dare. Cheng Ming sneered at the side. This Cheng has heard of the frightening phoenix's name for a long time, but I never thought that the frightening phoenix wouldn't even have the guts to go to my 7 Spirit Mountain. This Cheng is really disappointed. What does it have to do with me whether you're disappointed or not? What does it have to do with you whether I'm brave or timid? Xiaohua didn't seem to be fooled. He flung his sleeve, and the flying sword flew back into Qi hand. He said, this Xiao has no interest in giving others pointers on formations. If there's nothing else, this Xiao will take his leave. Please wait a moment. Qi wasn't surprised. He hurriedly waved his hand and said, you should take a look at the sword invitation first. It won't be too late to refuse. I won't look. Xiaohua said coldly. Even if there's a method for me to immediately become an immortal, this Xiao still won't look. There's naturally no method for becoming an immortal. Qi hurriedly said. However, there's a secret technique for refining spirit tools inside. Spirit tools. When Xiaohua heard this, astonishment appeared on his face. His eyes turned a few times, and he began to ponder. Ever since he met Ji Peng, Xiaohua had been reflecting on various aspects. Among them, he had already listed the Dharma treasures as his #1 priority. However, if he wanted to find a Dharma treasure that suited him, it would be extremely difficult. Now, the weapon cultivator of 7 Spirit Mountain was actually offering the method for refining spirit tools that Xiaohua wanted the most. How could he not be tempted? Forget it. Xiaohua had some calculations in his mind, but his face was full of disdain. He waved his hand and said, where in the world would there be spirit herbs that would be delivered to your doorstep? Not to mention that this Xiao doesn't know how to refine weapons. The secret technique for refining spirit tools is useless. Even if this Xiao knew how to refine weapons, I'm only at the foundation establishment stage. How could I refine spirit tools? Although this sir doesn't know how to refine spirit tools today, you can't guarantee that you won't in the future. Qi laughed. Furthermore, this sir will give this secret technique to the Imperial Thunder Sect's elders. Do you need me to point out the benefits you'll receive? I'm not going. Xiaohua flatly refused and waved his hand. 7 Spirit Mountain is the foundation of weapon cultivators like you. This Xiao will definitely not walk into a trap. How about this? Qi thought for a moment and said, if this sir really doesn't want to go to 7 Spirit Mountain, then this Qi will place the Brahma Pagoda array 100 miles away. It will be right next to your travel route. What do you think, sir? When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but frown as if he was thinking, However, he had already secretly released his Buddhist awareness.
After a moment, Xiaohua sighed and said, "This Xiao and the others are only here to travel.
Why do you have to make such a big fuss over nothing?
That Senior Huajian. Isn't he being too careful? Since this sir already knows, then this Qi won't say anything more." Qi Qingyi was indeed straightforward and replied without hiding anything.
Actually, apart from Senior Huajian's instructions, this Qi has another plan.
Oh? What plan?
Xiaohua asked curiously. I heard that this sir managed to escape from the battle at Mount Quanjin. I presume you've seen sword friends Ling Yunwu and Yuan? Qi Qingyi replied with a question. What about it? So what if I've seen them? So what if I haven't? Xiaohua replied ambiguously. Chapter 2760. Ling Yunwu's sword pouch and the Ling Feng sword sex sword scroll. If you have them in your storage pouch, please return them to my sword domain. Qi Qingyi finally got to the point.
Hee, this Xiao finally understands. Xiaohua laughed when he heard this and replied, You all are still trying to set this Xiao up. You actually gave me a sword array that I have never seen before and asked me to break it. This so-called secret technique of refining spiritual weapons. And this sword pouch are the stakes. If I can break the Fan Pagoda's array, then the secret technique is mine. If I can't break the array, then shouldn't I hand over the sword pouch?
That's right, that's the case.
Qi Qingyi admitted frankly, to be honest, this sword pouch is very precious. After the array was broken, we sword cultivator disciples searched for it with all our might.
However, we couldn't find any trace of it. Even Ling Yunwu and the rest's flying swords couldn't be found. Thus I thought of you.
If you really have it, then this bet is actually quite fair.
Fair my ass.
Fairy Hongxia was furious and pointed her finger. You guys set up the array and let Xiaohua break it alone. Even if he is powerful, how can he be a match for hundreds of people?
Hee, I have already considered this matter.
Qi Qingyi smiled and said, My 7 Spirit Mountains Fan Pagoda array is formed by at least 81 disciples. Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao can all enter the array. Furthermore, my sword domain swordsmen are very particular about fairness. Among the 81 disciples, other than the 9 who are grade 1 illusory sword disciples, the rest are all drawing sword disciples. Xiaohua is able to fight against Qin Jian. I believe that against a few grade 1 illusory sword disciples, he won't be at a disadvantage, right?
Don't listen to his nonsense.
Fairy Hongxia pulled Xiaohua's arm and said, He said that there are 81 disciples.
Who knows how many there are in the array? There might even be illusory sword disciples.
Xiaohua looked at Qi Qingyi, then at Cheng Zhan and Cheng Jian, who had been silent all this while.
He seemed to be thinking about something.
After all, Xiaohua had fought with Ji Yi of the 7 Spirit Mountain before. He had a very good impression of the magnanimous Ji Yi, and he also had a good impression of the 7 Spirit Mountain. In addition, Qi Qingyi and the other 3 were only covering their tracks and didn't take advantage of the fact that Li Zongbao and the others were immersed in the beautiful scenery to make a sudden move. Xiaohua already believed most of Qi Qingyi's words. How many people can the Brahma Pagoda's Great Array formation hold? Xiaohua suddenly asked.
360 people.
Qi Qingyi hesitated for a moment before replying, however, I heard that this isn't the limit of the Brahma Pagoda's array. As for the maximum number of people, I'm not too sure. How can this Xiao believe that your secret technique can refine spirit artifacts?
Xiaohua asked again. When Qi Qingyi saw this, he was overjoyed.
He pointed at the small sword floating in front of him, and the small sword flew back to Xiaohua. He said, In order to show my 7 Spirit Mountain sincerity, there is a short description of the secret technique inside.
I don't know if you can take a look at it.
All right, Xiaohua waved his hand, and the flying sword fell into his hand. After he immersed his divine telekinesis in it and carefully examined it for a moment, Xiaohua clapped his hand, and the flying sword fell into his space.
Gut. You have guts.
Qi Qingyi's face was once again filled with astonishment. He raised his right thumb and said, You are indeed worthy of being called the terrifying phoenix.
This Qi is truly inferior to you. Humph, there's no need to flatter this Xiao.
Xiaohua clapped his hand, took out the sword pouch, and waved it in front of Qi Qingyi.
He said, the sword pouch is right here. If this Xiao can't break the array, then this sword pouch will belong to the 7 Spirit Mountain. Good. Xueqi clapped his hands and said, this Qi will immediately return and set up the Brahma Pagoda's great array formation. I will quietly wait for you to break the array. After he finished speaking, Xueqi did not say anything else. He quickly led Cheng Ming and the rest into the distance. Darling Xiao, when there were sword cultivator disciples just now, Fairy Hongxia did not ask much. After Xueqi left, she hurriedly said, won't it be fine if we don't go? Their Brahma Pagoda's great array formation has 9 illusory sword first-grade swordsmen and 72 drawing sword swordsmen. You and I together only have 4 people. How can we be a match for their array formation? Li Zongbao looked at Xiao Hua and did not ask anything. Sigh, since it's an order from the transforming sword swordsman. If you and I don't go through this sword array, how can we pass through the Huan country? Xiao Hua sighed and said, even if we hide from the 7 Spirit Mountain, there are still the 8 Spirit Mountain and the 6 Spirit Mountain behind us. We will never have an end. Why don't we take this opportunity to break this bullshit Brahma Pagoda's great array formation in one fell swoop? That's not all. Li Zongbao added, although I can't see what's happening 100 miles away, since Xueqi has already said so, perhaps they didn't plan to invite us to 7 Spirit Mountain at all. Perhaps they've already set up a large formation 100 miles away and are waiting for us to arrive. In such a situation, junior sister, do you think we should fight or hide? Of course we have to fight. Fairy Hongxia pondered for a moment before she raised her voice and said, since we are here, we are the representatives of Dao sect. Even if our lives are in danger, we must go. We must not disgrace Dao sect. That's right. We did not retreat in fear when facing hundreds of thousands of swordsmen. There is no reason for us to be scared off by the 7 Spirit Mountain. Xiao Mao shouted. Save it, Xiao Hua said with a smile. Don't think too highly of yourself. We are just Foundation Establishment disciples. We have not reached such a stage. Xiao Hua. Fairy Hongxia waved her hand and pinched Xiao Hua's arm. She said reproachfully, we are all encouraging you. We know that your cultivation is the highest, so there is no reason for you to discourage us. No. Xiao Hua smiled apologetically and pointed into the distance. The 7 Spirit Mountain has already planned this. They know that we will not go to the 7 Spirit Mountain. They have already set up a great array in front of us and are waiting for us to walk into their trap. Do you think we need to go to such a place where we know there is a trap? Then just now. Didn't you already agree? Fairy Hongxia was a little dumbfounded. Sword cultivators are just our enemies. Moreover, we are now in a tiger's den. There is no need to be so trusting. Even Li Zongbao said quietly, what Xiao Hua said just now was just a temporary measure. As the saying goes, a real man knows when to stretch and when to shrink. This is the moment. That might not work. Fairy Hongxia came to her senses and nodded slightly. However, when she looked into the distance, she saw a pale white land and a vast expanse of black ash in the distance. Since the 7 Spirit Mountain can send 4 illusory sword sect disciples here, there must be people in other places as well. If their disciples are setting up an array in front of us, there must be disciples in other places as well. Didn't Xueqi say before? This Brahma Pagoda array only needs 81 disciples to set up. They must have sent no less than 800 disciples here, right? After all, that communication talisman was sent by a sword transformation swordsman. So what if they have 8,000 disciples? Xiao Hua sneered. If we want to run, can they catch up? Darling Xiao, Fairy Hongxia looked at Xiao Hua and said word by word. I know that you are a rogue cultivator. Before you entered the Imperial Thunder Sect, you had to go through many hardships. Many times you had to face enemies that you could not face. Therefore, when you are facing enemies, most of the time, you would first consider your escape route and not think about how to face them. This kind of strategy, I can't say that it is bad. As Fairy Hongxia spoke, she looked at Xiao Hua's expression and went straight to the point. This kind of thinking. If you were a rogue cultivator, a low-level cultivator, it would work. However, Xiao Lang, take a look. I, Senior Brother Li, and Junior Brother Xiao are all famous Foundation Establishment cultivators in the Dao sect. However, we know in our hearts that even if the 3 of us were to join forces,
we would still be no match for you. You, Xiao Hua, are no longer the rogue cultivator from back then. You are a hero who has experienced the Great Dao Sword War. Sooner or later, you will become an important senior in the 3 kingdoms of cultivation. You are already a high-level cultivator. You can no longer have the thought of retreating after a battle and protecting yourself. Sooner or later, you will be the master of a sect. This master's bearing will start from today. It had to be said that women were always outwardly oriented. Although Fairy Red Dawn had not yet held a dual cultivation ceremony with Xiao Hua, she was already planning for her husband. Perhaps Xiao Hua did not think too much about it, but in Fairy Red Dawn's heart, she had already begun to draw up a blueprint for his future. Fairy Hong Xia could have said these words through voice transmission or in private. However, she knew that with Xiao Hua's lazy personality, he might not listen to her. If she said too much, Xiao Hua might even get sick of it. Now that she said it in front of Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, it would make Xiao Hua lose face. However, Li Zongbao was someone that Xiao Hua respected, and Xiao Mao was Xiao Hua's brother. Their words should be more likely to enter Xiao Hua's ears than her. This was also Fairy Hong Xia's good intentions and exhaustion. That's right. Li Zongbao clapped his hands and said, "These words. Previously, Master kept saying them in my ears. Although I did not mind, I had no choice but to obey. Now that I heard Junior Sister say it again, I really understand Master's painstaking efforts. This bearing is not something one is born with, nor is it something that can be born with the increase of one's cultivation level. It still needs to be nurtured in the details. Previously, I agreed with Junior Brother Zhao's escape plan. Although it was a wise move, it was harmful to the cultivation of a master's bearing. Moving forward and being worshipped by the cultivators, this is what a master should do." "That's right, big brother." Xiao Mao was also excited. He clapped his hands and praised. Then, he flew to Xiao Hua's side and said, "You will definitely be a cultivator on the same level as the Imperial Thunder Sect's Palace Master. Your actions are the role model of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. What Senior Sister said is also from the bottom of her heart. We can hide today, but the days ahead are long. We still have to pass through Huan Country and the millions of Meng Mountains." Chapter 2761. Hee, alright, that's enough. Xiao Hua's stern face revealed a smile as he looked at Fairy Hong Xia, Li Zongbao, and Xiao Mao. He said, "I know what you're talking about. I'm just afraid that the 7 Spirit Mountains formation is too powerful. As for this Xiao..." Not to mention the 7 Spirit Mountains Brahma Pagoda formation with 81 people. Even if it's a formation with 360 people, why would this Xiao be afraid? Since Big Brother isn't afraid, I'm not afraid either. Xiao Mao patted his chest and said, "We've all seen Lu Ruocheng's square sword formation. Why would we be afraid of this Brahma Pagoda formation? Alright. Since that's the case, we'll go and break the formation." Xiao Hua waved his hand. "Go, go, go." Li Zongbao also pointed forward. "Let them know how powerful I am." Xiao Hua smiled as he looked at Fairy Hong Xia. His heart was overflowing with tenderness. If he was alone, he wouldn't be afraid of a formation of 360 people, let alone 81 people. He would definitely go and give it a try. Even if it was the old man who transformed into a sword, Xiao Hua wouldn't be afraid of him at all. There was no need to be so respectful. However, he understood that his responsibility for this trip to Huan Country and millions of Meng Mountains was not small. Fairy Hong Xia had to go. If she was in any danger, he would definitely keep her in his space even if it meant exposing his secret. As for Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, these 2 burdens, he didn't know how to deal with them. He could only find a safe way to proceed. However, he didn't expect Fairy Hong Xia to refute his idea. Fairy Hong Xia was worried that Xiao Hua would be angry. However, Xiao Hua's heart was filled with joy. How could he be angry? Fairy Hong Xia's plan for herself showed that Fairy Hong Xia treated herself as Xiao Hua's wife, and not a disciple of Lu Yang's Kai family. Dui Qiming probably treated Cui Hongshan the same way. Xiao Hua was happy. At the same time, he thought of his junior brother in Myriad Thunder Valley. If that's the case, my plan will be useful. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua was shocked.
Chui Hongshan and Dui Qiming's words suddenly appeared in his mind. Li Er, on the other hand, is making rapid progress. She's already at the 6th level of qi refining, right? Now that he's grown up, he rarely returns to the myriad Thunder Valley. Sometimes when he comes back, he'll stay in his cave and meditate. This little brother also rarely sees him. 6th layer of qi refining? A few days ago, I heard from eldest senior brother that Li Er has already reached the 7th layer of qi refining. Well, it's been a while. For your husband, how can I tell the difference between the 5th, 6th and 7th levels of qi refining? Damn it! I didn't pay attention to it that day, but there's a hidden meaning in their words.
It was only now that Xiaohua came to his senses. Li Er, when I saw you that day, you seem to have already reached the 6th or 7th layer of the aura refining realm.
How many years has it been? There's no reason you're still in the 7th layer of the aura refining realm, right?
Presumably, this little fellow had some kind of fortuitous encounter that allowed him to conceal his cultivation.
Heh, they must have thought that Li Er learned some secret technique from me, right?
Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he recalled Xiong Zhili's expression when he asked him what kind of divine ability he wanted that day.
Husband.
Fairy Hong Xia saw the strange expression on Xiaohua's face and hurriedly transmitted her voice. What I said. Don't be angry.
Eldest senior brother Li and junior brother Xiao are not outsiders. My wife.
Xiaohua held Fairy Hong Xia's hand and transmitted his voice back. Your husband knows that I'm of low birth and don't have the self-restraint of a disciple from a cultivation family.
If there's anything wrong in the future, feel free to say it.
There's no need to be afraid of anything.
Seeing that Xiaohua wasn't unhappy, Fairy Hong Xia's heart relaxed. She lowered her head and said, Husband is the most important thing. I will definitely remind husband in the future, but I definitely won't be so obvious.
Actually, if it wasn't for eldest senior brother Li and Xiao Mao, I would have already transmitted my voice.
A good wife and loving mother.
Xiaohua lamented in his heart.
He slightly exerted his strength and held Fairy Hong Xia's hand tightly.
He sighed and said, What virtue and ability did I have to be able to gain the favor of my wife?
With my wife's company, I won't be lonely in this lifetime. I will definitely do what I can. If this isn't Sister Xue, then who is it?
Fairy Hong Xia blinked her eyes and laughed.
Xue. Hearing Fairy Hong Xia mention Xue, Xiaohua frowned slightly. Oh, what's the matter, my husband? Fairy Hong Xia was quick-witted. Seeing that Xiaohua was unhappy, she hurriedly said, Sister Xue, what's the matter? I won't. Junior brother Xiao. Just as Xiaohua was about to answer, Li Zongbao said calmly, Just now when Qi Qingyi mentioned the extreme magnetic ray, I thought of something. Xiaohua looked at Fairy Hong Xia and smiled bitterly. He let go of her hand and flew to Li Zongbao's side. He asked, Eldest senior brother Li, please enlighten me. It's recorded in the ancient books of the Utopia faction. Li Zongbao said unhurriedly, The extreme magnetic ray is usually produced in places extremely far away. Because of the magnetic force in these places, it can produce primordial rays that are like sharp swords. Although the primordial rays are formless, they are like substance. When used with flying swords or magic weapons, they are extremely sharp. The seniors of my Taoist sect once traveled to the extreme north and collected the extreme magnetic ray to refine magic weapons. The quality of this magic weapon is far superior to that of ordinary magic weapons. Actually, when Qi Qingyi mentioned the extreme magnetic ray, Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. The extreme magnetic ray was one of the necessary items in the refining method of the spirit-exterminating vital ray that Zhang Qingxiao had given him. Although Xiaohua had only glanced at it briefly, he still remembered the name. He was still wondering what the extreme magnetic ray was. He didn't expect it to be found in the extreme north of the Huan country. How do we collect the extreme magnetic ray? Xiaohua asked. Junior brother Xiao, don't think too much about it now. Li Zongbao laughed. Those who can travel to the extreme north are all nascent soul stage and separating soul stage seniors. Moreover, the extreme magnetic ray is very strange. If you don't have a magic weapon that can restrain the extreme magnetic ray, even if you go there, it's impossible to get the extreme magnetic ray. So it's like this. Xiaohua still didn't give up. Then, which senior of my Taoist sect has this magic weapon? It seems to be the Kunlun sect. Li Zongbao pondered for a moment and said, "The Kunlun sect was established the earliest and has a long history. They seem to have a magic weapon called the two-winged spectroscope, which is refined using the extreme magnetic ray." "Senior brother, which senior is also from the Kunlun sect?" "That's not it." Li Zongbao shook his head and said, "Of course there are many seniors who went to the extreme north. My Utopia faction also has some. However, only the Kunlun sect can successfully collect the extreme magnetic ray and refine it into a magic weapon." Kunlun sect. Xiaohua looked pensive and immediately thought of the frost bamboo. However, Li Zongbao obviously misunderstood Xiaohua and hurriedly said in a low voice, "Junior brother Xiao, don't look down on the Kunlun sect. Although the Kunlun sect didn't have any powerful disciples in this sword battle, and even martial uncle Yuan Zhongyu had a mediocre performance, he was hiding his strength and biding his time. The foundation of the Kunlun sect is far from what we've seen. According to Master, even arrogant sects like your country of Shi's Shanghua sect and Qiqiao sect may not be able to compete with the Kunlun sect." "The Kunlun sect is so powerful?" Xiaohua had never been to Mount Kunlun in the country of Lian, so he naturally didn't know the situation of the Kunlun sect. Seeing Li Zongbao so serious about this matter, he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. "Yes, there are many cultivation sects on the Xiaoyu continent, but there are only a few that can really be in charge. These cultivation sects have also risen and fallen with the passage of time, but if there's one that can really stand tall, it's the Kunlun sect," Li Zongbao said in a low voice. "Big brother." At this moment, Xiao Mao opened his mouth and pointed into the distance. "If we fly forward for another 10 miles, there's an ice field. I've already seen it. There are hundreds of sword cultivators waiting for us there. Xueqi is among them." Then, he pointed to the left and said with a cautious expression, "There are also hundreds of swordsmen over there, blocking the way to Mount Meng. Just as Big Brother expected, if we don't break through the Seven Spirit Mountains Brahma Pagoda Formation, the disciples of the Seven Spirit Mountain may not let us go." "Good." Xiaohua looked at Li Zongbao and said, "We'll fly slowly, and the preparations are almost done. How about it, senior brother Li? You still want to lead the way?" "Good." Li Zongbao laughed and clapped his hand. A 1-foot-long ring appeared and said, "Let the sword cultivators of the Seven Spirit Mountains see how powerful I am." "Senior brother Li, where's your immortal piercing whip?" Xiaohua was surprised to see Li Zongbao take out a ring. The immortal piercing whip was destroyed in the spirit-devouring formation of the sword cultivators. Li Zongbao's face showed a trace of pity. "I don't have a suitable magic treasure, so I'll use Master's yin-yang ring for the time being." "Oh, the spirit-devouring formation." Xiaohua immediately thought of the few spirit-devouring bugs in the sword pouch and asked, "Can't it be repaired?" "Maybe it can, maybe it can't," Li Zongbao said desolately. "Even if it can be repaired, I'm afraid it won't be the same immortal piercing whip as before." "All right then. Senior brother Li should follow behind me." As he spoke, Xiaohua released his divine sense and looked ahead. "Huh? Xiao Mao? Your divine sense can see more than 10 miles away?" Li Zongbao naturally released his divine sense and suddenly realized something. He looked at Xiao Mao with some astonishment. Xiao Mao's face showed a trace of unnaturalness, and he said with a smile, "Yes, my divine sense is stronger than ordinary cultivators. Now I can see more than 10 miles away." That's right. Xiaohua didn't notice this before. His divine sense was stronger than ordinary cultivators, and he also had Buddhist awareness. When Xiao Mao said it just now, he didn't care at all. Now that he heard Li Zongbao's astonishment, he understood. Ordinary cultivators in the late foundation establishment stage could only see more than 10 miles away with their divine sense. Xiao Mao, who was just in the middle foundation establishment stage, could see more than 10 miles away. The strength of his divine sense was not ordinary. Chapter 2762. However, the strength of one's divine sense was not only related to one's cultivation method, it was also closely related to some secret techniques. In particular, the range of one's divine sense should be one of the secrets of a cultivator. Xiao Mao was not on guard against Xiaohua and the others, so he inadvertently revealed it. If it were anyone else, he would definitely have concealed it. Of course, Li Zongbao also understood.
He only asked a question and then shut his mouth. He didn't say anything else and looked into the distance.
Fairy Hongxia blinked her eyes and looked like she wanted to say something.
Xiao Mao was more observant than Xiao Hua.
He quickly smiled and said, "Senior sister, please don't ask me. I've been like this since I was young. I don't have any secret techniques."
Oh, Fairy Hongxia was a little disappointed.
She smiled and said, "There are very few secret techniques that can strengthen one's spiritual sense. Although my cultivation is not bad, my spiritual sense cultivation is still lacking. I haven't found a suitable mental cultivation method yet."
"Is that so?
Why didn't you say so earlier?" Xiao Hua was looking ahead. When he heard Fairy Hongxia's muttering, he asked curiously, "I thought you were a disciple of the Huanhua sect and had a golden core stage master. I thought you would have a lot of secret techniques."
Hee.
Fairy Hongxia laughed. "My dear Xiao, you can ask senior brother Li. How can an ordinary cultivator obtain the spiritual sense forging technique? Even for a genius like senior brother Li, I'm afraid he only has a few simple chants." Li Zongbao did not reply. Obviously, he had the spiritual sense forging technique. However, it belonged to the Utopia faction. He could not tell Fairy Hongxia. Xiao Hua heard and felt a little heartache. He knew why Fairy Hongxia did not tell him. There were many cultivation methods and secret techniques in his space, and he was slowly comprehending them. He also had the so-called spiritual force forging technique, but most of them were damaged and incomplete, so they weren't very useful. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua took out a jade slip and handed it to Fairy Hongxia. He said, "This is God's guidance. It is a spiritual sense forging technique. Take it and comprehend it."
"No, my dear Xiao."
A sweet smile appeared on Fairy Hongxia's face as she said, "This is the secret technique of your Imperial Thunder Sect. It's not suitable for me to comprehend it yet." Of course, what Fairy Hongxia said was at this time. If it was at that time, after the dual cultivation ceremony, she would definitely ask Xiao Hua for it. "It doesn't matter. This isn't a secret technique of the Imperial Thunder Sect." Xiao Hua waves his hand and the jade letter flies in front of Fairy Hongxia and says, "In the future, if you want any cultivation technique or even other things, you can tell this Xiao." "Hee. Thank you so much, my dear Xiao." Fairy Hongxia was overjoyed and accepted the jade slip with a smile. "Big brother, you can't favor one and discriminate against the other. I don't have such a secret technique." Xiao Mao's eyes lit up when he heard that it wasn't a secret technique from the Imperial Thunder Sect. "I'll give it to you, I'll give it to you." Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, "I'll let your senior sister copy it for you." "Thank you, big brother."
Xiao Mao called out with a smile and flew in front of Fairy Hongxia.
"Thank you for your trouble, senior sister." Fairy Hongxia also didn't delay. While flying, she made a copy of the complete God's guidance and gave it to Xiao Mao. Xiao Mao took the jade letter and just by using his divine sense to scan it, he was dumbfounded. How was this a secret technique? It was simply a cultivation technique. Just the first level of the chant was enough to make him puzzled. Unconsciously, Xiao Mao felt a trace of warmth in his heart. The loneliness that he couldn't dispel all this time seemed to be gradually disappearing. The four of them flew at a leisurely pace for nearly the time it took to eat a meal.
In the sky in front of them, in the white dawn, there were about 100 swordsmen wearing the same sword attire standing in an orderly manner.
These swordsmen were all strong and healthy people. Their stature was almost uniform. Xueqi was standing in front of these disciples. Seeing that Xiao Hua and the others were actually smiling and flying over without the slightest bit of panic, he was very surprised.
At the same time, the slight delay he had when he received the message from the swordsman had already disappeared.
"You really keep your word." Xueqi flew a few feet forward and said with a smile. Xiao Hua was no longer hiding behind Li Zongbao like he was during the Dao sword battle. He also flew forward and said with a smile, "There are disciples of the Seven Spirit Mountain all around. I can't go anywhere else even if I want to. I can only keep coming here. People of the sword domain have always been hospitable. I was afraid that you would misunderstand my hospitality, so I wanted to invite you over." Xueqi's expression didn't change as he replied naturally. Xiao Hua didn't waste time with him. He pointed his finger and said, "Is this the Brahma Pagoda formation of your Seven Spirit Mountain? You are really impatient." Xueqi shook his head and said,
The Brahma Pagoda formation of my 7 Spirit Mountain is a famous formation in the sword domain.
How can it be so simple? What? What do you mean? Xiaohua was a little confused. If you don't set up the formation, how can we break it? You should hurry up. We still have to hurry.
Ha ha ha, you are really interesting.
Xueqi laughed.
You can still be so calm in the face of my 7 Spirit Mountains Brahma Pagoda formation.
This is the first time I have seen you.
Yes, I haven't seen it before, but there will be many in the future. Xiaohua nodded and said seriously, when I establish a sect in the future, I will set a rule. No one can panic when they see the Brahma Pagoda formation of the 7 Spirit Mountain.
Ah!
Ha 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 ha. Xueqi was really laughing very happily. He cupped his hands and said, Xiaohua, you are indeed a wonderful person. You are worthy of my sword realm transforming into a sword and sending a message to my 7 Spirit Mountain. After a while, Xueqi stopped laughing and said, if you were a disciple of my sword domain, I would definitely think of ways to befriend you. Unfortunately, you are a disciple of the Tao sect.
What a pity.
Pity? What's there to pity? Xiaohua asked curiously. Everyone in the world, regardless of whether they are cultivators or swordsmen, are all humans.
They are all cultivators. Why can't I befriend them? Even if... forget it.
Actually, among the sword cultivators of your Huan country, there are also people who are magnanimous.
I also respect them. Xiaohua naturally couldn't say Ji Ye's name.
Instead, he looked at the distant horizon and said.
A strange look appeared in Xueqi's eyes.
He said curiously, this is also the first time I have heard of this. Previously, all the cultivators I have met didn't see us as cultivators. They only felt that they were of the orthodox Taoism. If everyone was like what you are thinking, I'm afraid that such a meaningless great battle between Taoism and sword would never occur.
Xiaohua interrupted Xueqi's words. Unfortunately, this is only a beautiful wish. Those who walk different paths cannot work together. This is also an ancient saying.
That's right.
At this point, Xueqi felt a sense of hypocrisy.
He waved his hand and said, guests of the Tao sect, please. After everyone enters the formation, the Brahma Pagoda's formation will be activated. Wait, Xiaohua waved his hand and said, before entering the formation, I still have a condition.
What condition? Xueqi frowned. Why didn't you mention it earlier? It's not too late to mention it now, right?
Xiaohua said indifferently.
Xueqi thought for a moment and asked, what condition do you have? Tell me about it first.
We came here to gain experience.
It has nothing to do with the great battle now.
Xiaohua said word by word. Since your sect received Senior Huaijian's message and had no choice but to set up the sword formation, we can naturally accept it. However, life and death are involved within the formation. If we were to use too much force, don't blame us for harming the lives of your sect's disciples.
Naturally.
If my 7 Spirit Mountains disciples were to use too much force, you must forgive them.
Xueqi said indifferently.
Then, he quietly listened to Xiaohua's explanation. We don't want to take too many lives. Therefore, we will try our best to hold back within the formation. Xiaohua looked at the 100 or so 7 Spirit Mountains disciples in the distance and said, however, I will only hold back in this battle. If we encounter any sword cultivators in the future, I will not show any mercy. I hope you can promise me that once we break the Brahma Pagoda's formation, you will not send any more sword cultivators to harass us.
This. Xueqi frowned.
He didn't know why Xiaohua was so confident in breaking the formation. However, when he looked at Xiaohua, Li Zongbao, and the others, he came to a realization and said with a smile, I will inform Senior Huaijian of your benevolence. However, I cannot promise you this. I can only promise you that if you break the formation of my 7 Spirit Mountain, my 7 Spirit Mountains disciples will not stop you. If any 7 Spirit Mountains disciples try to stop you, you can kill them. My 7 Spirit Mountain will not hold it against you. As for the other sword sects, I don't dare to represent them. Hee. Xiaohua saw that Xueqi had misunderstood and knew that he thought he was stalling and wanted to finish the job in one fell swoop. However, he didn't explain and said, that's all I have to say. Don't blame me for being ruthless in the future.
All right, I will definitely pass on your words. Please, Senior Huaijian. Qi Qingyi nodded and stepped aside. The 100 or so swordsmen behind him moved at the same time, revealing a passage. However, the 100 or so swordsmen's faces were no longer as calm as before. They had all heard Xiao Hua and Qi Qingyi's words. Xiao Hua's current cultivation was only around the middle stage of foundation establishment, which was equivalent to a 3rd or 4th stage swordsman. He wasn't too far off from these swordsmen's cultivation. However, according to Xiao Hua's words, he didn't put them in his eyes at all. Therefore, each and every one of them glared angrily at him. Their gazes were like flying swords that pierced Xiao Hua full of holes. Hee. Xiao Hua really didn't put these swordsmen in his eyes. He swaggered and flew in. Li Zongbao and the others were different from Xiao Hua. Their faces were filled with vigilance as they released their divine senses. Only then did they follow Xiao Hua through the gap between the swordsmen. At this moment, the 100 or so swordsmen were still in neat rows, forming a square formation. Xiao Hua and the others had entered a corner of the square. In fact, the entire square was already covered by Xiao Hua's Buddhist sense. There were no strange fluctuations at all. It was no different from ordinary swordsmen standing in the air. Chapter 2763. Of course, these 7 Spirit Mountain swordsmen were weapon cultivators. Their bodies flickered with a faint brilliance. The brilliance circled around them and swam up and down. When Xiao Hua and the others entered, the rhythm of the flickering light and swam was somewhat chaotic. But as Xiao Hua went deeper, the brightness and darkness of the brilliance began to converge. Even the rhythm of the brilliance began to synchronize. Oh, so that's how it is. Although Xiao Hua was smiling, his heart was as clear as a mirror. Not to mention that the 7 Spirit Mountain had received the order to transform into swords, they would not act rashly. Even if they did not transform into swords, if the 7 Spirit Mountain wanted to meet him, they would definitely not use some sloppy array. Since they dared to set up a sword array, then, they must have the confidence to kill him in one strike. The combined attack of 100 weapon cultivators. I'm afraid it's powerful. This young master was exaggerating just now. Xiao Hua's mind whirled. I shouldn't have let Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and my wife enter the array. This first strike is not easy to receive. After the first strike, this young master will deal a heavy blow. While Xiao Hua was thinking, he had already arrived at the center of the array. This was a space about 100 feet in size. It was also square. Are you ready, sir? Qi Qingyi's voice came from outside the weapon cultivators. It sounded like a reminder from fellow disciples who were competing. This Qi is going to activate the array. Xiao Hua looked around and transmitted a few words to Fairy Hong Xia. He raised his voice and said, "This Xiao and the others are ready. Sir, bring it on." Xiao Hua's voice was also gentle. It was impossible to tell that this was a fight between cultivators and swordsmen. His tone was even more indifferent than when he first entered the Thunder Arena. All right. Be careful, sire, the formation. Before Qi Qingyi could finish speaking, his voice trailed off. The weapon cultivators around Xiao Hua and the others simultaneously flashed with a beautiful brilliance. This brilliance was like a rising sun, illuminating the nearby night sky. Moreover, this sun was actually rising slowly, rapidly covering an area of several hundred feet around Xiao Hua and the others. Even Qi Qingyi's words couldn't be heard. Damn, this great array is powerful. Xiao Hua felt that his divine sense and Buddhist consciousness were also being blocked, and he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. His entire body flashed with faint lightning, and his entire body rapidly rushed up, rushing towards the gap above his head that hadn't closed yet. Unfortunately, it was at this moment that Qi Qingyi's voice rang out from above again. Sir, the Great Formation hasn't been activated yet. According to our previous agreement, you can't attack yet. Why would this young master care so much about you? Xiao Hua sneered and stretched out his hand. A rumbling sound of thunder came from between his hands. This was a spell that he had been thinking about ever since he couldn't summon lightning in the Blood Drop Paradise. Now that he suddenly used it, he was still a little rusty. Your Excellency, please calm down. Qi Qingyi's voice was still filled with concern. If you don't abide by our previous agreement, not only will you not be able to obtain the Spirit Tool's secret refining technique, the 7 Spirit Mountain will also report this matter to Senior Huajian. If Senior Hua Jian were to personally take action. Would you find it interesting? Well, Xiao Hua hesitated after hearing Qi Chengyi's threat.
However, while he was hesitating, the gap above his head sped up. You dare to trick this young master?
Xiao Hua suddenly came to a realization.
His hands moved, and with a crackling sound, a few bolts of lightning appeared between his hands, striking towards that crack.
His body shot out like a sharp arrow once again. Ha, this Qi is thinking for your excellency. Qi Chengyi laughed loudly, and his voice disappeared again. Rumble! The lightning struck the gap that hadn't closed yet, and a huge sound rang out.
However, wherever the lightning struck, the brilliance on the weapon cultivator's body became even more intense.
Furthermore, this brilliance continued to spread outwards and only stopped after it had spread for several dozen feet. Just as the brilliance returned to its original state, Xiao Hua could clearly see that within the brilliance, in the gaps between the weapon cultivators, the lightning was gradually dissipating with its sizzling sound.
Damn it, the 7th Spirit Mountain came prepared.
Xiao Hua understood. They must know that this young master's phoenix celestial body can attract lightning, so they set up the Great Brahma Pagoda Formation. This great formation has the ability to avoid lightning, and all the lightning can only concentrate on the gaps between the disciples who set up the formation, and can't directly hit the disciples who set up the formation. While Xiao Hua was pondering, the radiance above his head had already merged. Streams of flowing radiance flowed back and forth within the space of several hundred meters like water ripples, covering the figures of the 81 weapon cultivators who set up the formation. Even Xiao Hua's divine sense was blocked within this space, and could no longer penetrate it. It seemed like this was another blood drop paradise.
Buzz. Just as Xiao Hua was about to rush towards the weapon cultivator closest to him, a huge rumbling sound rang out from the radiance all around him.
Not good. I'm afraid this is the first attack. Xiao Hua thought to himself.
He didn't have time to attack the weapon cultivator closest to him, and his figure rapidly descended. However, he still shouted, "Quickly set up the innate primordial water."
Yes. In the center of the great formation, Fairy Hongxia had already received Xiao Hua's instructions. When she heard the order, she immediately shook her shoulders, and the ice phoenix celestial body that was several hundred meters in size was released. She opened her mouth, and a stream of sparkling innate primordial water sprayed out. Under Fairy Hongxia's control, it protected Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao. When Xiao Hua landed, he landed right in the gap of the primordial water. Boom! A huge restrictive force struck from the place where Xiao Hua landed, and it hit the primordial water that covered Xiao Hua's figure. The innate primordial water created waves of several feet high, and Fairy Hongxia's ice phoenix celestial body swayed twice. It seemed to be quite strenuous. Moreover, after the radiance dissipated, the restrictive force didn't disappear. Instead, it surrounded the sparkling water and slowly expanded outside of it. Xiao Lang. Fairy Hongxia laughed bitterly. Although I can use the ice phoenix celestial body to cast the innate primordial water, part of the attack on the primordial water will also be transmitted to the celestial body. If it was a dozen people, it would be fine. But with nearly 100 people attacking, I'm afraid I won't be able to last long. All right. Xiao Hua nodded slightly and said, "You just need to protect senior brother Li and Xiao Mao. I'll speed up the process of breaking the array." As he spoke, Xiao Hua clapped his hand and the Kunlun mirror appeared in his hand. He turned his head and ordered, "Let me out." Fairy Hongxia hurriedly activated her phoenix celestial body. The innate primordial water that was originally easy to break open was now somewhat strenuous under the restrictive force. Open. The moment Xiao Hua came out, the innate primordial water immediately met with the restrictive force. He sneered in his heart and activated the Kunlun mirror in his hand. As he chanted an incantation, a blue radiance shot out from the Kunlun mirror and struck the nearest radiance. When the blue light beam struck the radiance immediately froze and turned into a blue ice shard. Within the ice dregs, there was a blue crystal. The figure of an extremely astonished weapon refiner disciple was actually embedded within this crystal. However, the crystal didn't fall. Instead, it hung within the radiance that seemed to be a hole. Wang. Near the crystal, the radiance flickered at the same time. Circles of obscure ripples surged towards the area that was struck. As the radiance flickered, the blue ice shard actually began to melt. The weapon cultivator's figure also began to move. Powerful. Xiaohua secretly praised in his heart and sneered at the same time. If this array was used to deal with ordinary golden core cultivators, it would naturally work. Unfortunately, the one you've met is this young master. How can these 100 or so Foundation establishment swordsmen be a match for this young master? Even if you set up an array, it's still not enough. Go! Xiaohua pointed with his finger, and the Kunlun mirror flew out from his hand, casually shining in a direction. With a whoosh, another blue-colored light beam shot out, and with lightning speed, it struck another weapon refiner disciple. That azure ice crystal appeared once again. At this time, Xiaohua didn't wait for the brilliance to flicker. He urged the Kunlun mirror again. This time, the place that was hit was near the previous location. Wang. Within the entire formation, a rumbling sound suddenly resounded. It was as if 100 magical treasures had been activated at the same time. An enormous force that could even sink a mountain into the ground was born from the top of Xiaohua's head, pressing down on Xiaohua. Ha ha ha! Who's afraid of you? Xiaohua laughed. He divided his divine sense to urge the Kunlun mirror and continued to attack. At the same time, he clapped his hand and held the wishful steel staff in his hand. Like a sturgeon swimming against the current, he rushed towards the huge force. The wishful steel staff in his hand also struck out. Boom! What a huge shock! The entire space was shaking. That huge force was actually caught by Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. Xiaohua's figure didn't even move at all. Like a pine tree, he stood majestically. Do you want to come again? Xiaohua shouted. Following the direction of the force, he rushed up. The wishful steel staff was raised high, and he casually hit a place in the array. Boom! The brilliance was annihilated with the fall of Xiaohua's wishful steel staff. There seemed to be no stagnation. At the place where the wishful steel staff fell, a weapon refiner disciple who had gradually transformed into a magic weapon was also hit out of the array by Xiaohua. The weapon refiner disciple's body slowly recovered. He looked at his figure that was flying further and further away in disbelief. He tried his best to control his balance. Xiaohua. Just as Xiaohua turned to look at the weapon refiner next to him who was hit and was about to raise the wishful steel staff again, he heard the voice of Hongxia Fairy. Xiaohua's divine sense swept back and saw that Hongxia Fairy's ice phoenix dharma body could no longer bear the heavy pressure and attack of the Brahma Pagoda's array. It had already been absorbed into her body, and the innate primordial water's defense was also restrained by the imprisonment. It was getting thinner and thinner, and it could no longer be maintained. As for Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, they had already rushed out of the primordial water and took out their respective magic weapons. The magic weapons flashed with brilliance and emitted a strange sound as they attacked the weapon refiner disciple closest to them. However, the weapon refiners were now all in the divine transformation stage. Each of them was like a magic weapon. Although the power of a single magic weapon might not be comparable to Li Zongbao and Xiao Mao, under the Brahma Pagoda's array, the Yin and Yang rings and the Heaven and Earth rings were restrained by the magic weapons. They were always hit and were unable to hurt the weapon refiners of the Seven Spirit Mountains. Chapter 2764. Go! Xiaohua did not dare to be negligent. He patted his forehead, and an even more vast primordial true water rushed out from the top of his head, protecting Hongxia Fairy, Li Zongbao, and Xiao Mao. You don't have a magic weapon, so wait here for a while. Xiaohua shouted and waved his staff again. Just as he was about to attack, his gaze fell and he was slightly stunned. Previously, he had already sent a nearby artifact cultivator disciple flying, revealing a gap. But now, that gap had already disappeared, and another artifact cultivator who looked exactly the same appeared in that gap. Strange. What's going on? Xiaohua felt strange. When he waved his hand, the staff broke the force of imprisonment, and the brilliance around him disappeared, and he sent another disciple flying from the array. However, just as the big array revealed a flaw, the brilliance of the whole array once again flowed like water waves. When a layer of watery brilliance swayed, a disciple naturally appeared in the gap, and then another attack was sent out from the gap of this disciple. Oh, I understand. Xiaohua suddenly realized. This big array is like a whole body of water. If I send one flying, it can replace another disciple from the side, and transfer the flaw to another place. But, what if this young master sends disciples flying again and again? After Xiaohua understood,
He was very happy again. Although these 81 disciples were powerful, and Li Zongbao, Xiao Mao, and Hong Xia Fairy were definitely not their opponents, their attacks could not be seen in Xiao Hua's eyes. Although he could not use the seal of turning the sea, he could not use the flying sword, but with the staff and the Kunlun mirror, Xiao Hua was confident that he could break this array. Come, come, come. I'll let you see the power of this young master.
Xiao Hua knew that there was something fishy about it.
He waved the staff and displayed the heavenly staff technique, smashing it towards the brilliance of the array.
Boom, 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 boom.
With the fall of the staff, one disciple after another was sent flying by Xiao Hua.
Xiao Hua did not need to change places at all. He only needed to hit one place, and the staff would not miss. This is bad. This brat is quite astute. How did you see through the flaws in the formation so quickly? Xueqi stood outside the great formation. When he saw many disciples flying out in just a short while, he was shocked again. Also, this guy's staff technique is like a body cultivator's. He's even stronger than us artifact cultivators. If he continues to fight, the formation will definitely break. However, Xueqi had still underestimated Xiao Hua.
Just as he was pondering, a huge rumbling sound rang out from the other side of the great formation. A gentle and slightly mocking voice rang out from there.
We have already escaped from the Brahma Pagoda's great formation. Your great formation has been broken by us. This voice belonged to Fairy Hong Xia. However, before she could finish her sentence, a strange goo-goob sound came from the array. The light of the array was suddenly extinguished.
"Ayo, not good."
Fairy Hong Xia screamed again. At this moment, the great formation of the Brahma Pagoda was shaking rapidly. The weapons that were transformed by the artifact cultivators were like stones falling from the peak of a mountain. They quickly collided with each other, producing a ka-cob sound. Following the continuous vibrations, the shape of the great formation rapidly changed. A sharp protrusion slowly rose from the center of the great formation, and the surroundings of the great formation shrank again. Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao's figures were revealed from the side of the great formation. They were somewhat stunned as they looked in front of them. A huge pagoda of about 10 feet in height was formed from the great formation. The huge pagoda was rather rough, and the weapons that were transformed by the artifact cultivators were bricks in the huge pagoda. There were still some gaps between these bricks. Swooshed like ripples on water, a ray of light flashed out from the top of the pagoda. It quickly brushed down. Wherever the ray of light passed, the gaps between the bricks would immediately become tight. In the blink of an eye, a huge lofty pagoda was revealed in mid-air. When the ray of light reached the bottom of the pagoda, it flashed past each other and immediately rushed up to the top of the pagoda. A loud buzzing sound rang out within the huge pagoda. This is the real Brahma Pagoda Great Formation. Fairy Hong Xia looked at Li Zongbao. Li Zongbao's eyes were also flashing with shock. He could understand the formation of 81 artifact cultivators. However, it seemed like this was the first time he had heard of the 81 artifact cultivators forming a huge weapon. It was even more so the first time he had seen it. Your Excellency and the rest of you, please wait here for a moment. You have all come out, but Xiao Hua has yet to come out. This great formation. He has yet to break it. Xueqi glanced at Fairy Hong Xia and Li Zongbao, as if he did not put them in his eyes. After saying a few words, he rushed up to the top of the Brahma Pagoda. Although we have all come out, we can still attack from outside the formation. How could Fairy Hong Xia be at ease with Xiao Hua? She shook her shoulders and was about to release her Ice Phoenix celestial body. Since you have all come out, it means that you have already broken the formation. If you continue to attack, you will be violating the agreement between you and me, Xueqi said coldly. There are 81 disciples here who are also abiding by the agreement. If you are the first to violate it, don't blame me for going back on my words. At that time, who do you think will be the one at a disadvantage? This. Fairy Hong Xia hesitated slightly. Li Zongbao gave her a look and transmitted his voice. Junior sister, don't be impatient. You know junior brother Zhao's cultivation better than me. He could have come out just now, but he stayed in the formation in order to hold Xiao Mao back. This Brahma Pagoda Great Formation is indeed powerful, but I feel that it is impossible to keep junior brother Xiao here. You and I will just watch from the sidelines. Okay. Fairy Hong Xia was actually worried. When Li Zongbao said this, She immediately realized what kind of person Xiaohua was. He was a fierce person who had scared Lu Ruochang away. How could he be trapped in this Brahma Pagoda Great Formation? If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to kill and didn't want to reveal his true cultivation, what was there for her to worry about? Before the Brahma Pagoda Great Formation was really activated, Xiaohua was holding the wishful staff and kicking the weapon cultivator disciples outside the Great Formation. Then, he heard a rumbling sound coming from the space behind him. Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense and couldn't help but laugh. It turned out that Xiaohua had been using the Kunlun mirror to emit a frosty air. During this period of time, it had already condensed more than a dozen places in the Great Formation into crystals. The Great Formation emitted a fierce brilliance to repair these crystals. However, at the same time, Xiaohua had kicked more than a dozen weapon cultivator disciples out of the Great Formation. All of a sudden, there were less than 30 disciples in the Great Formation. Although the entire Great Formation was overflowing with brilliance to repair these gaps, the positions of the 81 weapon cultivator disciples were fixed. Right behind Xiaohua, a rather large gap had already appeared. With a single glance, one could see that there were roughly 20 or so empty spots for weapon refinement disciples. This Brahma Pagoda Great Formation actually sent the disciples behind Xiaohua to Xiaohua. However, because the weapon cultivators in the Great Formation were different, they had no choice but to reveal a slight flaw in the distance from Xiaohua. Of course, this flaw was only revealed slightly. With a rumbling sound, the brilliance quickly repaired it. Ha ha ha! This Great Formation has been broken by us. Senior Brotherly, let's go. We'll rush out of the Great Formation. Xiaohua laughed loudly. His figure swayed and flew towards the gap. Xiaohua's flying speed was so fast.
Although Li Zongbao, Fairy Hongxia and the others were in the center of the Great Formation and were very close to the gap, when Li Zongbao and the other two were not even halfway to the gap, Xiaohua had already swept over their heads.
Swoosh! Splendor flashed rapidly in the gap. Pa 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 sounds rang out. Like building a wall, the great array once again drew weapons from all over and piled them up in the gap. It seemed to be making up for this gap. Fight! How could Xiaohua allow the Great Formation to be repaired again? With a point of his finger, the Kunlun mirror that had already completed its task flashed with an earthy yellow brilliance once again. A powerful surge of magic power condensed in the earth pillar surged towards the gap, immediately diluting the brilliance in the cave. The pa-pa-pa sounds immediately became much softer. Rumble! After the brilliance of the Great Formation was diluted, it shook violently once again. A powerful suction force was generated from all around the Great Formation. Not only were the weapon cultivators who were sent flying by Xiaohua pulled back by the huge force. Fairy Hongxia, Li Zongbao, Xiaohua and Xiaomao who had already rushed to the gap were also pulled back. Get out! Xiaohua was ranked third. With a wave of his Taoist robe, heaven and earth in the sleeves was unleashed. In an instant, it enveloped Fairy Hongxia and Li Zongbao. With a casual push, it cut off the suction force of the Great Formation. Their bodies became light, and like arrows, they shot out of the rapidly shrinking gap. After sending off the two of them, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and used another heaven and earth in the sleeves to grab Xiaomao. There was no other way. Xiaomao's cultivation was the weakest among the four of them. Previously, he was the closest to Xiaohua, but was also far away from the gap. Even when he used all his magic power to fly in this direction, there was still a huge gap. But just as Xiaohua grabbed Xiaomao, the rumbling sound beside him became even louder. The brilliance of the Kunlun mirror was covered by the brilliance of the Great Formation, and the gap was quickly repaired. Damn it, you can't bully people like this, alright? Xiaohua couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that every time they met with danger together, it would always end up like this. Attack! Xiaohua did not hesitate. He once again activated the Kunlun mirror and was about to launch an attack. At this moment, the entire space emitted a strange sound, as if it was about to destroy the heavens and the earth. The entire space quickly turned upside down and vibrated rapidly. An indescribable, seemingly irresistible wave of energy was produced in the entire space, enveloping Xiaohua and Xiaomao within. Even the brilliance of the Kunlun mirror was restrained by the rapidly reverberating waves in the space, unable to attack. Instead, it slowly descended and flew above Xiaohua's head. However, as he flew, he slightly turned his head back,
as if he was worried about Xiao Hua. Rise! When Xiao Hua saw that Xiao Mao had flown far away, he shouted loudly. He held the Kunlun mirror with both hands, and the tricolored brilliance of the Kunlun mirror soared into the sky, like a waterfall, and struck the top of the Brahma Pagoda. Repulse! Just before the tricolored brilliance rushed into the Brahma Pagoda, a muffled sound came from the top of the pagoda. At the same time, countless rays of white brilliance emerged from all over the Brahma Pagoda like fireflies, and gathered at the top of the pagoda. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic humanoid figure was formed in front of the tricolored brilliance. This humanoid figure was 3 zhang tall, and its facial features were somewhat blurry. The upper body was slightly clearer, and it had 2 arms and a body. However, the lower body was still formed by the white brilliance, and it didn't transform. When this humanoid figure appeared, it immediately clenched its huge fist and smashed towards the tricolored brilliance of the Kunlun mirror. Boom! With a loud sound, the tricolored brilliance was actually destroyed by the fist. Although the scattered brilliance hit the Brahma Pagoda again, it was obvious that the attack on the Brahma Pagoda had weakened by a lot, and it didn't pose a threat. Artifact spirit? Seeing the birth of the gigantic spirit, Xiao Hua was shocked at first, but then he came to a realization. Those specks of brilliance that were like fireflies from before were the artifact spirits of every artifact cultivator's artifact. These artifact spirits were extremely weak, and these 81 artifact spirits were gathered together with the help of the Brahma Pagoda's great formation, giving birth to an even larger artifact spirit. This artifact spirit was equivalent to the combined power of 81 swordsmen. Not to mention ordinary foundation establishment cultivators, even golden core cultivators would be defeated if they entered this formation. Therefore, it was extremely normal for this gigantic spirit to be able to disperse the attack of Xiao Hua's Kunlun mirror. Good. Understanding this, Xiao Hua beamed with joy. Since these artifact cultivators of the 7 Spirit Mountain could give birth to weak artifact spirits, then Xueqi's promise must be based on something. The 7 Spirit Mountain definitely had a secret technique to create artifact spirits, and since Xiao Hua had broken this formation, would he still have to worry about not being able to obtain the secret technique? You all are really underestimating this young master. Xiao Hua activated the Kunlun mirror and said with a smile, "This young master's strength is comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. How can your 81 swordsmen compare to this young master? Not to mention now, even before the great battle of the Sword Catacomb, these 81 swordsmen were no match for this young master. Did this young master eat those 360 foundation establishment pills for nothing?" As he thought about this, the thick brilliance of the Kunlun mirror shot out again and shot towards the gigantic spirit. Roar! The gigantic spirit grabbed with its hand, and its palm, which was several feet in size, directly slapped down, covering the 3 rays of brilliance. Immediately, a huge force was born from the Kunlun mirror, pressing down the Kunlun mirror by several feet. Oh! Xiao Hua's figure naturally followed the Kunlun mirror down by several feet, and he couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Although this Kunlun mirror was marvelous, it wasn't a spirit artifact after all. In front of an artifact spirit, all attacks were restricted. Fine, this young master is still in his old profession. Xiao Hua thought for a moment, and with a wave of his hand, the Kunlun mirror flew into the air, and the 3 rays of brilliance aimlessly attacked the entire Brahma Pagoda. Xiao Hua slapped his hand, and the wishful staff appeared in his hand again. He casually waved the staff and rushed into the air. Roar! The gigantic spirit seemed to have some spiritual intelligence. It roared and grabbed with its hand, and the huge force of imprisonment mixed with a strong force grab towards Xiao Hua. If nothing unexpected happened, even a demonic artifact couldn't block this grab of the gigantic spirit. The power of imprisonment and attack would definitely fall on Xiao Hua's body. But how could the physical body of a Dao sect cultivator resist the artifact spirits condensed by 81 artifacts? Unfortunately, this Brahma Pagoda array met Xiao Hua. Boom! The wishful staff, which didn't belong to the 5 elements, was able to hit the palm of the artifact spirit. In addition to the power of imprisonment and attack being scattered by Xiao Hua's wishful staff, the palm of the artifact spirit was also shattered by the wishful staff. The shattered pieces of the artifact spirit rotated in the air for a moment, hesitated for a moment, and wanted to merge back into the gigantic spirit. However, the fragments swam around the gigantic spirit's palm for a moment, and then flew towards the top of the pagoda. Haha, so that's how it is. Xiao Hua laughed and waved the wishful staff in his hand again. He rushed to the side of the gigantic spirit, and with a crackling sound, He fought with the gigantic spirit. The gigantic spirit was just an artifact spirit. Although it had some spiritual intelligence, it could only use offensive methods and completely rely on its own vast power.
How could it know anything about close combat? Encountering Xueqi, whose spiritual power was not weaker than the gigantic spirit, he was not afraid of his imprisonment at all. Moreover, the wishful staff was an opponent that could hit the gigantic spirit's body. Hiss! Outside the Brahma pagoda, Xueqi stood at the top of the pagoda. He could see clearly from the outside, and the expression on his face was extremely ugly. He really didn't expect that Xueqi's spiritual power could be comparable to 81 artifact cultivators. He also understood in his heart that within this Brahma pagoda array, Xueqi couldn't fake it. He could only fight the gigantic spirit head-on. What was even more unexpected was that Xueqi actually had a demonic artifact, and this demonic artifact could even hit the artifact spirit. Could it be that? Xueqi raised his hand, somewhat hesitant. Just as Xueqi was thinking for a moment, the gigantic spirit's arms had been completely defeated by Xueqi, and all the scattered artifact spirits had gathered at the top of the Brahma pagoda. The Kunlun mirror was still fierce, and from time to time, it attacked the Brahma pagoda, which had lost its host. However, fortunately, the gigantic spirit's arms were just a formality. He could attack from all over his body, which was why he was able to block Xueqi. This kind of clumsy artifact spirit tempering method is only Xueqi's figure was far from being comparable to the clumsy gigantic spirit. The wishful staff could always defeat the gigantic spirit's body. Xueqi couldn't help but scoff at this. When Xueqi flew to the back of the gigantic spirit, he roared, "You go to hell!" Immediately, the wishful staff was raised high and hit the gigantic spirit's back extremely heavily. Although the gigantic spirit's body was huge and the wishful staff was only 3 feet in size, as the wishful staff hit, there was a loud rumbling sound. The gigantic spirit's back collapsed rapidly, and a fist-sized black hole was created by the wishful staff. Moreover, this black hole did not heal, and then it expanded again. It was like a beast's mouth, swallowing the entire gigantic spirit. Naturally, after the artifact spirits that formed the gigantic spirit's body were swallowed by this black hole, they scattered and could no longer form the gigantic spirit. They flew to the top of the pagoda. Chapter 2766. This giant spirit is the same as the Brahma pagoda. Although there are only 81 weapon spirits, the flashing brilliance can connect together and actually form a Dharma idol that is several zhang tall. This 7-spirit mountain still has some foundation. Xueqi put away the wishful staff and narrowed his eyes as he looked at the top of the pagoda. He thought to himself, if this young master's phoenix celestial body was still here, wouldn't it be several times more powerful than this bullshit weapon spirit? Damn it, this won't do. This young master wants to see the heavenly law embodiment technique of the devil world and see if I can cultivate another Dharma idol. Xue, seeing that the 81 weapon spirits had all gathered at the top of the pagoda, all the weapon spirits began to boil again. An indescribable fluctuation came from the top of the pagoda. Obviously, the top of the pagoda was the center of the entire Brahma pagoda's array. Woo! A strange sound like the wailing of ghosts and howling of wolves came from the top of the pagoda. Then, a cold wind blew across the cliff, and the sharp sound did not stop. What kind of trick is this? Xueqi frowned. A little bit of dark green color came out from the top of the pagoda. Suddenly, this dark green color lit up all the weapon spirits, and the brilliance of the weapon spirits flashed rapidly. Woo! Another extremely resounding sound came. All the weapon spirits suddenly turned into swords. The 1-foot-long brilliance was like a flying sword, and with a tail behind it, it came crashing down. Ha 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 ha, in the end, they are still sword cultivators from the Huan country. They are still unable to break free from the shackles of sword cultivation. Xueqi laughed and pointed his finger at the Kunlun mirror. The tricolored brilliance on the mirror spread out and blocked Xueqi's body, blocking the entire lower half of the Brahma pagoda. However, contrary to Xueqi's expectations, when these flying swords fell in front of the tricolored brilliance, they suddenly accelerated and rushed through the brilliance like meteors falling from the sky. The defense of the Kunlun mirror was actually ineffective against these flying swords. Why is that? Xueqi was stupefied, but soon after, he was greatly shocked. He also encountered this situation when he killed Qin Jian.
Weren't these the soul swords used by the sword cultivators of the Huan country?
Not good. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent.
As he cried out in alarm, the soul strands within the mysterious dark cloud quickly rushed out from the Lao soul mark between his eyebrows.
Every strand of soul rippled violently as they formed a strange net, blocking Xiaohua's path. Woo, woo, a series of shrill sounds rang out, as if a whirlwind had been set off in the entire Brahma Pagoda's great array. The dozens of soul swords were actually blocked by Xiaohua's soul threads. They were like flying insects that had fallen into a spider's web, flapping up and down, but they were unable to break free. As for Xiaohua, it was clear that he had reached his limit to resist the dozens of soul swords by himself. His glabella felt a sharp pain as he tried his best to block the soul swords. If it was said that he had the will to destroy these dozens of soul swords, he was still lacking in strength. But at this moment, Xiaohua's figure appeared, and a panicked voice sounded, "Big brother! Oh no! Someone slipped through the net." With a sweep of his divine sense, Xiaohua understood what was going on. Although he had used his soul strands to block several dozen soul swords, there were still close to 10 soul swords that had passed through his soul strands, and were heading towards Xiao Mao, who was at the bottom of the pagoda. Go! Xiaohua turned pale with fright. He knew that with Xiao Mao's cultivation, there was no way he could block the soul swords. He hastily pulled out many soul strands and chased after the soul swords. Unfortunately, the soul swords were like lightning, and at the same time Xiao Mao was calling for help, they had already pierced into his glabella. Xiao Mao's cries stopped, his eyes closed, and he fainted. It seemed that Xuanyan School's contribution in the great battle of Daowen's sword was about to be destroyed. Xiaohua's eyes were about to crack, and he was extremely regretful of his negligence. However, his soul strands were still extremely far away from Xiao Mao. Xiaohua couldn't think of any good way to deal with the soul swords other than his soul strands. Even if he wanted to call out the little white dragon, it was too late. At this critical moment, just as the dozens of soul swords were about to pierce Xiao Mao's glabella, a soft boom sounded. It was as if a ball of mist had exploded, and a ball of dark green brilliance appeared from Xiao Mao's glabella. That brilliance was like a ball of runes, and it rapidly flashed, blocking the dozens of soul swords. Ah! Xiaohua was dumbstruck. This looks like Green Seal script? Just as this thought appeared in Xiaohua's mind, that rune suddenly dispersed. It really did look like a Green Seal script, and it spiraled around the dozens of soul swords. Then the brilliance faded, and the rune rapidly shrank, turning into a ball smaller than the tip of a needle, and shrank into Xiao Mao's glabella. Good, Xiaohua's divine sense went out, and he saw that Xiao Mao was still unconscious, but there was no change in his aura. Those dozens of soul swords simply didn't have any effect on him. Xiaohua couldn't help but secretly rejoice. However, when Xiaohua saw the dozens of soul swords trembling on the soul strands, a fierce look appeared in his eyes. Come! Hundreds of soul strands escaped from the net, and wrapped around one of the soul swords, and without hesitation, sent it into his glabella. And when that soul sword fell into the mysterious dark clouds, it couldn't maintain the shape of a soul sword, and reverted to the appearance of a weapon cultivator. That weapon cultivator's soul was entangled by the soul strands, and he couldn't move at all. He tried his best to struggle free, and he appeared to be extremely panicked. Humph! Xiaohua sneered. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Of course, this young master wanted to be merciful, but you forced me step by step, and in the end, you actually wanted to use soul swords. Xueqi didn't even put your lives in his eyes, so why should this young master be stingy? Then, Xiaohua's primordial spirit descended from the pure spirit sky, and like a god, he opened his mouth and swallowed that soul. An indescribable feeling of satisfaction came from Xiaohua's primordial spirit, and it made Xiaohua feel extremely comfortable. Then, Xiaohua didn't hold back anymore, and swallowed 10 weapon spirits in a row. And after swallowing 10 weapon spirits, his primordial spirit didn't feel full at all, as if even if there were 100 weapon spirits, he would still be able to swallow them all. However, at this moment, a ray of light fell from the top of the pagoda, and Xueqi's voice came from the top of the pagoda. Xiaohua, you've already won. Release my 7 Spirit Mountains disciples, and this qi will immediately remove the Great Formation. Don't! Xiaohua sneered. This Great Formation hasn't been broken yet, and this Xiao is still doing his best to resist. If you go easy on me like this, It won't be easy to explain to Senior Huajian. Sigh, please don't joke around, sir. Qi Qingyi fell into the Great Formation and smiled bitterly. Out of the 81 disciples who set up the Great Formation of my Brahma Pagoda, 24 have already fallen. This Great Formation is far from the previous Great Formation. Sir, please release the other disciples, and my 7 Spirit Mountain will keep our promise and won't make things difficult for you. Is that so? Xiao Hua sneered. This Xiao doesn't seem to see your sincerity. All right. Qi Qingyi clapped his hand, and a thumb-sized jade ring appeared.
He waved his hand, and the jade ring drew an arc in the air before landing in front of Xiao Hua. This is the secret technique for forging weapon spirits that this Qi promised before. It's my 7 Spirit Mountain secret, and now it belongs to you. Oh, you're actually this generous? Xiao Hua almost didn't dare to believe his eyes. How could the 7 Spirit Mountain give out the secret technique so easily? Moreover, this jade ring looked very simple and unadorned. It should be a strange item, so how could Qi Qingyi casually take it out from the 7 Spirit Mountain? This Qi can swear a sword oath that this contains the secret technique for forging weapon spirits that my 7 Spirit Mountain obtained, and this Qi promised you before. Qi Qingyi looked at the dozens of soul swords that had already dimmed, and said urgently, Sir, you can release my 7 Spirit Mountain disciples now. Humph, how can that be? You've already fulfilled your promise to me. But what about my brother? Xiao Hua pointed at Xiao Mao, who had fainted at the bottom of the pagoda. He was injured by your 7 Spirit Mountain disciples, so no matter what, you should compensate him, right? What? Compensate? Give Xiao Mao? Qi Qingyi stuttered. This doesn't seem to be part of our previous agreement. Yes, it's not part of our agreement,
Xiao Hua said with a smile. Our agreement was that this Xiao would destroy the Great Formation, but this Great Formation hasn't been destroyed yet, right? Also, you seem to have broken the agreement and barged into the Great Formation. Furthermore, this Xiao even suspects that you're controlling the Great Formation from the outside. Fine. Qi Qingyi was truly at his wit's end. Looking at Xiao Hua's sinister smile, he gritted his teeth and said, What do you want? Xiao Hua smiled and extended a finger, waving it in front of Qi Qingyi. What does this mean? Qi Qingyi didn't understand.
Then, his face suddenly revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He pointed at Xiao Mao at the bottom of the pagoda and said, Sir, look, Xiao Mao has already woken up. How can this be? Xiao Hua didn't even look and hurriedly transmitted his voice. Xiao Mao, if you want something good, close your eyes. Yes, this little brother understands. Xiao Mao's eyes were originally moving, ready to open, but after hearing Xiao Hua's words, he immediately closed his already slightly open eyelids, his eyes even more motionless. Qi Qingyi opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. In the end, he looked at Xiao Hua and said, What does this mean? A Dharma treasure. Xiao Hua waved his finger and said with a smile, A Dharma treasure that's close to Spirit Qi. How can this be? Qi Qingyi shook his head without hesitation. My 7 Spirit Mountain is an artifact cultivator. How can we have a Dharma treasure? What's more, a Dharma treasure that's close to a spirit artifact. Then there's nothing we can do. Xiao Hua sighed. My brother was injured to this extent and is still unconscious. If it wasn't for a Dharma treasure, how could we wake him up? If he doesn't wake up, then these 60 or so 7 Spirit Mountain disciples won't be able to wake up either. Then let them accompany Xiao Mao. Qi Qingyi sneered. He turned around and was about to fly to the top of the pagoda. Your 7 Spirit Mountain really doesn't have it? Xiao Hua hurriedly called out to Qi Qingyi. We really don't have it. Qi Qingyi answered resolutely. Then forget it. Xiao Hua said irritably. Forget about the Dharma treasure. Give your artifact refinement secret technique to Xiao Mao. Artifact refinement technique? Qi Qingyi shook his head even more. We only use our bodies to fuse with artifacts. We don't refine artifacts.